Reincarnation Paradise, Chapter 51. On the east side of the 14th District, in the DUN auction house. Ladies and gentlemen, this item must not be missed. After the introduction of the host on the stage, the guests called out their bids. It was daytime, so this was the world of humanity. Of course, it was inevitable that a few ghouls mixed in even during the day. Two serious old men looked at the item and started to compete by trumping each other's offers. Su Xiao also sat in front of the stage, but he wasn't focusing on the auction. The size of this auction house was not small. It could host at least several hundred people and had several entrances and exits. Those being the main entrance, the back door, and an emergency door. The emergency door would usually not open, only when situations were urgent, such as fire breaking out, but there was still a need for a blockade. With 3 exits, it was not possible to rely on Mato Akira alone. Apparently, it was necessary to dispatch other people from the branch. Su Xiao got up from the crowd, went to the bathroom and took out his phone. "Connect me to Shin Ohara Yukinori, this is Byakuya speaking." Shin Ohara Yukinori should be on duty, and the voice on the phone was very noisy. "What's wrong, Rank 1 investigator, Byakuya?" Su Xiao was shocked. He was surprisingly called as a Rank 1 investigator. It seemed that the headquarters had already pulled his promotion through. "I found a large-scale gathering place that requires lots of people to help." Su Xiao deliberately added lots of people, since he wanted to clear the 14th district. It was difficult for only him and Mato Akira to do all of this on their own. Not that Su Xiao was not strong enough. To clear the 14th district, he just needed lots of people to help block the ghouls' escape routes. "How many people do you need?" As a Rank 1 investigator, Su Xiao had the right to mobilize people, but he could not mobilize too many. "A lot, but they don't need to be strong, as long as they can block the road." Shin Ohara Yukinori, on the opposite side of the phone, thought for a while. "The number of investigators in the 14th divisions is not large, but we have about 80 Rank 3 investigators. However, you should tell me your plan first." Su Xiao described his plan, and Shin Ohara Yukinori was obviously shocked after listening to it. "Completely clearing the 14th district? That won't be easy. Even though there aren't many ghouls in the 14th district, they are all hidden. Do you have plans?" "There is a way." Shin Ohara Yukinori was silent for a long time. "Got it? Remember, if something happens, it may have a great impact on your future." Su Xiao chuckled. He didn't care about his future at CCG anyways. "It doesn't matter. I will act tonight. I can't catch up now, but I will send Suzuejozo there. As for the men you requested, they will arrive soon." Su Xiao prepared to hang up but was stopped by Shin Ohara Yukinori. "Byakuya, you were promoted to the rank of Rank 1 investigator. The documents are in the office. I will task Suzuejozo to bring them to you." "Okay." Su Xiao hung up the call. Just as he was about to leave the bathroom, he accidentally saw a mouse. This mouse was a little special. The hair on its whole body was pale yellow. Su Xiao carefully checked it. It was a hamster. If there were mice in the bathroom that would not be too surprising, but why were there hamsters? E/N, wait, what? Surprised face, was it a pet brought by a bidder? That was not impossible. The pale yellow hamster was not afraid of people. It stood upright on the edge of the sink, and its 2 front paws were holding something it was gnawing on. Caw, caw, caw. In the quiet bathroom, only the sound of the little hamster could be heard. The little thing was squeaking and chewing and just looked incredibly cute. Its dark eyes were looking at Su Xiao with curiosity. Somehow, Su Xiao suddenly felt like he was stared at, as if this was not a hamster but a person. Squeak. The little hamster suddenly squeaked as if to speak to him. Its 2 front paws held a small piece of carrot, which it surprisingly offered to Su Xiao. Apparently, it seemed to think he wanted to eat too. Su Xiao smiled and turned to walk away. Except that this little hamster was too smart, there was nothing wrong. After Su Xiao left, the little hamster ate the rest of the carrot and patted its stomach in satisfaction. Its dark eyes suddenly flashed blue. After doing some acrobatic jumps, the little hamster disappeared from the bathroom. In a residential building 500 meters away from the auction, a girl in a light green dress suddenly opened her eyes. "Sister, I found him." The girl in the green dress looked innocent and had long hair that dropped on her shoulders. The being next to the girl could smell a scent of grass from the girl. It seemed to be the scent of nature. "How was it? Is he as strong as cold fish said?" "That guy is cunning. He tried to appear as if he was afraid of us, but he isn't. If I wasn't curious about the man he talked about, I would have killed him." A tall female in a knight's armor stood straight as she asked the girl. The equipment she wore should weigh at least 200 or 300 pounds, but it looked as if she was using it effortlessly. Cold fish may have lied. According to the perception of Squeaky, the little hamster, the man strengthened mainly 3 attributes, those being strength at 13 points, agility at 13 points, and intelligence at 12 points. His individual attributes are similar to ours, except that he is taking a balanced route. The girl in green yawned, her pretty face looking slightly tired. It seemed that it was not easy to control the hamster. The knight's eyebrows were wrinkled. "I can understand the strength and agility, but what is with this intelligence? A sword user who actually strengthens his intelligence." The girl with the green dress was lying on the bed, her white legs were tilted up and shook from time to time. "Who knows, there are many weird guys, and more appear every day." After that, the green-dressed girl giggled. "Do you want to kill him?" A slightly hoarse female voice came from the corner of the room. The corner of the room was dark, and only the contours of a woman in tight clothes could be seen. If the woman hadn't spoken, no one would have noticed her. The knight, obviously the leader of the 3, thought it over carefully. Of course. He is alone in a faction, that is absolutely not normal. If we kill him, the balance will be destroyed, so the derivative world will produce a lot of world source. The 3 of us used the exemption tick to enter this low-level world. Since we don't have a main task, if we don't do anything, we will lose a lot. This is an opportunity, a rare opportunity. 2 other women in the room nodded. "Mrs. Queen, when do we start?" The girl in green clothes yawned again. She looked like she could only barely stay awake by now. "Just call me Queen, don't add MRS, that sounds too weird." The knight stared at the green-dressed girl. "I know, Mrs. Queen." A charming smile came from the corner of her mouth. "Black-white, how come you're so naughty, but as flat as a board?" After hearing the word flat, the green-dressed girl immediately became angry and jumped up from the bed. "I am not flat. My milk volume is super big. If it weren't for my milk volume, you would have already been eaten by a giant. T/N, milk is actually healing, and here, she is using it with double meaning." The one called Queen suddenly thought of something and showed a gentle smile. Yes, you are the nanny with biggest milk volume. Jokes aside, we will start tonight." Since they were back to talking about serious things, the other 2 became serious as well. "I am going to find a vantage point." The woman who had been hiding in the darkness walked out, her tight purple clothes outlined her plump figure. Her long purple hair was tied into a ponytail, while there was a heavy sniper rifle, which was at least 1 meter long, on her back. "Let's see what you can do, Byakuya." In this way, the 3 unknown women began to prepare to ambush Su Xiao, who, completely unaware, was preparing to ambush the ghouls in the auction house. Chapter 52. Su Xiao left the auction as it was currently daytime, while ghouls would usually go out at night. "Mr. Byakuya, hello." A monotone voice came from nearby. Su Xiao looked over. it was that white-haired kid Suzuejozo. These are the documents I'm supposed to deliver. Suzuejozo handed the documents to Suxiao and smirked at him. The moment he received the documents, the Reincarnation Paradise gave a notification. You have been promoted to rank 1 investigator, contribution points, 525/2000. Suxiao frowned as he saw the value of the contribution points required for the next promotion. The contribution points required to be promoted from rank 3 investigator to first-class investigator did not have a specific pattern. Sometimes it went up by nearly 10 times, sometimes only by 5 times. However, to gather these 2000 contribution points he needed to kill hundreds or even thousands of ghouls. Mr. Byakuya, what are you thinking about? Suzuejozo looked at Suxiao curiously. Nothing. Suxiao just wanted to talk further, but suddenly he had a strange feeling. It seemed as if someone was observing him, and strangely enough, it felt just the same as when he had been stared at by the little hamster in the bathroom. He sharpened his eyes and he scanned the surroundings. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The subtle sound of chewing was barely audible during the racket of the multitude of cars. Ignoring the conversing pedestrians, Suxiao stared at the garbage. On the trash bin, there was a small hamster standing upright and eating something. This familiar scene caused Suxiao's eyes to tighten. This hamster was weird, it was not right. After Suxiao's eyes were focused on the hamster immediately stopped eating and handed a small piece of apple to him. Suxiao suddenly felt that there was something wrong. After the hamster made this action the first time, he left the bathroom and no longer doubted the hamster. Why had he acted like that? Suxiao once again looked at the hamster. The little hamster's chewing suddenly stopped. It let the apple drop and turned to run. The little thing was watching him. Suxiao quickly rushed across the road, not caring about the passing vehicles. The little hamster ran very fast and went straight to the side alleys, but Suxiao was faster and gradually closed in on the little hamster. In a house about 500 meters away, the green-dressed girl lying on the bed suddenly opened her eyes. What the hell, how can he overcome the LV.3 fraud? The lazy expression on the girl's face disappeared, she looked a little nervous now. The little hamster was her symbiotic partner and had 3 passive abilities, it was very precious. Leaves, what happened? The woman called Queen looked doubtfully at the green-dressed girl. Leaves. Squeaky was discovered by the target and is running away. Sis Queen, please save Squeaky right now. How can that be? Queen felt somewhat unbelieving, but no matter what, the little hamster was their most important source of information. I'm going now. Queen rushed out immediately, her body armor clanging repeatedly. Suxiao quickly chased after the little hamster. After another 200 meters, there was a sewer entrance, and once the little hamster ran into the sewer, he would most likely not manage to catch it. Dragon Flash appeared in his hand and after adjusting a little, he threw it. Ding! Dragon Flash accurately pierced the body of the little hamster. The blade was deeply immersed in the ground, but the handle was not swaying at all, the blade was just that hard. Suxiao quickly stepped forward, pulled Dragon Flash out of the hamster and stomped on it. After that, the feeling of being monitored disappeared. The reason why he was able to detect being monitored was because his intelligence was as high as 12 points. The intelligence attribute affected the perception, and his practice with sword skills also greatly focused and trained his visual acuity. This little hamster was not easy to discover. LV.3's fraud was enough to deceive people's vision, otherwise, the green-dressed girl would not let the little hamster scout too far away. In the house, 500 meters away, Queen had not left the door as she heard a scream behind her. Squeaky. The green-dressed girl was devastated, her tears spilling endlessly. Plop, plop. Her nose started bleeding, drops of blood hit the ground as the green-dressed girl just laid on the ground with an empty, faraway look in her eyes. Leaves, leaves, What's wrong with you? Queen raised Leaves up and observed her nervously. It seemed that the relationship between the two was quite good. Oh, Squeaky was killed, it was stomped to death by someone, I saw it in the shared vision. Then, Leaves burst out in tears again. Queen looked serious, the death of the little hamster was not a small loss for their team. How was Squeaky discovered? It had a LV.3 fraud. Sometimes even I subconsciously ignore that little thing. It seemed that Queen was also wondering how Squeaky was discovered by Su Xiao. This was something that the three did not expect. Then, Leaves said while crying. Intelligence also improves perception. But even with 12 points of intelligence, his perception shouldn't be this sharp. Normally, 12 points of intelligence did not allow someone to possess such a keen sense like Su Xiao, but he was more sensitive because of practicing sword skills for so long. Koshiro's meditation also helped Su Xiao by improving his perception, and meditating had become a habit to him. I can't just ignore this. I want to kill that bastard, now. Leaves stood up and walked out with anger. If you want to die, go alone, but don't bother me or Black-White. A cold voice rang, causing Leaves to tremble. Although Queen was usually friendly, once she grew serious, Leaves was inevitably somewhat fearful. After all, Queen was her leader. In their adventure group, defying the leader would have very serious consequences. Calm down. We will start tonight. Black-White has gone ahead to find a good vantage point, I'll tell her to be careful. If Squeaky can be discovered, Black-White can't escape that man's perception. Then, Queen took out a pair of headphones, put them on and gently pressed on one side to contact Black-White. In the alley, Su Xiao held Dragon Flash while standing silently. The first time, he had pretty much ignored this matter, but fortunately, he noticed it this time. This was a lesson. In the world of Tokyo Ghoul, he was among the strong, and it was inevitable that he grew somewhat reckless. Su Xiao was more vigilant now, he would not relax in a derivative world again. The hamster had not been an ordinary animal. When the little hamster faced him and offered food to him, his hostility had suddenly dissipated and he subconsciously ignored that little hamster. This reminded him of the skills in the reincarnation paradise. He had almost fallen to a skill once in the real world and only managed to withstand due to his keen perception. Su Xiao thought for a while, then asked the reincarnation paradise. Reincarnation paradise, is there a way to check the enemy's data? 1. Detecting equipment. 2. Evoking items. 3. Investigating skills, insufficient permissions, cannot view the following options. The answer given by the reincarnation paradise satisfied Su Xiao. He decided to make do in this derivative world and immediately find a way to get one of the above three once he was back. It was just common sense to find information about the enemy before fighting them. At the very least, he must understand the various attributes of the enemy. From the level of each attribute, he could roughly judge the strength of an enemy. Just as Su Xiao was preparing to leave the alley, the reincarnation paradise suddenly popped up a hint. Detected that the hunter's rank is LV.2, which is lower than the level of the derivative world. Now opening temporary skills. Temporary skills, basic detection, cost, 800 paradise coins. Buy yes/no. Hint, temporary skills disappear after leaving the current world. After seeing the basic detection skill, Su Xiao was overjoyed at first, but after he noticed the price, he thought that the reincarnation paradise was really unethical. Although the reincarnation paradise was robbing him, he felt he did need this ability now. Su Xiao clearly knew that the little hamster he stepped on must be related to other contractors. The dangers in the derivative world came not only from various missions or plot characters, but also from other contractors. Well, the little hamster is dead now, but the owner should not be far away. Su Xiao could not help but look forward to it. He hadn't played against other contractors yet. Chapter 53. After Su Xiao paid 800 paradise coins, there was one more skill in his skill section. The new skill was a visual skill. Unlike his other skills, the new skill was written in light gray, probably because it's a temporary one. Basic detection, temporary. Skill level, LV.2. Conditions of use, 10 points of mana. Skill effect, when observing any biological creature, you can see their data. Accuracy depending on the difference in strength between the creature and the user. Tip, data accuracy increases by 5% for each level. Tip, skill cooldown, 10 minutes. From the introduction, basic detection was not bad at all, but it was not clear just what information would be detected. Mr. Byakuya. Suzuejozo walked into the alley and looked in confusion at Su Xiao. Seeing Suzuejozo, Su Xiao frowned and used basic detection. 10 points of mana have been consumed. Basic detection is activated. Name, Suzuejozo. Rank 3 Investigator. HP, 100%. Mana, 50. Strength, 7. Agility, 10. Vitality, 6. Intelligence, 5. Charm, 4. Luck, 1. Skill 1, Masochist, passive becomes very excited after suffering pain, able to ignore large amounts of pain. Skill 2, Sadist, passive when showing his crazy side, enemy may be deterred. Damage increases by 8%. All the information about Suzuejozo was displayed in front of Su Xiao. As Suzuejozo was weaker than him, the information was pretty comprehensive. Basic detection appeared to be quite a good ability, but unfortunately, it was only a temporary skill, and as such would disappear after leaving the current world. Su Xiao had decided that once he returned to the reincarnation paradise, he absolutely had to get a piece of equipment or skill to detect the abilities of others. Mr. Byakuya, where are we going? Suzuejozo walked around Su Xiao, as if he was not willing to stand still even for a single moment. Su Xiao stood in place and was thinking. The appearance of this little hamster meant that other contractors had begun taking action. This confused him somewhat. He thought that his progress in completing the main task was already pretty fast. Were those contractors in the ghouls' factions faster than him? But that should be unlikely. If the contractors in the ghouls' camp are really that strong, the balance mechanism of the reincarnation paradise shouldn't have activated. The reason why Su Xiao wasn't fully alert of the hamster at the beginning was because of this reason too. So maybe the person who monitored him was not a contractor on the ghoul's side in the first place? The reincarnation paradise was full of dangers. Since the contractor who monitored him did not show up, and the thing monitoring him was also killed, he should be able to relax a bit. But even so, the enemy was still hidden, and since he was already close to completing the main task, too, the enemy would not stay idle forever. Suzuejozo, let's go back to the office. Su Xiao decided to return to the CCG branch for now. Suzuejozo was different from Mato Akira. This white-haired kid had some strength. If hostile contractors were to appear, Suzuejozo could at least delay them for a while. If the contractors were not very strong, Suzuejozo could maybe even kill one or two of them. The main task could not be paused, so he could not stop completing the task just because there was a contractor monitoring him. If there was danger, he would do whatever necessary to get rid of it, but never escape. This was Su Xiao's style. In the lobby of the CCG branch, 2 rows of investigators wearing black suits stood in front of Su Xiao, who was just about to conclude the briefing. Things are roughly like this. At 9 o'clock tonight, we will gather here. Concluding the briefing, Si Xiao went to the logistics department. Once Su Xiao left, the investigators in the lobby started talking. Those CCG investigators did not know the specifics of the plan, Su Xiao only told them the route they needed to block. No one knew for sure that no one in the CCG branch was spying for the ghouls, so it was better to be careful. After scheduling the plan for that night, Susiao returned to his assigned bedroom on the upper level of the building. He was confident that the plan to clear the ghouls at the auction house would go smoothly. It was only a few hours till the operation would start, so he had to rest a bit. At 9 o'clock that night, the CCG branch was still brightly lit and many CCG vehicles and personnel were gathered at the gate of the branch. The CCG members were all fully armed and ready to depart. Susiao walked out of the building and Mato Akira got up and greeted him. "Byakuya, the staff is assembled and ready to go." Mato Akira was slightly nervous, as this was her first time participating in this type of mission. "Let's go." Susiao prompted all personnel to enter the cars, and before entering one himself, the sound of doors being shut echoed one after another, until, with a dull engine sound, Susiao led the team of nearly 100 people to begin the operation. Just with the authority of a rank 1 investigator, it was impossible to mobilize this many people. This was only possible due to the special approval of Shinohara Yukinori. As for why Shinohara Yukinori allowed this, it was allowed only because he was strong. Moreover, clearing out the ghouls in the entire 14th district held no small temptation to Shinohara Yukinori. The team arrived near the auction house after a 20 minutes long drive. CCG members quickly got off the cars, and before the drivers hid the vehicles quickly, then they gradually surrounded the auction house. These people were experienced in killing ghouls. They were completely silent in the dark night. "Mr. Byakuya." Out of the Bluetooth headset on Susiao's ear came Suzuejozo's voice. "What is it?" "I have arrived at the location. There are no abnormalities for the time being. Are we going to rush in?" Suzuejozo's strange laughter came from the earphones. "Stay put." Susiao switched channels and contacted Mato Akira. "Akira, report. No abnormalities, we are well concealed." Susiao continued to contact other squad leaders. All 3 exits of the auction house were monitored. It was 9:30 in the evening, more than an hour before the auction was supposed to start. It was not yet the time to take action. "Byakuya, here is the mask you wanted." A member of the CCG wearing a black battle suit handed him a mask. When CCG was executing tasks on a large scale, its members all dressed like this. The heavy battle suits were proven to reduce the rates of death and injury. After taking the mask, Susiao put it on and went ahead to enter the auction house. The main entrance of the auction house was locked, only the back door entrance was opened. It was impossible for ghouls to hold an auction in the open. Especially so, since this was the 14th district. Arriving at the back door of the auction, Susiao took out a small spray can and sprayed his clothes. This was a kind of spray that masked his scent, so that the ghouls could not detect his human identity. Most of the ghouls were sensitive to smell. If Susiao were to enter the auction without that, he would be discovered immediately. His plan to clear the auction house was simple. First, he alone would enter the auction house. Once the auction starts, he would give the order to block the exits, followed a killing spree. The code. Susiao just entered via the back door of the auction house, as a big ghoul stopped him. "Human blood T3.st. After Susiao said this weird code phrase, the big ghoul released him. "Don't cause trouble, or I will kill you." Susiao did not care about the threat of the big man. He was here to kill ghouls today. Walking into the auction house, he noticed it was different from during the daytime. The appearance of the auction had changed greatly. Before the auction of the ghouls even began, rock music was played on the auction floor, and at the corner of the ceiling, a red light was installed. It was a dim environment with glaring lights and deafening music. These ghouls were really daring. Were they not afraid to be discovered? Well, they had been found out before the auction even began. Under the colorful lights and the heavy music, some women were overexcited. They even took off their shirts while shaking their naked upper bodies. Crazy, hysterical, this is how these ghouls felt to Susiao. These ghouls were living to the fullest, as if they didn't know whether they would live to see the next day. Chapter 54. With the loud music, time passed quickly. It was 11 o'clock now. The headlights of the auction house lit up, and the music faded out. The ghouls in the center stopped dancing, and while some of them were dissatisfied and muttered about it, no ghoul would dare to make trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Please, take your seats. A voice with a strange accent emerged. It was a host with a clown mask. Mr. Clown, do we have a surprise tonight? I was very dissatisfied with the last auction. A female ghoul interjected. All the ghouls present were masked, not only so they could not be identified by humans, but also to stay hidden from other ghouls. If two ghouls were enemies and one of them knows the identity of the other one and reports it to the CCG, the reported ghoul would be killed. Most ghouls were like rats in the sewers, hiding in the dark. However, there were exceptions. For example, there was a fancy girl named Takatsuki-sen, who was both the leader of the Aogiri tree and a novelist, so she was a public figure in both of her lives. You should find the items tonight absolutely satisfying, then. Just as the host on the stage announced the start of the auction, Susiao pressed the Bluetooth headset and said, "Begin." Susiao's had barely spoken as several of ghouls around him turned and watched him with vigilance while taking a few steps back. What did you say? He just said begin. This guy is weird, let's kill him. Is he an investigator? I'm gonna leave. Because of only one word, begin, the small area of the auction house boiled up. It was no wonder they became vigilant about these things. After all, these ghouls had to evade the CCG for many years. Nervousness spread through the ghouls attending the auction. Even the host on the stage thought that things seemed wrong. Thud. All the lights in the auction house suddenly went out. The entire place went dark. There were screams and roars, and tables and chairs clattering as they fell to the ground. Susiao was also in the darkness, but he didn't panic, he kept calm. Suddenly, he held a strange device in his hand, and his vision recovered after he put it on his head. Although there was only vision for his right eye, and everything was tinted green, it could be regarded as restoring his vision. Susiao prepared the night vision device and issued an order in advance. As soon as the plan started, they needed to cut off the power. Susiao took out Dragon Flash and walked slowly towards a ghoul, before placing the sword in front of the ghoul's neck. The ghoul was unaware, only blindly stretching his hands. Susiao was testing whether or not ghouls with red eyes had night vision. Obviously, ghouls did not have this ability. Thrusting forward, the blade flicked through the ghoul's flesh with a slight sound, causing blood to spew out. The eyes of the ghoul suddenly widened, only a wet gurgle escaping from his throat. The ghoul fell to the ground after a few seconds. In the dark auction house, Susiao wearing a night vision device was like a hungry wolf mixed into a flock of sheep. Walking into the crowd of ghouls, Dragon Flash sang as he kept swinging it. Squelch, squish. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting off flesh and blood spraying came incessantly. Ghouls fell one and another, and blood seeped into the floor that Susiao had walked through. The noisy sounds of panicked ghouls masked Susiao's actions. In just over a dozen seconds, more than 20 ghouls died under Susiao's blade. The auction was a semi-enclosed building, and as the bloody smell spread, ghouls started noticing something was amiss. What's going on? I smell blood. This is a trap of CCG, run. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The auction house turned into a mess. More than 100 ghouls were running around wildly, panicked. Some of the more temperamental ghouls just directly released their lagoon and waved them around whimsically. If any ghouls dared to approach them, they would be killed by mistake. Now, the ghouls died even faster. Susiao knew that there was not much time, and it was impossible for him to kill them arbitrarily. Susiao walked through the crowd with no expression. One after another, Ghouls fell incessantly. Blood stained his face, but he didn't care. Was there any mental pressure for him when killing ghouls? Maybe other people would have some, but he won't. In the reincarnation paradise, either the enemy dies, or he dies. Between killing and being killed, Su Xiao chose to swing his sword. Bodies fell onto the blood-soaked ground. Su Xiao's eyes began to flash an ominous red light as he killed ghoul after ghoul. Clink. A glass bottle was broken, and fire ignited. The ghoul host found a bottle of vodka somewhere. After turning the bottle into an improvised Molotov, he threw it to the ground. This may have been a drink remaining from daytime, as it was impossible for ghouls to drink. The fire illuminated the auction site, dispelling the darkness in the room. Plop, plop. Blood dripped from the tip of Dragon Flash, and the gazes of all ghouls present quickly gathered on Su Xiao. Behind Su Xiao, there were at least 30 ghouls strewn around on the ground. All had their heads cut off from their throat and died. The blood had pooled on the ground near him and formed a thin bloody puddle. Gulp. A B-class ghoul swallowed heavily, his eyes full of horror. After all, ghouls paid attention to their surroundings. They knew another group had been eradicated, so the first reaction of many of the present ghouls was not to attack him, but to escape. These ghouls quickly found out that all the exits of the auction house were blocked. This happened at Su Xiao's order. The people outside were present just for the sake of blocking the ghouls' escape routes. Even as the leader of the team, he wouldn't get many contribution points from them killing ghouls. Therefore, as Su Xiao wanted to be promoted to rank 1 investigator quickly, his only choice was to kill them himself. All the exits were blocked, but through the gaps, those ghouls could see the large group of investigators standing outside, which caused the ghouls to turn mad. What do I do? It's over, I will die today. Run. The guy with the sword is coming. The scene grew more and more chaotic. Su Xiao slashed the throat of another ghoul, whose body fell to the ground. Not all of the ghouls were fleeing. There were 2 S-class ghouls present, one being the clown mask-wearing host on the stage, and the other one was standing in front of Su Xiao. With a mask depicting a pig's head and an obese body, the S-class ghoul that stood in front of Su Xiao was a big, fat man with at least 300 pounds of weight. Just a bit more and one could roll the body around like a ball. You are a human. The fat man's kagun was a cow kaku, with the kakuhao in the upper back. After the release of his kagun, the fat man appeared as if he was wearing upper body armor. E/N, in case someone is unsure at this point, kagun is the common term for the weapon/tentacle/whatever. Kaku are the kagun that come from below the shoulder blades, typically heavier and more robust than the other types, often in form of armor or rigid weapons, i.e., hammer. Kakuhao is the organ that stores the RC cells. This guy was a defensive type. He was not fast, but his skin was thick and coarse. Su Xiao rushed forward with his sword in hand, and the fat man screamed and rushed forward himself. The two quickly approached each other. While Su Xiao's pace was agile, the fat man was like a heavy tank, the ground vibrating with every step. Die! The fat ghoul yelled as he prepared to slam into Su Xiao, but Su Xiao suddenly stopped, changed his direction and easily escaped the attack of the fat ghoul, using the opportunity to slash the fat man's lower body in the process. Squelch! A fat leg fell to the ground. Su Xiao did not even need to use a lot of force, he merely used the fat man's power against him. Squealing like a stuck pig, the fat man fell to the ground. Su Xiao rushed a few steps forwards, stepped on the back of the ghoul, and in the blink of an eye, the tip of Dragon Flash rested on the back of the head of the fat ghoul. No, don't, please. The cold sting on the back of his head caused the fat ghoul to panic. Squelch! The sword pierced him. Su Xiao did neither hesitate nor care. He stepped off of the fat man and felt as if that ghoul's body was twitching. A pale green treasure chest floated on the body of the fat ghoul. Once he saw the treasure case, Su Xiao frowned. How was he so lucky to get a green treasure chest by killing an S-class ghoul? Putting away the treasure chest, Su Xiao's eyes focused on the second S-class ghoul present, the host, who was wearing a clown mask. After noticing Su Xiao's gaze, the ghoul wearing a clown mask said quickly, "Wait, I am a member of Tsukiyama family. You can't kill me." Chapter 55. The ghoul with the clown mask slowly retreated, his eyes showing hostility. He seemed to be confident now that he revealed his connection to the Tsukiyama family. Su Xiao understood a bit about Tsukiyama family. The Tsukiyama family was very powerful, in politics and in business, with extensive contacts and abundant resources. Ordinary people may be afraid of Tsukiyama family, but Su Xiao had no need to take them into consideration. Not to mention a mere member of the Tsukiyama family, he would even kill the head of the Tsukiyama clan. Furthermore, the most terrifying power in this world was the CCG, the faction Su Xiao joined, even if most of the native people didn't know that. The Tsukiyama family, now I'm terrified. Su Xiao's tone was scornful, he gradually approached the ghoul, sword in hand. The clown-masked ghoul was wary. "I will give you 1 billion yen, just let me go." As expected of a member of the Tsukiyama family. He was rich, and could easily give out 1 billion yen just like that. Su Xiao was still moving slowly. The clown-masked ghoul was not stupid though, and immediately realized that Su Xiao was not going to let him go. "If I survive this, I will use all of the family's power to kill you." The clown-masked ghoul's Kagun appeared, a Baikaku. He had 2 Kagun, they seemed strong, but were short. Among Kagun, Baikaku were relatively balanced, but they were neither overwhelmingly strong nor explosively fast. The ghoul tightened his fists and held them in front of him, getting into a fighter's stance. Ghouls that were good at using Baikaku were mostly well versed in close quarters combat, but the ghoul in front of him was obviously not one of them. Su Xiao could tell with one glance that this guy was a spoiled kid, not a good fighter at all. From how he kept looking around, it could be seen that the ghoul could not concentrate even when fighting. Su Xiao wanted to hurry this up, as there were more powerful enemies waiting for him. Most of the still living ghouls in the auction house had stopped trying to escape and looked at him with killing intent. Su Xiao used Dragon Flash to knock on the ground, startling the clown-masked ghoul, and then rushed at him. The clown-masked ghoul stiffened, he felt a little helpless. The bright sword's edge appeared in front of the clown-masked ghoul, who screamed and subconsciously tried blocking it with his Kagun. It was just a feint though. Su Xiao instead used his free left hand and punched the clown-masked ghoul's abdomen. As Su Xiao's fist fell into his lower abdomen, ghoul made a strange shout. "Boo!" When he noticed the sound of the ghoul starting to cry, Su Xiao was a bit stunned. This ghoul was actually crying? What a baby, how did someone like that become an S-class? The enemy cried, but did not get any mercy from Su Xiao, who stomped on the calf of the clown-masked ghoul. Crack! The bone broke and splinters pierced the muscles. Ahh! After letting out a high-pitched scream, the clown ghoul was consumed by fear and tried to run. Besides the fact that the auction house had been blocked, turning your back to your enemy while in battle was just asking for death. Squelch! Su Xiao pierced through the back of the clown-masked ghoul, who stopped moving. The clown mask slipped, revealing a handsome face. "I don't want to die, I still have so much money." With a bang, the ghoul fell to the ground, but didn't drop a treasure chest. Xiao thought it normal not to get a treasure chest from someone like this. He estimated that this guy could not beat even an experienced B-class ghoul. Su Xiao took out Dragon Flash, shook the blood off of the blade and took off the night vision device. The fire that the ghouls made had started to grow by now. Su Xiao turned and looked at the group of ghouls that were gathered together. "So, let's have fun." Su Xiao was smiling, his dark eyes glinted with red light as they reflected the fire. There were almost 100 ghouls in this place, and while most of them were B-class, there were more than 20 A-class ghouls present. If they rushed him together, they might pose a threat. Let's kill him. Even if we can't escape today, we will take him down with us. Yes, everything today is because of this bastard. Hundreds of ghouls released their kagun. Yukaku, Kaukaku, Rinkaku, and Baikaku, all were present. As there were a lot of enemies, Susiao could also just destroy them in other ways besides wasting a lot of time and effort by killing them himself, but he wouldn't get many contribution points if he didn't kill them himself. Because the CCG investigators outside could rush in to support him at any time, this was actually a good opportunity for him. He wanted to test his limits now. Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight. If you can kill me, you might get to live. Let's go, kill him. All it took was for that one ghoul to take the lead, and all other ghouls followed. Susiao took a deep breath as he faced the ghouls. Clang. His sword surprisingly got deflected by the kagun of a ghoul in the front of the mob. The ghouls were closing in. Susiao activated Azure Steel Shadow and fought with all his strength. The light blue energy wrapped around Dragon Flash, making this top-rated white weapon even sharper. Squelch, swish, snicked. 3 strikes passed and 3 heads flew. Susiao looked directly at a ghoul, which surprisingly was scared. With a strike, he cut his throat and turned to look for the next victim. Suddenly, his back was hit hard, causing Susiao to tumble a few steps forward. He was unable to tell exactly which ghoul hit him. Even though he had perceived the attack, he couldn't avoid it because there were too many ghouls attacking him at the same time. As blood seeped down the back of Susiao, he simply pulled off his ruined shirt. The attack just caused him to lose 6% of his HP, the injury was not serious. As Susiao was surrounded by the ghouls, while he was able to evade most of the ghouls' attacks, he could not avoid them all. His agility was 13 points, it not only increased his movement speed but also his reflexes. Compared with the injuries he suffered, the deaths and injuries on the ghoul's side were far greater. As long as a ghoul was hit with the sword in Susiao's hand, it either died or was disabled. Under the fear of death, the ghouls grew increasingly hysterical. This is human blood. He is human. His vitality will be exhausted sooner or later. He is hurt, don't give up. In this battle, the ghouls had surprisingly formed a temporary camaraderie. Susiao dodged a hit, then grabbed the neck of a ghoul, and using his 13 points of strength, he directly broke the neck of the ghoul with a loud crack. Susiao held the body of the ghoul in his left hand and used it as an improvised shield to continue fighting. After 3 minutes, there were still more than 70 ghouls alive, and Susiao had 72% HP remaining. After 5 minutes, there were more than 40 ghouls on the field and Susiao had 46% HP remaining. After 10 minutes, there were only a dozen ghouls remaining, while Susiao had only 28% HP left. Susiao gasped heavily, blood dripped down from the corners of his mouth. Fighting hundreds of ghouls at once was different from fighting a single SSS class ghoul. It was completely different. When besieged by hundreds of ghouls, there would always be some in a blind spot behind him, he could only avoid their attacks with intuition and from the sound they made when attacking. If all of the hundreds of ghouls were attacking from the front, Susiao would never be in such a sorry state. He almost died during the fight. It was the first time Susiao experienced a group fight. In this matter, his previous experience was somewhat inadequate, but learning in battle was a very fulfilling thing to him. The remaining dozen or so ghouls looked at Susiao, completely terrified. No, no, don't come over. We surrender. These ghouls were so afraid of Susiao that they surprisingly wanted to surrender. Since the battle had already reached this level, there was no possibility of surrender. There were only 2 possible outcomes, it's either you or me. Susiao's sword rushed through the air, and after a startled cry another head was cut off. The auction house fell into a dead silence. Chapter 56. Outside the auction house, many investigators were anxiously waiting. They had never received such a strange order. During the entire raid, they were to only block and subsequently guard the exits. From inside, the sounds of fighting came incessantly, further pressuring them. Mato Akira was also anxious. She was pacing at the back entrance while murmuring to herself. What is happening inside? That damn Byakuya, that idiot. So what if he is strong? Even he can't fight with so many ghouls alone. 20 minutes had passed. The screaming from inside had turned to abnormal silence, which worried Mato Akira a little. Suddenly, Susiao's tired voice emerged from the Bluetooth headset, which Mato Akira was anxiously waiting for. Come in, start the cleanup and put down the fire. Put down the fire. Mato Akira was bewildered, but she still ordered her group to unblock the back entrance. The back door opened and Mato Akira led a large group of investigators inside. As soon as they entered the auction house, Mato Akira noticed the strong smell of blood, causing her beautiful eyebrows to wrinkle. Mato Akira's footsteps became faster as she almost ran to the lobby of the auction house. Byakuya. The scene stunned her. There mountains of bodies almost randomly placed over the whole place, and on one pile of bodies sat a man with a cigarette in his hand. This cruel scene forced Mato Akira to subconsciously stumble a few steps back. Mato Akira had seen many bodies, but she had never seen such a horrible scene before. Something like this should have only appeared during the ancient cold weapon wars. While Mato Akira was approaching Susiao, she suddenly felt her foot was slipping and almost fell down. Looking at the ground, she noticed that the whole ground had been coated with a layer of blood. What are you doing? Start cleaning up the bodies. Susiao threw away the cigarette in his hand and stashed his dragon flash, having already cleaned it. Yes. Mato Akira subconsciously straightened her body. Those investigators were also shocked by the scene in front of them, but their mental qualities were excellent. They brought in piles of body bags and started the cleanup process. Susiao moved his sore body. He had thoroughly tested his limits during this fight. When fighting more than 100 ghouls at once, it would just be hard for him to deal with. If, however, the number of ghouls exceeded 200, he would die. Before, when the lights in the auction hall went out, he used the night vision device to seize the opportunity to kill as many ghouls as he could. Furthermore, the two S-class ghouls did not join forces to attack him together. If they had done so, or taken command over the other ghouls to fight Susiao in a coordinated manner, the result would have been totally different. The situation tonight seemed to be him overestimating himself, but Susiao was not doing this without a plan. If he gave the order, a large number of investigators would rush into the auction house at moment's notice. E/N, what if one of the ghouls had managed to break his phone or headset? He was confident that he could persist for a long time even under the siege of this many ghouls. Susiao understood his advantages, those being his strength, speed, and combat experience. If he had fought them one by one, he most likely wouldn't have been injured. However, in a group battle, because his vitality was not that high, and his defense wasn't that strong, he would be at a disadvantage. No one was perfect. Right now, Susiao already balanced the development of 3 attributes. If he were to raise his vitality too, the speed of progress would slow down, and he would fall behind other contractors. Susiao was a hunter, so he had to be stronger than other contractors at the same level. How could he hunt the targets otherwise? Sitting down in one of CCG's cars, Susiao observed the investigators who were cleaning up the bodies. It took quite a while to clean up the auction house. He would take this opportunity to take a break and restore his HP, which sat at only 27% currently. Taking out the golden fried rice, the restorative food was in a static form. It needed to be activated before it could be eaten. After he activated the golden fried rice, the outer layer of the golden fried rice broke open and dissipated into the air, and it turned out the golden fried rice was surprisingly still steaming. A strange smell emerged from it. Su Xiao could not help but swallow. This smelled really delicious. Taking out the chopsticks he prepared in advance, Su Xiao tried to take a bite. The rice was wrapped in soft egg, with the rice being slightly harder. The taste was excellent. The aroma of the rice and eggs were perfectly mixed together. After Su Xiao took a bite, he couldn't help but take a second bite. This golden fried rice was extremely delicious. It was a food produced in the world of Shokuji no Soma. It was so incredibly delicious that people would commit a crime just to eat it once. Su Xiao suddenly had the idea to kidnap a chef from that world. He was shaking his head with a wry smile. Improving his strength was the most important thing. With enough strength, he won't be worried about obtaining delicious food. Unconsciously, he already finished the golden fried rice in his hand, and he felt satisfied. After drinking a bottle of mineral water, Su Xiao leaned back on the seat with satisfaction. What was better than eating a good meal after a good fight? Enjoying the feeling of warmth in his stomach, his HP gradually recovered. With the recovery of his HP, Su Xiao's injuries began to heal quickly. What is this smell? Something smells really good. Suzuijozo ran over, and his nose twitched. Suzuya, get in the car, we're about ready to go back to the branch. Although Suzuijozo was eccentric, he obeyed his orders. Were you eating something? Can you give me some? Suzuijozo's head poked in his vision as he looked at Su Xiao with a smile. Tomorrow, I will give you a big meal. He still needed these people to follow him to clear the 14th district. It was necessary to properly draw those people to his side. He killed a lot of ghouls by now. There was a rule in the CCG that one could get a lot of money as a bonus when killing ghouls. This was very reasonable. Being an investigator was a high-risk job, more like a highest-risk job, but the salary was high enough to make people take the risks. After promising to give Suzuijozo a treat, Su Xiao began to sum up the gains and losses of this battle. He got total of 372 contributions points from this fight. He now stood at rank 1 investigator, contribution points, 897/2000. He still needed 1103 contribution points to complete the task. He got one green treasure case, but even though he killed more than 100 ghouls, they did not drop any white treasure chests. He began to ponder whether he was lucky or unlucky after thinking about this. Until now, while he opened many chests, besides some specific items, he did not get anything good. The sword he was using, Dragon Flash, was not from a treasure chest. The soul crystal, small, was obtained because the gap between him and the monster was too large. He got the roar of evil spirits, green, from Gecko's treasure chest, but it was important to know that Gecko was an important character to the protagonist's development. Killing Gecko got him a lot of world source. Even so, he only got a green ring with a score of 21. This. Su Xiao sighed. He suddenly noticed that he qualified as a boss character. Fortunately, he was not that unlucky, his just wasn't particularly lucky. With a bitter smile, Su Xiao no longer thought about these things. The bodies in the auction house were cleaned up at 1 a.m., and after those investigators of the CCG assembled, the team returned to the branch. This was undoubtedly a brilliant victory. There were no casualties, and all enemy combatants were killed. Many of the investigators were smiling and looked at Su Xiao with awe. The cars were driving on the otherwise empty streets at midnight. The world seemed particularly quiet under the dim light. Su Xiao, who was sitting on the front passenger seat, suddenly felt an inexplicable lurch, as if his body was suddenly free-falling. The danger was approaching from below. Su Xiao did not hesitate to open the door. He immediately jumped out and rolled on the asphalt road to stabilize his body. There was another figure that jumped out of the car with Su Xiao. That was Suzuijozo. Boom! The car suddenly exploded, the explosive force so strong it lifted of and rolled over several times before stopping. There was a huge crater in the road. Apparently the explosives were not hidden under the car, but underground. Fire was illuminating the area and a strange, scorching smell was mixed with the smell of gunpowder. Su Xiao immediately discerned that this was the burning taste of polyisobutylene. Someone had buried a C4 plastic bomb on his way. There was at least one contractor who wanted to kill him, but if they thought they could kill him with just that, they were naive. Dragon Flash appeared in Su Xiao's hands as he looked around vigilantly. He had just rested in the car for more than an hour, and he recovered about 80% of his total strength. His HP too had been restored, after eating the restorative food earlier. Su Xiao had long guessed that a contractor was going to attack him, but he did not know when or how. So earlier, when his HP was very low, he did not hesitate to eat the expensive restorative food, just in case. It seemed that he was right. If he had still been in that weakened state, he might have died just now. Chapter 57. With this explosion, the cars of CCG stopped, and the investigators holding rifles rushed out of the car, using the door to cover, and watched their surrounding with vigilance. Byakuya, are you okay? Mato Akira held her quinqua and ran toward him. Su Xiao hid behind a car and signaled to Mato Akira that she should not come close. The explosion just happened, maybe just a test. The contractor wanted to try whether he can kill Su Xiao or not. Now there were a large number of investigators following Su Xiao. Unless the contractor was silly, he wouldn't fight right now. The power of these hundreds of investigators was absolutely not to be underestimated. Unless the contractor could solve them in a short time, he had no choice in killing him. The street was surprisingly quiet, only the burning sound of the vehicle. It seems like someone wants to kill us. Why? Zhou Suzui looked out with eagerness. Just as Su Xiao observed and prepared to find out the general position of the enemy, the contractor surprisingly attacked him directly. A green shockwave spread out suddenly, sweeping Su Xiao in a short time. You are attacked by natural anger, judging the intelligence attribute. Intelligence attribute is higher than 10 points, immune sleep effect. You are immune to the control of natural anger and your vitality is restored to 100%. After the green shockwave, the ghouls investigators next to Su Xiao began to fall down one after another. These people did not die, they just fell asleep, and they slept very sweetly, and their bodies were full of green light. Zhou Suzui next to Su Xiao seemed drunk, his body kept shaking. With a tenacious consciousness, Zhou Suzui surprisingly did not fall asleep. Su Xiao grabbed Zhou Suzui's head and slammed it against the door. Boom! A hole appeared on the car's door, a stream of blood fell along from Zhou Suzui's white hair. Zhou Suzui's confused eyes gradually returned to normal, and he looked at Su Xiao with doubt. Su Xiao still grabbed the head of Zhou Suzui. Did you wake up? If Zhou Suzui is not awake, he is ready to do it again. Zhou Suzui nodded, so Su Xiao loosened his hand. What happened? I want to sleep. Zhou Suzui was not angry. Instead, he approached Su Xiao. Suzui, there will be enemies, try to help me block one or two, even if those people are not ghouls, you can still kill them, understand? Zhou Suzui nodded. This is the reason why Su Xiao took Suzui. This little white-haired boy had almost no concept of right and wrong. If it is Mato Akira, she will never accept this kind of order. For the ghoul investigators, there was a fundamental difference between killing ghouls and killing humans. You hide here and wait for my order. While Su Xiao talked, he took Mato Akira's quinqua and threw it to Zhou Suzui. Mato Akira was already asleep, and it seemed that she had no immunity to the sleeping effect. Su Xiao stood up and took Dragon Flash out of the car. He concentrated to the limit. The street was quiet, only those ghouls investigators who had already fallen asleep were on site. The person came prepared. The person first used explosives to block the road, and then launch group control attack, weakening half of Su Xiao's strength. In an alley a few hundred meters away, the green-dressed girl, Leaves looked at a piece of parchment in her hand. The parchment was full of mysterious patterns, very delicate, but there were large cracks on the parchment. That was a green skill scroll that could only be used once. Queen's sister, if the guy doesn't drop the blood card, we will lose a lot. The queen's red lips were lifted. It doesn't matter, even if he does not drop the blood card, the follow-up source of the world is enough to compensate for our losses, and it can make a big profit, and you will receive a healing staff. Leaves heard the word healing staff, and the two eyes immediately lit up, but she suddenly thought of something. Forget it, I want to resurrect Squeaking first, it will cost a lot. The queen's face was dim, she knew the price of resurrecting Squeaking. Well, when this is over, we will resurrect Squeaking. Leaves was a little touched, she just wanted to talk, but the queen raised a hand and interrupted her. The guy came out, Black-White, are you ready to attack? The queen took out a metal shield which is as high as a door and was ready to fight with the enemy. Got it? On the roof of a building, Black-White lied on the edge of the roof, and a thick brown cloth was placed under her body. The Black-White spat out the gum in her mouth, the long purple ponytail was scattered behind her back, and her white fingers tapped on her temple. Buzz. The sound of precision machinery came. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A small piece of headgear appeared on Black-White's head. A pair of detection devices appeared in front of her right eye. It was similar to night vision devices, but the mirrors shined with red light. This was green equipment with night vision, thermal vision, ultrasonic detection, and many other functions. It was an ideal equipment for snipers. Black-White's slender fingers were placed on the trigger of the sniper rifle, and the red cross shape in the scope was aimed at Su Xiao. Black-White had not dared to do this before, because Su Xiao's perception was too sharp. Su Xiao, who walked on the street, suddenly stopped, all of his hair straightened. He was stared at by someone, and that person was aiming something at him. Su Xiao began to perceive the source of danger by intuition, and soon he locked the approximate position, on his upper left. Looking at the direction, he only saw a building. Black-White threw the sight of the sniper rifle, seeing Su Xiao looked up, and was looking directly at her, she was a bit speechless. The hateful intelligence is too high. When she was talking, Black-White pressed the trigger. Su Xiao still stood in the same place, the dangerous feeling reached its limit, suddenly, he felt that something will pierce his heart. Boom! A gunshot smashed through the night sky. A strong wind slid across his shoulder and brought a stream of heat. On the asphalt road behind him, a hole of 10 centimeters in diameter was directly blasted, and the asphalt splashed. Sniper! Su Xiao could escape this shot. It was not that his speed was faster than bullets. Instead, he made a dodging action in advance. It was a prejudgment. Su Xiao, who had stood in the same place, suddenly rushed to the source of danger. Boom, boom, boom. Black-White shot 3 shots, but only one shot broke Su Xiao's sleeves. The distance between the two people quickly became closer, from the original 700 meters to 400 meters. Black-White's head was numb, as she had the feeling of being stared at by a beast. Black-White fingers quickly pulled the trigger. But Su Xiao seemed to be able to predict the trace of the bullet in advance, several shots were all avoided by him. Between life and death, Su Xiao's perception was becoming more and more precise, reaching an unprecedented level. Where the unknown sniper was aiming for the next shot, Su Xiao will have a vaguely sting in that position, which was the key for him to avoid bullets. Queen, this guy's perception is strong, I can't lock him, help me buy some time. No problem. Queen, who hid in the alley, nodded. Leaves, you continue to hide here, look for opportunities to heal me. Leaves nodded, and before Queen left the alley, a green glow appeared in Leaves' hand. Honor badge. Queen's body was wrapped by green light, and the muscles in her arms were obviously strengthened. I am going, check my HP. Queen screamed and rushed out of the alley towards Su Xiao. Queen's physical attributes were her main attribute. Her speed was not fast, but on the way to Su Xiao, her speed was getting faster and faster, and finally, she almost became a residual image. Su Xiao noticed Queen, who was rushing quickly. He could only give up the unknown sniper temporarily. Suzwia, go to the roof of the mall and solve the enemy above. Chapter 58. Queen tightened her hold on the shield as she slammed it towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao's body lowered slightly as he stabilized his center of gravity. This person was very fast. It was too late to dodge. Dragon Flash appeared in front of him as he prepared to deal with the shield. Queen was like a wild bison, hitting Su Xiao head-on. Su Xiao held the sword with one hand and placed his other hand on the back of the blade to stabilize it. Xing. As the two collided together, the sharp sword met the shield, and the asphalt road under their feet suddenly cracked. Your strength is not bad. Su Xiao put power into his hands and pressed towards Queen. Queen was a physically strong person, but her strength could not compare with Su Xiao. As such, she was forced to compete with Su Xiao by using her combat skills. Queen's pretty face reddened from effort, yet she was continuously pushed back by Su Xiao. The iron boots on her feet created sparks as it ground against the asphalt. You will not have a chance to hurt my teammates while I'm here. She was not strong, but she was quite obdurate. Su Xiao continued to exert strength into his hands. Queen could no longer support herself and squatted down with one knee to the ground. She used the name Queen, because she thought herself and wanted to be seen as a strong, capable woman, but now she was surprisingly forced to kneel in front of Su Xiao. She certainly could not tolerate that. I'll kill you. Queen tried to escape, but with the absolute power gap between them, she seemed powerless. Su Xiao grabbed the edge of Queen's shield with one hand and was ready to pull the giant shield aside. He won't cut through her shield. This was not a game. His strength was higher than Queen's. As such, he certainly could use brute force to take care of the shield, then he would cut her down. Queen was surprised. She had not encountered this kind of enemy before. He surprisingly grabbed the shield with his bare hands. Shouldn't they have a fierce battle first? Su Xiao pulled the shield in front of Queen to the side, and immediately afterwards Dragon Flash pricked into Queen's throat. At the moment he was about to strike, there was a vague stinging sensation on his upper back. It was the sniper. The time was too short. Suzwei had not rushed to the top of the building yet. Su Xiao decided. He turned and hid behind Queen's shield. Queen was so stunned she almost fell. Boom! The bullet hit the shield, which sunk in, but stopped the bullet. The shield was slightly deformed now and the small area where the bullet hit was even reddened. Su Xiao's hand was a little numb because of the power behind the bullet. Taking this opportunity, Queen pulled on her shield and separated from Su Xiao. She then took a few steps back. This female shield warrior, with her high physical strength, had never encountered this kind of weird enemy before. He surprisingly robbed her of her shield as soon as they faced each other. While Queen was feeling humiliated, she also felt a bit awkward. She decided that after returning to the Reincarnation paradise, she must increase her strength attribute a bit. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing should her shield be taken away by her enemy again. If she did not desperately grab onto the shield, it would no longer be in her hands, and even with her extremely high vitality, she would be killed. Cooperation between the shield warrior and the sniper, how interesting. It was the first battle against contractors for Su Xiao, but he had a general understanding of the contractors now. The female shield warrior in front of him may have only strengthened one attribute and was only responsible for defense, while the main attacker was the sniper. This was a good combination. With another auxiliary occupation, it would be perfect. Su Xiao was not afraid of these enemies. His combat power and vitality surpassed them. While other contractors formed combat teams with many people, Su Xiao himself was a combat unit. Leaves, switch to strength. Don't boost vitality anymore, this bastard is grabbing my shield. Queen's tone was somewhat helpless, stunning Leaves, who hid in the alley, but she immediately switched the aura, changing from the original vitality aura to a strength aura. You shameless man, how dare you try to fight me? Queen posed with her shield heroically raised. I am curious about one thing, what is this changing aura on your body? In addition to the sniper, do you have other teammates? When Queen heard Su Xiao's words, she kept her face as usual, there was no change. At this time, if she were to reveal too much emotion, Leaves may be exposed. Leaves was weak, she was unable to directly fight with enemies. Stupid, this is the aura of this queen. Su Xiao smiled. Really? Let me guess, where could your third teammate be? Queen sneered, trying to show disdain, but she was actually a little anxious. If it is me, where would I hide my auxiliary companions? On the roof? In buildings? Alleys? Su Xiao seemed to randomly guess, but he was testing the shield warrior in front of him. He didn't know how many people they had, he just guessed. Giving the enemy mental pressure during battle was very important advantage. Don't talk nonsense. Queen shouted and rushed to Su Xiao with her shield. This time, Queen was a lot smarter, slowing down her pace and pursuing stability. Su Xiao just squinted at the female shield warrior in front of him, not ready to focus on her, as there was still the sniper. Su Xiao suddenly ran into the other direction and pulled away from Queen. Queen was worried, what she was most afraid of had happened. The man in front of her did not fight against her, but was going ahead to attack her teammates instead. Don't think about leaving. Queen lifted one hand up and a silver rope appeared in the palm of her hand. The silver rope was half transparent, the chain as thick as a finger. One side tied around Su Xiao's arm and then fused together. You are bound by the mystery rope, physical strength is judged. The strength of the user is 2.33 times higher than yours. You will not be able to move further than 30 meters away from the user. E/N, I don't get it, wasn't he stronger till now? Su Xiao's footsteps halted. He did not stop willingly, but was forced to. Su Xiao looked at the translucent silver rope on his arm. He tried to cut it, but there was no effect. Dragon Flash merely passed through the silver rope, apparently, it was not a solid item. I said, don't think about leaving. For the first time since the beginning of the fight, Queen had finally gained the upper hand, which inevitably excited her a little. Queen believed in Black-White's shooting skills. As long as she could force Su Xiao to stand in place, Black-White could kill him with a shot or two. Su Xiao looked at Queen with killing intent in his eyes. You really want to die? He had just killed hundreds of ghouls, so he easily fell into the proper mindset. His eyes flashed with coldness, surprising Queen. Inevitably, she thought about how many people he must have killed. Even in the derivative worlds, contractors killed at most a dozen or so people. Even so, most contractors suffered tremendous mental stress from that. Don't bluff, my strength may not be as good as yours, but if you want to kill me, well, you are just not qualified. Su Xiao moved his sore left arm, then cut the heavy battle suit he wore and threw it aside. He had to be serious. If he doesn't kill her quickly, he would waste too much time. He activated the skill Azure Steel Shadow. The contractor's vitality was not high, so the true damage from Azure Steel Shadow would work wonders against this contractor. The light blue arc rushed along the blade of Dragon Flash. Su Xiao's feet heavily impacted against the ground, as he rushed towards Queen. Before, when he fought Queen, he was not serious at all. It had always been his goal to get away from Queen, to kill her teammates first. Now that he was serious, Queen suddenly felt great pressure. Chapter 59. Leaves, watch my HP, this guy is probably a madman who kills people left and right. As Queen felt the pressure of the now serious Su Xiao, she felt regret. Maybe, the three of them should not have provoked this man. But with Su Xiao being alone in a faction, the benefits obtained after killing him would have been too great. As Queen was a LV.6 contractor and they were currently in a LV.3 world, it was inevitable that she acted rashly. Su Xiao suddenly rushed forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Queen raised her massive shield and positioned it between them. Su Xiao held his sword, but chose not to attack. Instead, he pushed the pommel with his left hand and stabbed the shield. E/N, it's called kashira or butt cap for Japanese swords, who knew? Clang. The tip of Dragon Flash got stuck in the shield. Although Dragon Flash was a top-class white weapon, it was still just white tier, while Queen used a green shield with a rating of 26. If not for Su Xiao's ridiculous attack power, it would have been impossible to put a dent on the shield. Looking at the tip of the blade that pierced through the shield, Queen's heart was bleeding. The price for repairing this green tier shield was just too expensive. In their early derivative worlds, few contractors developed their physical attributes. Few could bear staying on the front lines, taking blows. That's not considering the pain one had to bear, just being beaten on without fighting back, only able to hold the massive shield, was frustrating to no end. But it has its advantages. As the contractor grew stronger, he or she would be able to block most attacks with ease, causing attackers to despair. Therefore, being a shield warrior stayed a viable path in group fights. Some stable adventure groups, for example, would cultivate a small number of contractors into shield warriors. Fortunately, there was not too much need for the shield warriors. An adventure group of 10 people had at most one shield warrior and possibly another one in reserve. After all, in the derivative worlds, killing was still the primary goal. After Dragon Flash pierced into the shield, Su Xiao kicked against the front with full force. Bang! A muffled sound rang, and Queen was forced to take several steps back. Su Xiao's attack just now was to test his enemy's defenses. Her defense was beyond his imagination, he would need to fight strategically from now on. The sniper on the roof hadn't shot for quite some time now, it seemed like Su Xiao had found her. As Queen did not receive support for such a long time, she also noticed the abnormality. Black-white, black-white. Queen tried to contact Black-white, and got answered between heavy gasps. Queen, I can't support you for a while. An enemy found me. Who? The plot character, Jozo Su Xiao. Queen looked awkward after having lost Black-white's support. They didn't have any way to take Su Xiao down now. Give me 5 minutes. Black-white was very confident, and Queen seemed to believe in her wholeheartedly. I'll try to hold on for 5 minutes. Queen took out a bottle of medicine and drank it. Although leaves could treat her at any time, Su Xiao's attacking power, which could break the shield's defenses, caused her to be very wary. Su Xiao rushed forward again as Queen was answering Black-white. Queen immediately counterattacked. The shield in her hand waved forward as a white glow spread on top of the shield. Holy shield rush! Queen shouted, then held the shield tightly and rushed at Su Xiao. This attack could be said to be a heavy attack, as the shield rushed forward to Su Xiao. Su Xiao was aware of the extraordinariness of this attack. This may even be a skill. The shield with the golden light gradually drew closer to him, but Su Xiao greeted it without hesitation. Just as the shield was about to hit Su Xiao, he jumped up, stepping on top of the shield with one foot, and performing a backflip using the shield as a springboard. After landing smoothly, he noticed that Queen's skill was already over. Queen, behind the shield, looked at Su Xiao with an unbelieving expression. How could you escape the skill? Queen's holy shield rush had already marked Su Xiao, and this skill should absolutely hit after it marked the enemy. Su Xiao did not answer, but gradually approached the Queen. This contractor was very dependent on skills, but she did not know that skills should only be used to assist during a fight. In a battle, one needed to adapt to situations as they come and use combat experience to fight the enemy. The reincarnation paradise was not a game, and a skill's usefulness would change according to the situation. The dodge Su Xiao had just performed was only based on his understanding of battle, not on a skill. Skills do not matter. Su Xiao stepped forward and kicked at the shield again. Even with the strength increasing aura, she still had to take a few steps back, and her posture was unstable. Taking this opportunity, Su Xiao's figure moved, his agility allowed him to move behind Queen. Switching from a one-handed stance to a two-handed one, Su Xiao pierced into Queen's back with all his power. E/N, I could make a joke here. With a sickening sound, Dragon Flash broke through Queen's armor, the long blade piercing Queen's flesh. The special energy of Azure Steel Shadow invaded Queen's body. Queen's HP instantly decreased by 27%, this attack was extremely harsh. The sharpness of the weapon itself, increased by the strength of Su Xiao, and further increased by the added true damage of Azure Steel Shadow. The pain of the mana burn from Azure Steel Shadow forced Queen to scream in pain while she tried to take a few steps forward to increase the distance to Su Xiao. But Su Xiao would never miss such a good opportunity. Aiming at the back of Queen's neck, he attacked yet again. Azure Steel Shadow burned another 10 points of the Queen's mana, again causing 10 points of true damage. The severe pain caused by Azure Steel Shadow the first time did not yet fade, and then another new pain came. The pain of the two severe strikes were superimposed. Queen's face was pale, but the excessive pain surprisingly gave her strange kind of pleasure. This second strike caused Queen to lose 31% of her HP. If this were to continue, Queen would die within the next two attacks. Su Xiao's third strike arrived when Queen had not yet adapted to the pain she felt. Dragon Flash cut through the air with a horrible sound. As Queen heard the sound, she tried her best to bite off the bottle of medicine in her mouth and forced herself to swallow it together with the broken glass. Squelch. Blood sprayed out. This attack was even harsher, and Queen lost almost 34% of her HP again. After 3 consecutive attacks, Queen felt like she was going to die. Not because of the multiple slashes, but because the pain that spread in her body almost crushed her. The terrible part of Azure Steel Shadow appeared here. As long as an attack connects, unbelievable pain will be caused by the mana burn, and the target couldn't bear that pain. There was no way it would survive against Su Xiao. Queen seemed desperate as Su Xiao's fourth attack arrived. Her armor was like paper in front of Su Xiao's sword, and the true damage of Azure Steel Shadow was doing its job. After his 4 consecutive attacks failed to kill the enemy, Su Xiao was surprised. This shield warrior was pretty tough. Gecko would never have lived after taking 4 attacks. He attacked again. This time, a slender arm flew up, the large shield still attached. He had cut off the arm which had the shield attached to it. This attack, because it was aimed at the body, only cost her 16% of her HP. If Queen didn't have that medicine, she would be dead by now. But even so, she had mere 19% of her life value left. When Su Xiao was going to do his 5th attack, a green ball of light suddenly flew from the distance and entered Queen's body. Queen's HP quickly recovered now, from the original 19% to 34%, and it continued to climb up. She finally appeared. Your third teammate. Su Xiao slashed at Queen yet again, but she had recovered from the excessive pain with the help of the green light ball. She rolled and dodged Su Xiao's attack. You pervert. Queen gasped heavily and leaned forward, supporting herself with one hand as her blood dripped on the road. She said that she would resist for 5 minutes, but only 30 seconds had passed so far and she had already almost died under Su Xiao's attacks. If not for leaves healing her, she would be dead by now. Chapter 60. Under a street lamp, lots of insects were swarming in the light. It was midnight, the street was quiet, until a gunshot destroyed the silence of the night. Su Xiao looked towards the origin of the gunshot. It should have come from Su Zuizhou fighting the contractor. He pressed a button on the Bluetooth headset on his ear. Suzwaya. But no one answered. Maybe Suzwaya Jozo accidentally dropped the headsets while fighting, Su Xiao thought. He did not know how strong the sniper was, but Suzwaya Jozo should be able to stop that person for a while. The most important thing right now was to get rid of the shield warrior in front of him. After getting a heal from Leaves, Queen's HP returned to 67%. It has to be said that Leaves' healing powers were truly great. Queen looked at Su Xiao with vigilance. She had already picked up the shield, but because one of her arms was cut off by Su Xiao, her posture when holding the shield was a bit awkward. With 3 attributes balanced, it should be impossible to be so strong, and there is also that blue light that causes terrible pain. If I'm not wrong, you already have a job. Queen had experienced 3 derivative worlds and had seen a lot. Who knows? What Su Xiao wanted to do right now was to kill the hidden supporting contractors. Because of the restraint of the silver rope, he couldn't get away more than 30 meters from Queen. What an annoying combo. This female shield warrior was very resistant to attacks, and with the supporting contractor out of reach, he could not kill her so easily. The situation of Suzwaya Jozo was not clear either, so he had to finish this fast. Su Xiao rushed in front of Queen, turned the sword in his hand, and hit the shield with the sword's handle. Boom! A muffled sound echoed and Queen's arm was put under great pressure. Against enemies with shields, blunt attacks were far more effective than slashes. Queen gritted her teeth as she struggled against Su Xiao. Su Xiao did not push against her. He had also suffered some minor injuries since the battle started. While he had used the shield to escape the powerful bullets, his HP had nonetheless dropped to 85% during the fight. He avoided her counter push by dodging sideways, and grabbed the edge of the shield with his left hand. Queen couldn't help but be startled and, in her mind, yelled again. Having grabbed onto the edge of Queen's shield, Su Xiao's eyes drooped and a smirk emerged on his face. As a shield warrior, you can't even properly hold a shield. It's better if you just die. Su Xiao pulled with his left hand, while Dragon Flash in his right hand raced forward. Queen now had 2 choices, the first was to give up her shield, and the second was to allow herself to be stabbed by Su Xiao. If she gave up on the shield, she would be completely exposed to Su Xiao. The powerful attacks of Su Xiao forced Queen into desperation. But if she were to hold on to she would be stabbed by Su Xiao. In the end, Queen chose to give up on the shield, and stepped back to avoid Su Xiao's sword. After successfully getting Queen's shield, Su Xiao threw it into the distance. When he threw it, the door-sized metal shield crashed into a shop on the other side of the street. The shop was a mess, as the shield had crashed into a row of shelves and bottles of shampoo were strewn around. Queen stood in silence, thought for a few seconds, and said, "Today, we were the one to provoke you, so I'm willing to pay 10,000 paradise coins as compensation. Let's just stop this, we may both suffer great losses if we continue." After discovering that Su Xiao was not easy to fight with, Queen chose to pay to leave. Pay the money first. Su Xiao intended to cheat her. Okay. A notification of the Reincarnation Paradise appeared in front of Su Xiao. Contractor no. Apply to form a temporary contract with you. In this derivative world, you will not be allowed to attack members of Team Star. Members of Team Asterisk are forbidden from any behavior that is detrimental to you. After this contract is set up, contractor no. Will pay you 10,000 paradise coins as a one-time bonus. Hint, this contract is notarized by the Reincarnation Paradise, as such it cannot be violated. Hint, the contract was written by the initiator. Please read it carefully. After signing the contract, if it is violated, the Reincarnation Paradise will give punishments. Breach of contract punishment, deduction of 300,000 paradise coins. Sign the contract, yes/no. Su Xiao was surprised as he read the contract. Who knew the reincarnation paradise had such a function? Through questioning it, he found out he may also write up a contract, but it cost 50 paradise coins to do so. This contract issued by Queen, Susiao chose to refuse it. He originally wanted to cheat her after all, but he did not expect the reincarnation paradise to have such a function of setting up and guarding such contracts. Since these enemies chose to attack him, he must not let them go. After noticing that Susiao refused the contract, Queen's face changed. What is the meaning of this? What do you mean? I am going kill you, of course. Susiao took out a salted rice ball and swallowed it down at once. This salted rice ball could restore 10% of his HP, it was a good supplement. Don't force me. Queen's voice was a bit cold. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Susiao, who was holding his blade, suddenly laughed. After burying a bomb on my route, you surprisingly said that I should not force you. Ha, if I don't cut off your head, this battle will never end. Susiao's eyes turned as he looked at an alley not far away. You can hide there for now, but after I've killed her, the next one is you. Susiao looked really scary right now. Leaves, hiding in the alley, was trembling in fear. Leaves, who was only a scout and support, couldn't fight at all, so she was not particularly brave or courageous. Queen also knew that what she said was wrong, and stopped talking, but she now had a test tube in her hand as well as a knight's sword. There was a bright red liquid in the test tube, which was somewhat viscous. Leaves, check on my HP. Queen yelled. She then raised her head and drank the liquid from the test tube. Ugh, disgusting. After Queen drank the unknown liquid, several marks appeared on her face, and dark red energy appeared on the surface of her body. This power. Within just a few seconds, Queen's dark eyes had turned into blood red, beast-like eyes. An extremely ominous aura appeared. Susiao did not immediately rush at her but used basic detection instead. 10 points of mana have been consumed. Basic detection has been activated. You've obtained the following information. Contractor, 11,740. Mad state. Strength, 6 plus 10. Agility, 5 plus 10. Vitality. Intelligence, 5. Charm, 6. Skill 1, Bloodlust, temporary passive, lose 3% of max HP per second. When the HP falls to less than 5%, the skill will be forcefully lifted. Skill 2, Inferior Blood of the Fox Spirit, temporary passive, strength, agility, vitality plus 10. Skill 3, Judgment, temporary passive, a random attribute is chosen to be judged. If not one of the 3 strengthened attributes, the user will fall into a berserk state. The random attribute's judgment will be redone every 10 seconds. Skill 4. Skill 5. Skill 6. Susiao's mouth twitched. Just what did this woman drink? It surprisingly gave her a passive skill which could add 10 points in strength, agility, and vitality. Although the woman's combat power soared, it was not easy to bear. Losing 3% of her total HP per second meant that she would die after mere 34 seconds. Of course, there was still that supporting contractor nearby, so the time will be extended. Roar. Queen was somewhat unlucky. The third skill was activated, and the attribute chosen was Charm. She didn't pass the judgment. Chapter 61. Susiao's eyes were slightly widened. Provoking the contractor in front of him right now might now be the wisest choice. Queen continually made low humming sounds while she sat on the ground, wrapped in a layer of dark red energy. This energy had no stable shape, it was like a loose coat. The knight sword that Queen took out before had been thrown aside. Queen's original idea was to drink the liquid to increase her attributes and then fight with Susiao in close quarters, using her heightened attributes to kill Susiao. Unfortunately, Queen's bad luck did not let her pass the judgment and she fell into a berserk state. From her blood-red eyes, it seemed Queen had lost her mind. Now the person closest to her was Susiao, so naturally, Queen was staring at him. On Queen's slender fingers were sharp claws, and 4 canine-like teeth dotted out of her mouth. Through the previous detection, Susiao learned that Queen's strength was at 16 points, her agility at 15, while her vitality was too high to be measured by him. Her strength was higher than his by 3 points, and her agility was 2 points higher as well. It would still be somewhat possible to cope. Susiao took a deep breath and stared at Queen, who was becoming more of a beast by the minute. Roar! It was a threatening roar again. Although Queen had lost her mind, the beast's instinct let her realize that provoking Susiao wasn't the best idea. Susiao was not afraid of any character of the world of Tokyo Ghoul. He even dared to fight head-on with Takatsuki-sen, not to mention a contractor who took some medicine. He spent a lot of paradise coins in the trial field to summon Koshiro's image, and his sword skills progressed a lot. The practical skills that Koshiro taught him improved along with his strength. He had practiced sword skills for 3 years and had good combat experience even before entering the Reincarnation paradise. After Koshiro's training, his combat experience had grown even more abundant. Most contractors used their paradise coins to buy equipment or skills, while Susiao used them to get combat skills. Somehow, Queen now gave off the impression of a fox. "Come on, little foxy. I will kill you." Queen said this sentence word by word. Susiao did not know whether it was instinctive or some remnants of her consciousness. Susiao stood in place, he did not choose to attack first. The opponent lost 3% of her HP per second, so time worked in Susiao's favor. A green light flew out from the street and fell onto Queen's body. Her HP bar once again increased significantly. "Sigh, let's see how long you can hold on." Susiao began to circle Queen, always guarding against Queen's attack. After a few seconds, Queen seemed to realize that she was in danger, so she rushed Susiao. She turned into a red blur, and once Queen reappeared, she was already in front of Susiao. Susiao's eyes tightened and he slashed toward Queen as fast as he could. Squelch! The sharp dragon flash moved as if it had cut into a tire, only breaking the muscle tissue on the outermost layer of her arm. This vitality, sure enough, her vitality was pretty high. According to Susiao's estimation, Queen's vitality was at 24 points. When Queen used the mystery rope, the Reincarnation Paradise gave a note that the physical strength of the opponent was 2.33 times of his. Susiao's vitality was at 6 points. 2.33 times of 6 was 13.98, the display of attribute values was generally rounded off, so Queen's vitality should be around 14 points. After drinking the unknown bottle of liquid, Queen's vitality and the other 2 attributes gained plus 10 points, so Queen's current vitality should be 24 points. After her vitality risen to more than 20 points, there had been a dramatic change. The sharp dragon flash couldn't penetrate her defenses. Queen's arm was injured by Susiao, but the injury stopped bleeding within a few seconds and started healing immediately after. Hiss! Green smoke appeared from the wounds as they healed shut. Observing this incredible change, Susiao's mouth twitched. His opponent's resilience was really abnormal. After Queen was wounded, she was rooted in place, as if she was thinking about something. Her blood-red eyes trembled. 2 seconds later, the redness in Queen's eyes receded as they turned clear. This damn judgment, it finally fell on the strength attribute. Queen's third skill was activated again, and it seems she passed the judgment this time, as she regained consciousness. "Leaves, don't hide anymore. Come out, as long as I don't die, he can't hurt you." There was the mystery rope between Queen and Susiao, so Leaves came out from the alley. Leaves was in excellent shape, although her body was not fully grown and she was somewhat flat. Her delicate face and the natural smell of her body gave Leaves a unique charm. Queen walked over to the knight's sword which laid the ground and stepped on the handle, causing the sword to bounce up. She then grabbed the hilt of the sword mid-flight. Leaves, give me sacred healing, then proceed with plan C. Upon hearing Queen's order, Leaves spread her arms as if hugging the air in front of her, and a large amount of green light was released from her body. The light converged on top of Leaves, forming two small birds, one green and one blue. The two birds flew over to Queen, each occupying a side as they circled over Queen's head. With the flight of two elemental birds, emerald green and azure light spots fell onto Queen's body. Queen had only 1/5 of her HP left because of the dot, but began to recover at a rapid rate. 3 seconds later, Queen returned to full health and stopped losing the 3% HP per second. That wasn't that the temporary passive of disappeared, but because Queen was now recovering more than 3% per second. This feeling is really good. Queen smiled, then she tilted her neck while she was looking at Suxiao. Are you ready to die now? Queen confidently smiled as she proclaimed Suxiao's death. Suxiao was obviously stunned and gave a bitter smile. Do you think that just because your attributes suddenly grew stronger, you are now my opponent? If Queen's strength or agility exceeded 20 points, Suxiao may not be able to keep up, because the force and speed would definitively crush him. But Queen had only more than 20 points of vitality, not to say that the vitality was a weak attribute, but Queen had a temporary passive which caused her to lose HP each second, which offset the benefits of her high vitality somewhat. Besides her strength and agility, which were only a bit higher than his, Queen was not a big threat to Suxiao. He just needed to pay attention to the skills that weren't detected before. In Suxiao's view, it was ridiculous that Queen, who was a shield warrior, fought with him using a sword now. Did Queen think that his sword mastery, LV.3, was just decoration? Suxiao spent most of his income from the world of One Piece on sword mastery. Dragon Flash made a clear sound as Suxiao rushed to Queen. He wanted to let this person know just what was like to battle. The sword sliced through the wind towards Queen's head, who subconsciously used her knight's sword to block. Ding! The crisp sound of metals colliding rang, sparks were creating where his sword crashed onto hers. Queen, having blocked Suxiao's attack, gained some confidence. But at this time, Queen suddenly felt pain in her lower abdomen, and her body was sent flying backwards. While she was flying through the air, there was a burning feeling on Queen's face, which was bruised. Boom! After Queen hit the road and rolled for a bit further, she immediately stood up, her eyes filled with wariness. She did not know what had happened just now. Suxiao lightly swung Dragon Flash to swipe the blood off and pointed it towards the ground. With that level in close combat, how dare you say that you will kill me? In battle, you can't hide behind a shield. And without the shield, you cannot fight at all. Queen was puzzled by Suxiao's attack. She didn't know why she suddenly went flying. After swallowing, Queen was forced to accept that the gap between her and that man wasn't just a gap of attributes and skills, but a gap in combat experience. I don't believe that your ability to restore HP is permanent, and once it disappears, you will die. At Suxiao's words, Queen looked bitter. It was true. I don't believe you can escape this attack. Queen stood still, held her sword with one hand and lifted it towards the sky. Holy sword! Queen's shout seemed very impressive. This was her most powerful offensive attack, which she used only in emergencies, like now. The night wind blew on Queen's long hair, but nothing happened after she shouted. What Queen didn't know, was that she currently only had 6 points worth of mana left. She couldn't use any skills at all after fighting Suxiao this long, as most of her mana was burned. This situation, with Queen, who was still raising her sword into the air, caused Suxiao to snicker. Chapter 62. Queen held her night sword pointed towards the sky, but nothing happened. There was no light flashing, no aura descending, no skill activated. Holy sword! Holy sword! Queen, a little stunned, put down the arm which she had been raising and stared flabbergasted at the sword in her hand. This scene was just too embarrassing for her. It's a really powerful attack. Su Xiao's ridicule caused Queen to snap out of her stupor in anger. At this time, Queen just noticed the reminder of the reincarnation paradise that she had no mana anymore. Queen couldn't understand the situation. From the start of the fight to the present, she had only used 3 skills. She was afraid that her mana would be insufficient before, so she had bought a necklace that increased her mana capacity by 30 points. Queen did not understand the situation, but Su Xiao knew that his skill Azure Steel Shadow burned his opponent's mana away. He did not understand just how effective it would be against sorcerers, but it had a miraculous impact against the shield warrior with low mana capacity. After a few hits, even if the opponent survived, that person would no longer be able to use skills. From a long time ago, Su Xiao had questions about one aspect of the occupation, the Shadow of the Law. The description caused him to think that it focused on fighting sorcerers, but just how was he to do so? If he could get close to the sorcerer, he could just continually slash at the sorcerer and overwhelm his opponent with the pain of Azure Steel Shadow burning his or her mana, but how would he be able to close in on the sorcerers? The skills of this job that were locked should solve this problem, otherwise the profession would be unqualified to be titled the Shadow of the Law. It was still too early for him to think about these things though. Right now, the first thing he needed to do, was to kill the enemy right in front of him. After Su Xiao determined that Queen had no mana anymore, he rushed forward straight away. Even though Queen had drunk the unknown potion and suddenly got stronger, she was still a tiger without teeth without her mana. As for the night sword in Queen's hand, Su Xiao just ignored it. Queen didn't know how to use the sword at all. Su Xiao rushed forwards and slashed at Queen's throat. The long blade sang as it moved through the air. Queen lifted her sword to defend herself, but she did not manage to block in time. Su Xiao's sword reached her and managed to cut a piece off of her ear. Her ear fell down while Queen felt a strange buzzing sound in her head. Su Xiao retreated a step after that hit. For his next attack, he would need to accumulate energy again. Su Xiao shot forward, got close to Queen, raised his left knee and slammed it into Queen's side just above her waist. He hit her just below her ribcage, a very fragile location for the human body. While Queen still felt dizzy from the cut, she was hit hard. How she felt at this moment could only be imagined. Su Xiao took a step back and jumped her again. This time he used his sword again, aiming at her chest. The slash cut open her armor and revealed her white skin. He drew blood once again, clouding Queen with great pain. But the energy bird flying above her head apparently had the effect of muting pain, since she still had some strength to fight back. Queen's consciousness was not strong enough though. An experienced warrior would have been able to ignore most pain in the midst of battle. "You bastard, go and die." Queen tried her best to attack with her sword. Su Xiao did not block her directly, but jumped aside, flexibly evading her sword. Su Xiao had just landed after dodging, when he jumped forwards again. He had avoided Queen's attack, now her weakness was exposed to Su Xiao. Squelch. He had managed to score a hit on her throat, causing a slightly deep cut and making her stagger backwards. HHGH, HGH. Queen gasped heavily. She felt like her lungs were on fire, her every breath was extremely difficult. Where'd your confident expression go? Su Xiao slowly approached Queen. From the start of the fight to the present, he seemed completely calm and in control. If it were the entire group of shield warrior, sniper, and support besiege him together, he would definitely not be so relaxed, but the most powerful among those three was the damage dealer, the sniper, who was currently fighting Suzuijuzo. The shield warrior in front of him was very good too, but in a close-ranged fight, she just wasn't Su Xiao's opponent. Su Xiao thought of it like this: if the development direction of most contractors was PvE, then his was full on PvP, and the reincarnation paradise engineered him to grow this way on purpose. He was a hunter after all, and as such would have to effectively fight contractors. A tank that was just good at defense, fought confidently against an experienced, skilled murderer, the result could be imagined. This is impossible. Whether it is attributes, equipment, or skills, I am superior to you. Why is this happening? Queen said this, unwilling to accept what was happening. Who knows, but the things over your head seemed to disappear. Suxiao wasn't quite as relaxed as he seemed. The female shield warrior in front of him was very hard to deal with after her vitality had reached 24 points. His sword couldn't break through her defenses as easily anymore. This was the first time he encountered something like this. It was a warning sign to Suxiao, that if the gap of the attribute values was too big, he may not be able to defeat his enemy even with his superior combat abilities. However, Queen was obviously not on this list. She only reached her current attributes after drinking a potion. The two elemental birds on the top of Queen's head cried out at the same time, before turning into light and melting into Queen's body. The healing effect had ended, her HP was now dropping rapidly. Seeing this scene, Leave's face turned pale. She didn't have much mana left and could only maintain Queen's HP for a few seconds. According to Queen's order, her remaining mana had other uses, which was their only hope of victory now. Just as Queen and Leaves were showing their desperation, Suxiao rushed to Queen and pressured her with his sword. At this critical juncture, Queen heard a voice which let her feel relief. "Queen, I got rid of my opponent." Black-White breathed heavily and coughed a few times as she said this. "Did you kill Zhou Suzuya?" Queen was overjoyed. "No, that guy is very difficult to kill. He managed to escape in the end, but he is seriously injured." Although she did not kill Zhou Suzuya, Queen did not care, because Black-White would now be able to help in this fight. Queen yelled and threw away the sword she had been holding onto. She went at Suxiao as if she was rushing towards certain death. Suxiao was surprised. He thought her actions must have some reason behind them, so he subconsciously retreated. Even though he started retreating a few steps, his sword pierced Queen's lower abdomen. Suxiao tried to pull Dragon Flash free, but Queen's hands held onto it without any signs of letting go. Queen's fingers were almost cut off, but she did not care. She continued rushing at Suxiao, and then hugged him tightly, like a koala holding onto a tree. Queen's current strength was 15 points, which was 2 points higher than Suxiao's. If Suxiao wanted to free himself from this, he would need some time. Suxiao still grasped the handle of Dragon Flash with both hands and violently jerked it around inside Queen's abdomen. Arg! Queen's almost started shedding tears from this pain, but she still didn't let go. Bang! A shot rang from afar. Suxiao had already noticed the danger, but the weight of Queen herself and her entire suit of armor was almost 200 kilograms. His actions were very slow. E/N, that must be some armor. A full set of plate armor weighs under 25 kilograms for those interested. At the last moment, Suxiao could only move slightly to the side, to try to avoid being hit. A bullet with the length of a small finger penetrated Suxiao's abdomen. The power of the bullet barely decreased as it overpenetrated and hit Queen's body. Only this one gunshot directly caused Suxiao to lose 70% of his HP. Queen's body slackened, her arm losing its strength. At this time, Leaves, who stood a small distance away, used her hidden skill on them. Judgment. After Leaves' exclamation, a huge energy cross emerged over Suxiao's head. The cross flashed with holy light and floated towards Suxiao. Dong! There was a buzzing sound in Suxiao's ear, and the energy cross broke. You are strangled by judgment. As your HP is less than 15%, the effect execution is applied. Ding! As you have devil physique, LV.max, execution failed. You are immune to execution. The mana of the effect execution is converted into 9% HP. Chapter 63. A cold shiver ran down Su Xiao's spine. The notification he just received was just that horrible. It was quite a surprise. Who'd have guessed there was such a cheat skill that could directly execute someone? The girl, Leaves, was hiding in the distance not only to support Queen, but also to prepare for this final blow. After the cross shining with holy light fell on him, the glow it produced caused everyone to close their eyes. After 3 seconds, the golden light faded. Black-White looked through the sniper scope while feeling unexplainably nervous. Leaves' body sagged to the ground, her face was pale and her lips were trembling. How can he be still alive? Leaves was sitting on the ground, her eyes full of disbelief. The light receded, and Su Xiao still stood in the same place, though it wasn't effortless. Smoke trailed from his body. There was a fist-sized wound in his lower abdomen, so big, one could even look through to the other side. His upper body was full of blood, and though he was dripping blood down his chin, Su Xiao was laughing. In his hands, he was holding that woman, Queen, by her long hair, and used her as a shield. Queen was very beautiful, but that was not on his mind at all. Queen and her 2 teammates had ambushed him for no reason. Since they were enemies, it was the safe choice to kill them. Su Xiao took out a bottle of medicine, the XT12 vitality medicine he had bought before entering this world, which could restore 15% of HP. He opened the bottle and drank it at once. The remedy was a bit bitter and had a pungent taste. 2 seconds after Su Xiao drank the XT12 vitality medicine, his body reacted, and the terrible pain in his lower abdomen slowly faded. The reason why the price of the XT12 vitality medicine had been that high was not only because of the amount of HP it recovered, but mainly because of the quick effect it had. As long as wasn't a broken or missing limb or something similar, XT12 vitality medicine could heal pretty much everything. Su Xiao forced Queen to stay in front of him, but she could barely stand. The armor on her whole body was badly damaged, and her body was slack and powerless. If she weren't being lifted by him, she would probably have fallen to the ground by now. Now your partner is in my hands. Let's talk about it. Su Xiao shouted, his eyes flashed coldly. Just say it, what do you want? I can use the equipment we have plus the paradise coins we've saved to redeem Queen's life. Black-White stood up on the roof and shouted. Su Xiao's eyes dropped, he raised his hand and cut off Queen's only arm, having cut the other earlier in the fight. If you talk any more nonsense, I will continue to dismember her until she's bled out. Su Xiao's voice had no emotional fluctuations. Black-White, what should we do? Leaves could barely think out of despair. Black-White hesitated and said. Queen has saved my life. I have to save her. After that, Black-White disappeared from the edge of the roof, it seemed like she was going to come down to negotiate. Soon, Black-White and Leaves stood side by side in front of Su Xiao. It seems that she is very important to both of you. When Black-White just wanted to talk, she saw the smile on Su Xiao's face. You. Black-White hadn't finished her sentence. Su Xiao had released Queen's hair, swung his sword and cut off Queen's head. The beautiful head flew up. Leaves was stunned, she stared at the head in midair with unbelieving eyes. You asshole! I'll kill you! Black-White roared hoarsely, grabbed her sniper rifle and raised it to aim at Su Xiao, but she was too close to him. Peace talks? Negotiation? There was no such thing. From the beginning, Su Xiao wanted to use Queen to get Black-White and Leaves in his reach. Currently, he was seriously injured. Only in a close quarters fight would he have hope for victory. Su Xiao rushed to Black-White in 2 steps, his sword flashing with blue light. Ding! Su Xiao attacked Black-White's sniper. Black-White, as a sniper, had good strength and agility. The strength ensured she could resist the recoil of the sniper rifle, the agility was necessary for the long-range aiming, and to improve her reflexes. A deep cut appeared on the sniper rifle. He had slashed at a critical component, so the sniper was unusable now. Su Xiao did this deliberately. Once Black-White lost her sniper rifle, her combat power would be reduced by at least 50%. Black-White sneered and dropped the sniper rifle. She immediately put her hands behind her back and pulled out 2 pistols. The pistols were black and white. Both guns were very long, at least 30 centimeters. Bang, bang, bang. She shot the 2 pistols as fast as the triggers allowed. A rain of bullets was shot at Su Xiao, and if he was hit by even one of these bullets, he would be seriously injured if not dead. If these were the bullets from a sniper rifle, Su Xiao would not be able to escape, but the rounds of pistols were different. Su Xiao's senses were used at their limit, and to him, the bullets seemed to slow down a little. He raised his right arm and dragon flash waved through the air, leaving a white light behind. Ding! Su Xiao cut through 2 bullets and tried to open a way out of the rain of bullets in front of him. Squelch, squelch. The sound bullets penetrating hitting flesh emerged. Su Xiao was hit 3 times in his left arm and chest area. But even if he was hit, he was close to Black-White now. Su Xiao waved his sword. Black-White's arm, which held the white pistol, was cut off. The light blue energy, which was the special energy of Azure Steel Shadow, entered Black-White's body. Severe pain spread, which caused Black-White to almost lose her consciousness. Swish! With another attack, the other arm was also cut off. Squelch! Dragon flash pierced through Black-White's busted chest and punctured her heart. Black-White's HP were quickly emptied. After being fatally wounded, the value of the HP wasn't all that useful anymore. The reincarnation paradise only provided semi-digitalization. When someone was fatally wounded, no matter how much HP the person still had left, he would die. The Higanbana adventurer group will not let you go. After saying her final words, Black-White's head dropped down and she died. Higanbana adventurer group. I have never heard of it, and even if I had, I would not hesitate to kill you anyways. After shaking his head with that thought, Su Xiao looked at the only survivor out of the group of 3. It was their healer, Leaves. Leaves wouldn't be able to do anything without mana, and she stood right in front of Su Xiao anyways. No, don't come closer. Leaves noticed that Su Xiao came closer to her, and when she stepped back, she stumbled and fell down. Su Xiao just smiled coldly and approached Leaves slowly. When the group of 3 people was trying to kill him, Leaves was the one supporting them and healing them, so why would he be feeling merciful? She was an enemy, so she needed to die. Even if an enemy's appearance was exceptional, and she was a woman, Su Xiao would still kill her. A guy that couldn't attack women and saved their lives wherever he went was not worthy of entering the reincarnation paradise, nor would he be able to survive there. Women who could survive in the reincarnation paradise were not just decoration, they were just as dangerous or even more so than men. The only good enemy was a dead enemy. Su Xiao had his own goals, and anyone who blocked his path would have to face him. Su Xiao silently arrived in front of Leaves. Except for the necessary provocations during battle, he rarely talked nonsense. Leaves was scared witless, her face full of tears. That was how humans acted. They were very ferocious when they were hurting others, but they were very weak when they were the ones being hurt. I will give you everything you want, just let me go. The sword waved once more and she fell. In the end, Leaves had been unexpectedly weak. After killing his enemies, Su Xiao powerlessly sat on the ground. He could have extorted Leaves and then killed her, but there were many strange skills in the reincarnation paradise, like the execution skill Leaves had used. Who knew if Leaves had just been pretending to be weak, waiting for her mana to recover before finishing him off. Though Su Xiao was a greedy person, he knew when he couldn't afford to act like it. Lying on the cold road, Su Xiao laughed. This battle could only be described as fierce. A powerful damage dealer, a main tank, and a support, they almost caused him to die several times. However, in the end, he was the winner. E/N, I just can't resist. The only good Uchiha is a dead Uchiha. Chapter 64. Having laid on the road for a few minutes to catch his breath, Susiao forced himself to stand up. His current HP was about 16% and he was abnormally fatigued. Though the XT12 Vitality medicine recovered most of his injuries, the potion could not restore all of his HP and physical exhaustion. Above Queen's body, a scarlet card floated. This card flashed with a red light, and in the darkness of the night it was particularly conspicuous. Susiao noticed even from this distance that the card seemed to reek of blood. E/N, no shit. Maybe that's cause of the decapacitated and unarmed body it's floating above. Susiao picked up the red card, and a notification of the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. You received a scarlet card. Use, yes/no. Hint, a scarlet card is obtained after killing a contractor. After usage, user will receive a random item of the contractor. Hint, each scarlet card gives 3 extraction opportunities. Item will be randomly selected from the storage space or the equipment of the dead contractor. Hint, the ghoul's world is a semi-peaceful world. Drop rate of scarlet card is adjusted to 50%. Susiao did not immediately use the scarlet card, but put it into his storage space. He wasn't safe at the moment and could not confirm whether there were other contractors nearby. Susiao walked back to the sleeping CC0G members while leaving a trail of blood on the way. After finding a phone in the gear of one of the sleeping CCG members, Susiao recalled the number for a few seconds and dialed. Mr. Shin Ohara, the team I led, was attacked. We need support. Shin Ohara Yukinori, who was handling important documents in his office, stood up in surprise. Any dead or injured, where are you? I will rush over. Shin Ohara Yukinori was a very reliable boss and immediately rushed out of the office to mobilize some people. The specific location? I'm not sure. Just locate this phone. As for the dead or injured, Suzuejozo may have died, but I didn't see his body. Hearing that Suzuejozo might be dead, Shin Ohara Yukinori felt a painful throbbing in his chest. But this was the fate of ghoul investigators. Shin Ohara Yukinori did not comment on it. Byakuya, how are you doing now? It sounds like you are seriously injured. It's nothing, I can still hang on. I will go look for Jozo. Suzuejozo was mobilized by Shin Ohara Yukinori and helped him a lot during this battle. After hanging up the call, Susiao began to look for Jozo. Not long after, Susiao found Suzuejozo in a shop on the street. The smell of blood led him to Jozo's location. Suzuejozo was in a dress store, facing the ground, a large puddle of blood pooling around him. Susiao turned Suzuejozo over and checked his vital signs. It had to be said that Suzuejozo was very fortunate. He had several gunshot wounds on his body, but they were not in fatal places. Cough, cough. Suzuejozo coughed out some blood before he suddenly opened his eyes. Susiao squatted and took out a salted rice ball before stuffing it into Suzuejozo's mouth. Suzuejozo was only semi-conscious and could not chew on his own. But that was not a hindrance for Susiao. He put his index and middle finger together and inserted them into Suzuejozo's mouth. Ugh! Suzuejozo was gagging as the salted rice ball was stuffed into his throat, but then it struck. As Susiao saw that Suzuejozo's body was twitching, his eyes widened, and he looked at him with a guilty expression. Snore. After he was made to swallow that salted rice ball, Suzuejozo fell unconscious once again. Perhaps he hadn't even been fully awake. Whether the restorative food was effective on the plot characters or not, Susiao didn't know. But Suzuejozo helped him out, so he'd try his best to rescue him. It was as simple as that. He acknowledged that if he didn't get help from Suzuejozo, he would have died in the ambush of Queen, Black White, and Leaves. Suzuejozo had stopped Black-White, which allowed Susiao to fight back without worries in the first place. A few minutes after Susiao shoved the salted rice ball into Suzuejozo's mouth, Suzuejozo gradually came to. Apparently the restorative food was effective. Byakuya-san, am I dead? No, you are still alive. Susiao sat a few steps to the side. He had lit a cigarette and moved as little as possible, to not aggravate the many injuries on his body, which were still slowly draining HP. That woman was really strong. I almost got shot in the head. I'm so happy. Suzuejozo wasn't joyful because he managed to survive, he was merely acting the same way as usual. But Byakuya-san, I feel really sore in my throat, and my mouth feels uncomfortable. Susiao's mouth twitched and he got in a comfortable position to rest. You're imagining it. Am I? But there is the taste of food in my mouth. It seems like someone forcibly put something into my mouth. That's just your imagination. Susiao looked very calm as he said that, his expression not betraying anything. Is it? So strange. Suzuejozo scratched his head, and Susiao noticed it seemed like the several gunshot wounds on his body had completely healed up. This may be related to the passive ability of Suzuejozo, masochist, the strange ability that turned pain into excitement. It didn't take long before the street became noisy. Shinohara Yukinori arrived and brought a lot of personnel. Byakuya, Byakuya. Shinohara Yukinori was shouting. Without waiting for Susiao to answer, Jozo yelled back. Mr. Shinohara, we are here. After hearing an answer, Shinohara Yukinori rushed in. Suzueya, it's so good that you're fine. Seeing that Suzuejozo was not dead, Shinohara Yukinori couldn't help but smile. Byakuya, how are you? Shinohara Yukinori stepped forward, checked Susiao's injuries, and was surprised by their severeness. Hurry up, bring the medical staff over right now. Susiao's serious injuries caused Shinohara Yukinori to panic as he ordered the investigator behind him to go find the medics. The medical staff quickly arrived. At this time, Susiao was just about to faint. He lost too much blood. Having taken the XT12 vitality medicine, the injury in his lower abdomen had fully healed, but the remaining effect of the potion was greatly reduced, so his other injuries didn't receive much of the effect. Byakuya, stay awake. After arriving at the scene, Shinohara Yukinori had already roughly understood what had happened. Susiao completed the operation at the auction house successfully. The body bags scattered on the street were all the needed evidence for that. From the remnants of the explosion and the bullet holes, it seemed like some enemies ambushed Susiao's squad. At CCG, this kind of thing was not uncommon. When they were trying to capture or kill a ghoul, they also need to defend against possible attacks from other ghouls. Susiao was put on stretcher and rushed to the hospital of CCG for emergency treatment. In the same ambulance, Suzuejozo was lying next to him. Susiao had felt incredibly relaxed for a while now. Losing this much blood had made him want to sleep, but he could not allow himself to fall asleep. He didn't trust CCG. If the top management of the CCG suddenly ordered to transplant some ghoul's organs into him, he would lose a lot. It sounded ridiculous, but it was not impossible. There was a precedent for this kind of thing, but it had been covered up. Therefore, during the whole treatment process, Susiao remained awake. He refused to take a blood infusion and anesthesia. After the emergency treatment, he stopped losing blood and his injuries were stabilized. Lying in a warm and dry bed, Susiao gradually fell asleep. Since this was CCG's hospital, at least there was no need to worry about the threat of random ghouls. Because of the excessive blood loss, Susiao only woke up after having slept for more than 10 hours. By then, his HP had recovered to 65% and although his injuries still hurt, he felt strong enough to fight if need be. Susiao sat up in the hospital bed. After sleeping for this long, he felt pretty energetic. The room was dark now, It seemed to be evening. He was safe now. Su Xiao smiled bitterly and sighed. Even if it was only a derivative world of LV.2, it was still full of danger. Having nothing else to do, he took out the green treasure chest and the scarlet card that he had previously obtained. After hesitating for a second, Su Xiao opened the green treasure chest first. Open the treasure chest, green yes/no. After choosing to open it, something unexpected happened. This time, the treasure chest was different from those in the past. The treasure chest slowly opened, green light appeared from the cracks and illuminated the entire room. Chapter 65. The bright light forced Su Xiao to close his eyes. What the? He had already opened several green treasure chests but never had this kind of situation. The light receded, and a heavy, smooth object appeared in his hand. A notification of the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. You received the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune. The Flame of the Goddess of Fortune, fine quality. Place of origin, Tokyo Ghoul. Quality, green. Genre, jewelry, lighter. Durability, 40/40ths. Requirement, anyone can wear this item. Equipment effect, the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune, active. Using the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune to light a cigarette will temporarily add 1 point of luck attribute. The effect lasts for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 10 days. Tip, using the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune will consume 500 paradise coins. Rate, 30. Note, green equipment are rated between 10 and 30, and a score of 30 will be marked with fine quality and would have special attributes attached. Introduction, smoking is harmful? Are you sure? Price, 3,600 paradise coins. After checking this delicate lighter over, Su Xiao was stunned. He carefully touched the metal shell of the lighter, which was engraved with blue flames. Su Xiao's hand was trembling. He finally found a way to increase his luck, his lowest attribute. Although using this lighter would only add 1 point to his luck attribute, with his luck, that already doubled his attribute. Although he was not sure whether the luck attribute actually represented his real luck, it was worth a try. For example, when he opens a treasure chest and uses the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune beforehand, there may be unexpected gains. The evaluation was 30 points, so this piece of equipment should be very valuable. Su Xiao chuckled. He had survived a dangerous situation and even got such a blessing in the end. And he also noticed something new about treasure chests. If it contained an ordinary item, the treasure chest would just open, but if it contains a high-value item, it would shine gloriously during the opening. For now, Su Xiao would call this phenomenon flash. If a treasure chest flashed, he would get something very good. And this was still a green treasure chest. If he would get a chance to open a blue treasure chest and it were to flash, he would possibly obtain something worth tens of thousands of paradise coins. But it was not common to experience the flash. Since entering the Reincarnation Paradise, Su Xiao had opened many treasure chests, but only this treasure chest flashed. As such, the chance of the flash was quite small. In fact, this flash was not just a matter of luck. Since Su Xiao entered this world, he killed hundreds of ghouls and by himself. These hundreds of ghouls only dropped a few treasure chests, the contents of which was very ordinary. Su Xiao not getting many chests or one that flashes would be very embarrassing, so maybe the Reincarnation Paradise accumulation all the kills he did to give him this specific chest. However, with the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune, the chances of obtaining good items from future treasure chests may increase significantly. And it was not restricted to treasure chests. In some cases where he really needed some luck, he could also use the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune. The only downside of the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune was that the cooldown time was 10 days. As for the 500 paradise coins consumed upon each use of the Flame of the Goddess of Fortune, Su Xiao just ignored it. The gains would most likely completely outclass the cost, and the 500 paradise coins per use were just a small sum anyways. Su Xiao carefully put the flame of the goddess of fortune into his inventory. This thing would definitely be useful in the future. Still lying in bed, Su Xiao began to sum up the gains and losses from the fight against the three contractors. The most obvious gain was the scarlet card that could randomly give him 3 items or pieces of equipment from Queen's belongings. However, Su Xiao just had a chest that flashed, so his luck probably got used up. As such, he didn't plan to use it for the time being. Queen was good at physical attributes, so even if he got her equipment, it might now be useful. When he had killed the 3, he had also noticed that the Hunter perk did not activate. At that time, he had thought that Hunter could not obtain mana from contractors. Only now that he thought about it, he discovered that the talent had already accumulated 100 points of mana for him after the slaughter at the auction house, reaching the limit of each derivative world. With that, his maximum mana capacity was at 253 points. Additionally, he learned that the Reincarnation Paradise used only semi-digitalization. Each battle here was a gory scene of flesh and blood splashing. The skill he rented only assisted in judging his opponent's combat power, but in the end, unless one side had overwhelmingly higher stats, the outcome depended on each fighter's experience. It was like giving a nuclear bomb to a housewife. The most likely outcome was that the nuclear bomb would become decoration. Even if one side's skills were surprisingly strong, if the fighter was not experienced enough, he would not use them correctly. Queen, Black-White, and Leaves all had strong skills. Comparing Su Xiao's skills with theirs, except for Azure Steel Shadow and Sword skills, none of his abilities could compare. However, in that battle, except for Queen's suicidal maneuver of clinging to Su Xiao to force him to take a bullet, Su Xiao dominated Queen during the whole fight. Queen's shield skills did not cause much threat to Su Xiao. Instead, Queen was toyed with by Su Xiao until he held her hostage and executed her. There were no weak skills or occupations. The combat potential always depended on the user. Su Xiao's strength did not come from his inheritance, but from his heart. He dared to fight, and he was not afraid of death. These were simple things, but how many people could be completely fearless during a fierce battle? However, in the Reincarnation Paradise, there was one thing above equipment and skills, and that was attributes. After Queen's vitality attribute had reached 24 points, she could actually resist Su Xiao's attacks with her body alone. If Su Xiao's strength, agility, and intelligence reached 20 points or more, what changes would happen? Undoubtedly, such a number of attributes combined with his sword skills would be a sight to behold. Su Xiao lit a cigarette and quietly laid back in his bed. Inadvertently, he thought about one thing. When Leaves used her execution skill on him, the notification of the Reincarnation Paradise claimed that he was about to be executed, but that a skill saved his life. With a thought, Su Xiao opened his status page, chose the skill option, and started to review his skills. There was no change in Azure Steel Shadow and Sword Mastery, but there was a line of text below Devil Physique. Devil Physique, LV.max. Skill effect, unable to master or learn any magical skills. Tip: when the holder of the Devil's Physique is attacked by mana, the passive ability will be activated. Check skill changes, yes/no. Su Xiao chose to view the changes in the skill. Devil Physique, LV.max. Skill effect, unable to master or learn any magical skills. Passive ability, Devil, immune to 40% of all magical damage. Hint: this passive ability has a very high priority. Cannot be overcome by magical true damage, holy magical damage and execution magical damage. We, disgusted with the magic that destroys the balance of elements, resist it with our very soul. They shouldn't try to erode our bodies with magic. Marvin Waltz. Closing the skill panel, Su Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He finally understood why his occupation was called the Shadow of the Law. E/N, I pondered over leaving it as immunity to magical damage or changing it to resistance. The difference between immunity and resistance is that resistance may eventually be overcome by, say, a higher tier of attack or a massively stronger opponent, but immunity should be absolute. I'll leave it as immunity for now and may or may not change it depending on how the story develops. Chapter 66. Su Xiao had been curious about just how a shadow of the law was supposed to fight against sorcerers. Now, it seemed that using the immunity granted by Devil Physique would be an effective way for him to fight against sorcerers. In Su Xiao's understanding, the hardest part of fighting against sorcerers was to close in on them. The sorcerers were generally mid to long-range fighters, while he was good at close-ranged fights. The Devil Physique would give him a way to get close to them. Once he managed to approach the sorcerer, the battle would be pretty much over. Su Xiao noticed, back in the trading market in the Reincarnation paradise, that most of the sorcerers had thin arms and legs. After entering the close-ranged fight, the sorcerer would surely die. Devil Physique had two parts. The first was not that good, he could not learn any magical skills, while the second reduced incoming magical damage by 40% and made him immune to several magical finisher skills. The inability to learn magical skills did not mean that he could not learn any skills at all. There were many skills not magical in nature available in the Reincarnation paradise. Most passive skills were not magical either. And from the unable to learn any magical skills, Su Xiao could guess that it actually meant not able to learn any skills of sorcerers. He was after all a shadow of the law. It would be weird if he were to use skills like fireballs in battle. When he had inherited the shadow of the law, it was blatantly obvious from the attitude of the 6 statues that they hated the sorcerers. That was why a shadow of the law could never learn the skills of sorcerers. But everything was relative. While he could not learn magical skills, he could get a high magical resistance. The next day, Su Xiao got up very early and changed his clothes. "Byakuya-san, why did you get up this early? Go back and lie down, your injuries are very serious." A nurse wearing a white coat quickly blocked Su Xiao. "Don't worry, I have recovered." The nurse was serious. No. The nurse was very responsible. Su Xiao, as a rank 1 investigator, would of course have specialized personnel taking care of him. Su Xiao clamped his hand down on the nurse's soft shoulder and moved her aside, before he just walked past her. "Wait." When the nurse just wanted to argue, she was dragged aside by a colleague next to her. "Anzu, just forget it, the investigators have their own missions. We only need to help them treat their injuries. This is today's health report of Byakuya-san, it has reached the standard to allow a discharge." Anzu obviously did not believe her and had carefully checked the report. "How is it possible? What kind of insane recovery is this?" Su Xiao walked out of the hospital door and immediately took out his phone to call Shinohara Yukinori. "Shinohara-san, I was discharged from the hospital just now. The plan to clear the 14th district can continue." Receiving Su Xiao's phone call surprised Shinohara Yukinori. "Is your body okay?" "There's no problem." "Well, come back to the branch first. You can take some people with you, but the injuries of Juzo didn't recover yet. He is unable to participate in the 14th district's cleaning for now." Su Xiao took a taxi and headed to the branch. 20 minutes later, in Shinohara Yukinori's office. "The mobilization is complete. I don't care where you got the information about the ghouls' gathering place. I only care about the result, to turn the 14th district as safe as the 20th district." The scope of the 14th district was not small. If the 14th district was completely cleaned of ghouls, it would allow a large number of people to live in safety. "Yes." Su Xiao answered, but as he was leaving the office, Shinohara Yukinori stopped him again. "Byakuya, have you heard about this? Recently, the headquarters wants to make a big move in the 11th district." Su Xiao's footsteps stopped. The big action in the 11th district Shinohara Yukinori was talking about, may be the scene in which Kaneki Ken was captured and CCG fought against Aojirai Tree. The 11th district is getting more and more chaotic recently. An organization called Aojirai Tree has actually openly attacked the local ghoul investigators. I will go over to the 20th district in 4 days. I don't know who will be transferred to the 14th district to control the overall situation here, so the plan to clear the 14th district will need to be executed as soon as possible. I support you, but doesn't mean that others will do so too. I can understand your hatred of ghouls. I have hunted ghouls together with your father before. Shinohara Yukinori clearly misunderstood something, since Susiao's identity was forged by the reincarnation paradise. However, this misunderstanding was beneficial to Susiao, so he did not correct him. 4 days. I'll do my best. After that, Susiao left the office. There was not much time. If Shinohara Yukinori was transferred, something may happen. No one could guarantee that the next boss would support his plan. The people who participated in the clearing of the 14th district were already waiting in the lobby, with Mato Akira standing at the forefront. Mato Akira looked a bit different today. Her eyes were dull, and her usually neat hair was only casually tied back today. Byakuya-san, the staff is assembled and ready to go. Mato Akira's eyes were red, it was easy to tell that she was not fully concentrated. Let's go. Susiao did not ask Mato Akira about her abnormality. He held no special sympathy for girls. If this were during normal time, he may ask about it, but right now the main task was more important. According to the map from Itari, a large number of ghouls were often gathering in a dilapidated building in the suburbs. There should be 200 to 300 ghouls there. This was a loose gathering, there were several leaders. He didn't choose to enter the building alone this time, there were too many ghouls for that, so he used his available resources and used the power of CCG. When Susiao sat in the co-driver's seat, thinking about countermeasures, something wet touched his hand. Looking at the side, Mato Akira, who was driving the car, had surprisingly burst into tears. She noticed Susiao's gaze, and suddenly shook her head aside and wiped her eyes. In your current state, your survival rate in this mission does not exceed 20%. Woo. Mato Akira couldn't persist anymore and cried out. Byakuya-san, is death the fate of all ghouls investigators? Mato Akira talked while crying, she could not stop her tears from falling. It's only fair that when investigators kill ghouls, ghouls would also kill them. Susiao roughly guessed why Mato Akira acted like this. In the original book, Mato Kurio, Mato Akira's father, died at the beginning of the plot. It seemed that Mato Kurio had died last night. The death of Mato Kurio, which represented the beginning of the plot, meant that Kaneki Ken became a ghoul. The current timeline should be about when Kaneki Ken just entered the coffee shop, Antioku, before he was captured by the Aojirai Tree. However, Gecko was killed by Susiao, so Kaneki Ken may be caught, but whether he would be tortured or not was unknown. There were the contractors on the ghoul side though, so as for Kaneki Ken's power burst, there was a high chance that it would still happen. With the crying Mato Akira, CCG's team arrived at the edge of the 14th district, which was near the ghouls' gathering place. E/N, as to the power-up after Ken was tortured, I understood it like this: after an admittedly short search, Dr. Kanu mentions in Tokyo Ghoul-Re that after torture, ghouls, or at least half ghouls, can have their RC cell pathways become more spread out and concentrated, thus becoming stronger. Chapter 67. At the border of the 14th district. The location here was excellent, the scenery was beautiful, it should have been an excellent area to live in. The proliferation of ghouls had caused a lot of people in this area to move away, and gradually, the houses turned to ruin. Inside a building, hundreds of ghouls had gathered here to share information, to sell food, or to find a spouse. Have you heard, The auction house and the mutual eating district have been annihilated by CCG. Those guys are really begging for revenge. How could you not hear about the new crazy guy of the 14th CCG branch? Every ghoul must have heard of him by now, Bia something or another. He is called Byakia, or so I was told. A friend of mine used to stay in the mutual eating district and saw the guy with his own eyes. A ghoul appearing as a student said but stopped talking. The surrounding ghouls were gathering their attention on him. Talk about it, don't just stop. What does that Byakia look like? If we see him in the future, we must hide. The ghoul that looked like a student put his hands on his waist and looked at other ghouls with a teasing smile. Ugh, I'm starving. The CCG has become more and more threatening. I've been going hungry for half a month now. A few surrounding ghouls looked at each other and understood the meaning of the student ghoul. Tagawa, don't you still have some dried food? Give him some. Why me? My dried food is for an emergency. As for that madman, Byakia, I don't wanna know. The surrounding ghouls started to gossip and looked at the student ghoul with unkind expressions. Will you tell us or not? Tell us or you're gonna be a snack, kiddo. The student ghoul was relatively young, he was somewhat timid and afraid of being cannibalized. But it would be a bit of a shame to just give in like this. I will tell you, but I am not telling you because I'm afraid. We're all ghouls, it's not easy for us to survive. A few of the surrounding ghouls looked at each other and smiled. They didn't dare to really fight here, they just wanted to scare the student ghoul. Yes, we understand. Tell us quickly. The young ghoul coughed and began to narrate the information he knew, while the surrounding ghouls listened attentively. In the waist-high grass surrounding the building, several large figures were slowly approaching. Team 1, take the left flank. Team 2, right flank. Team 3 is responsible for the frontal assault. Team 4 will block the exit at the back of the building. Su Xiao crouched in the grass and began to stealthily approach the building. The number of ghouls present this time was huge. After using a heat detector, the number of ghouls in the building was estimated to be at least 240. If he were to rush in alone, he won't be their opponent at all, but with the cooperation of other investigators, things were different. He would take the lead while other investigators covered him. The battle would be bloody, but they should be able to kill all ghouls present. Team 1, ready. Team 2 is ready. Team 3 is ready. Team 4, we're in position. Dragon Flash appeared in Su Xiao's hand, and he tapped on the Bluetooth headset. Go. At Su Xiao's order, the investigators of the teams 1, 2, and 3 raised their grenade launchers. Thump, 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 thump. Dozens of canisters of tear gas grenades were shot into the derelict building. At first, Su Xiao just wanted to use high explosive grenades to just directly bomb the ghouls until nothing moved. But strangely, CCG's weapon warehouse did not provide them with this many explosive grenades. According to the logistics expert managing the warehouse, grenades could not effectively kill ghouls and may affect innocent bystanders. Su Xiao doubted that statement somewhat, but he had a skeptical attitude towards CCG in general. They were fighting in a place without any civilians, so which innocent people were there to hurt? It might also be possible that CCG headquarters was afraid of possible ruthless investigators. Were they afraid that investigators would use weapons of mass destruction in downtown areas? It was not impossible, but seemed somewhat unreasonable. Su Xiao did not want to look into it though. His priority was to complete the main task. An in-depth investigation into CCG may provoke some higher UPS in the CCG, and right now, the situation would not be easy to deal with. He could even fail the main mission. Hiss. Their sound of the gas escaping the canisters was audible even from outside the building, and a white mist spread quickly. This white mist was actually not tear gas, but CRC gas. When the CRC gas reached a specific concentration, it would cause a significant impact on ghouls. The activity of RC cells in ghouls' bodies would be lowered, Kakuhao will shrink and ghouls would be unable to release their Kagun. E/N, again, Kakuhao equals organ containing the RC cells in ghouls' bodies. It was time. Susiao ran into the building, dozens of investigators right behind him. Intensive gunshots, weapon collisions, and screams rang in succession from the building. The battle started straight away. CCG is coming, run away. The ghouls were nervous and bumped into another while the CRC gas prevented them from releasing their Kagun. But the building was not enclosed, so the CRC gas was rapidly dissipating. Susiao held his sword and slashed incessantly. Several ghouls fell one after another, Susiao's attacks allowing him to push forward, while the investigators defended the sides. With the cover of these people, Susiao was obviously able to keep his calm even in this group fight. More and more ghouls fell to his blade. 2 hours later, Susiao sat on the floor, which was completely covered in blood. Ripping a piece of cloth from a ghoul, he began to clean Dragon Flash. The battle lasted for 2 hours and was extremely fierce. During this period, the ghouls attempted to escape, but they were stopped by Susiao's people, who were assigned to block any escapees. At that time, the CRC gas had already diffused, and the ghouls, utterly crazy from fear and anger, began to fight back. After throwing away the cloth, which was now full of blood, Susiao put away his Dragon's Flash. Looking around, he noticed that while there were a lot of ghouls' bodies lying in front of him, there were no treasure chests. Perhaps his luck had been used up when the previous chest flashed. Susiao received a total of 367 contribution points from killing these ghouls. His task completion rate had reached rank 1 investigator, contribution points, 1264/2000. Although more than 200 ghouls were killed this time, not all of them were killed by him, a large part of them were killed by other investigators. He could only get a small contribution for them. Susiao thought that he would only be able to get a bit of free time was when he got closer to reaching the main task. Akira, report the casualties. The death of Mato Kurio had a significant influence on Mato Akira. But because of today's mission, Mato Akira had choose to not take time off, she was too stubborn for that. 128 people came to this mission, 78 are slightly injured, 15 are seriously injured, 23 are dead. The remaining 12 have only scratches. She was standing in place after giving the report, and she was slightly injured. Susiao was not surprised to hear the casualty numbers. Killing ghouls was not a simple matter. Sacrificing humans' lives was necessary. Only 23 people had died. It could be said that it was firmly their victory. If Susiao hadn't led the battle, the death rate would most likely exceed 50%. It sounded like an exaggerated, but this was the truth. Send the bodies to the headquarters. As for the injured, send them to the hospital. How many people are in fighting condition? Susiao was ready to clear the next ghouls gathering point, as there was not much time. About 50 people can continue to fight. Give me the specific number. When killing and fighting, Susiao had a unique momentum. 53. Mato Akira straightened her body subconsciously. 53. It's not enough. Contact Shinohara Yukinori, and tell him that we don't have enough people. Shinohara Yukinori and Susiao had talked about this beforehand. Shinohara Yukinori could accept casualties when clearing the 14th, but only if they were kept to less than 100. Exceeding this number, Shinohara Yukinori would forcibly stop the plan to clear the 14th district. To expel a lot of ghouls at once, some people would definitely die. A battle without any deaths existed only in stories and fairy tales. Neither Susiao, nor Shinohara Yukinori were this naive. The both of them were very clear about one thing. Anyone who wants to kill has to be prepared to be killed himself. Chapter 68. In a large, abandoned warehouse, a large group of ghouls was fighting against the CCG. Escape. Hurry. Damn it, boss, the road is blocked. Are those investigators crazy? Boom, boom, boom. Deafening gunshots rang again and again. Su Xiao stood behind a large concrete column, which was splashing with large pieces of debris and smoke due to continuous bullets impacting. He was fighting against a group of more than 100 ghouls, which was very tenacious and were led by an S-class ghoul. Surprisingly, this group of ghouls was equipped with a lot of firearms. Judging from the shots being fired, there should be at least 100 long and short guns in that group. This was the third group of ghouls that he cleared after the fight in the building started. It was also the last stand of the ghouls in the area. Byakuya-san, this group's firepower is too fierce, we can't advance. Mato Akira stood next to Su Xiao. The cement column was hit by bullets again and again, raising more and more smoke. The explosions of grenades could be heard from time to time. Su Xiao wanted to risk a glance, but suddenly felt a stinging sensation in his head. He forcefully grabbed Mato Akira and jumped to another nearby cement column. This was a large warehouse, with at least 100 cement columns, which were each about 1 meter wide. Boom! When Su Xiao had just jumped away, he felt a heat wave coming from behind him. The impact of the explosion pushed him for a bit further. Mato Akira sat behind the cement column and looked at the explosion with an unbelieving expression. A rocket launcher. Not only Mato Akira, but even Su Xiao was surprised. Who would expect ghouls to possess rocket launchers? Su Xiao raised an automatic assault rifle and randomly shot at the ghouls. As for whether he hit them or not, only the dead would know. Boom, boom, boom. Until he emptied the magazine, he heard 2 ghouls scream. Su Xiao got a notification, and his CCG contribution increased. This was pure luck. He did not aim at all. Byakuya-san, good shooting. Maybe Mato Akira didn't see the way Su Xiao casually sprayed, she only saw the 2 fallen ghouls. It wasn't bad. Su Xiao could not help but feel awkward. Most of the time he killed in close combat, but this fight had really turned into a gun movie. Boss, we can't do this, our brothers can't hold on. A middle-aged investigator rushed to Su Xiao holding a bulletproof shield. Some investigators who followed Su Xiao and had cleared the ghouls' gathering places with him called him boss to show their admiration. Itakura, where did you get this? Su Xiao was more interested in the bulletproof shield in Itakura's hands. I was part of the back entrance raid. A ghoul had this thing but was killed by a grenade. Grenades were the only explosives that CCG investigators were allowed to use, and only a few of them. Itakura smiled and handed the bulletproof shield to Su Xiao. This bulletproof shield was black and about 1 meter tall. There was a rectangular lookout in the upper middle, which was covered with bulletproof glass. Boss, this is a FXF6T explosion-proof shield. It's level 6 bulletproof. In addition to heavy sniper rifles, it can defend other guns. 1. Su Xiao took the bulletproof shield and was able to feel that he could rely on it. Everyone, pay attention. I'll create an opportunity, get ready to annihilate these ghouls. Su Xiao held the bulletproof shield in his left and the sword in his right hand. He rushed straight out from the cement column. Bang, bang, bang. Through the bulletproof glass mounted on the bulletproof shield, Su Xiao saw a large row of firearms-wielding ghouls as they shot bullets incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. A dense rain of bullets impacted the bulletproof shield. The pace of Su Xiao slowed down due to the heavy impacts. The impact of single bullet was not weak, not to mention a dozen or even hundreds of bullets. Seeing Su Xiao rushing over with a bulletproof shield, the leader of the ghouls was shocked. He recognized Su Xiao. In just 10 seconds, that man had killed 6 of his subordinates. The leader of these ghouls was dressed as a mercenary, his shooting was impeccable. Stop him, Don't let him pass through. As if he suddenly thought of something, the corner of his mouth raised into a cruel smile. The mercenary-clad ghoul looked for something behind him and raised a sniper rifle which was at least 2 meters long. Cover me. The mercenary ghoul showed a fierce face, his finger ready to pull the trigger. Su Xiao saw this through bulletproof glass, but did not react much. Dragon Flash disappeared from his hand as he put it into the storage space. Su Xiao pulled out a fist-sized iron ball from his back. Cling. The crisp sound of metal could be heard, before Su Xiao threw the metal ball near the mercenary-clad ghoul. Thump. The iron ball bounced before it rolled down close to a group of ghouls. Bastard! The leading ghoul shouted as he threw the sniper rifle, curled his body and wrapped his kagun around his whole body. Boom! A ball of fire spread across the place those ghouls had been standing and dust fell from the ceiling of the warehouse. The intensive shower of shrapnel hit the bulletproof shield in Su Xiao's hand. This was a high-explosive grenade. Su Xiao had applied for it at the CCG headquarters twice, and finally got it approved, even though it had been reluctantly. Most of the shooting from the ghoul's side stopped at this moment, and a charred smell spread in the warehouse. With a sickening sound, half of a broken leg fell down close to Su Xiao. A part of the broken leg was darkened and burning. In fact, Su Xiao had long since wanted to throw the high-explosive grenade. But the suppression fire of the ghouls was too dense. If he had thrown it from a long distance, the high-explosive grenade might have been hit, causing it to get deflected. 2. Go. At Su Xiao's order, the investigators rushed out. Su Xiao took the lead and rushed at the forefront. The mercenary-clad ghoul got up, dazed from the explosion, and looked at his surroundings. His kagun was blown up and blood spilled from his ear. He was in a state of shock. Without waiting for him to recover, Su Xiao had already rushed to him, and severed his neck without hesitation. After that, Su Xiao started looking for other ghouls without caring about the former leader anymore. The situation was instantly reversed. The situation, which was the ghouls suppressing the CCG with their firepower, turned into a massacre. After half an hour, only humans were alive within the warehouse. Su Xiao sat on a broken chair to rest. After the severe gunfire earlier, there were only 3 legs left in the chair, and it was uncomfortable to sit on it. The investigators began to gather the ghouls' bodies. Byakuya-san, all the ghouls were killed. We counted 147 ghouls, and we. After listening to the report, Su Xiao nodded and gestured to Mato Akira to deal with the follow-up issues. Tomorrow, Shinohara Yukinori will be transferred to the 20th district, and Su Xiao had killed all the ghouls he could find. Idari wouldn't have thought that the map she had casually painted had caused thousands of ghouls to die. Su Xiao's contribution points were now at rank 1 investigator, contribution points, 2053/2000. Take the promotion, yes/no. Su Xiao chose yes, and the notification of the Reincarnation Paradise disappeared. As soon as the news of the CCG headquarters arrived, he would have completed the main task. This caused Su Xiao to sigh in relief. He did not want his fate to be held in the CCG's hands. Just as Su Xiao relaxed, a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise suddenly appeared. You have expelled 95% of the ghouls in the 14th district. You have killed 34%, indirectly killed 46%, while 15% managed to escape. Because you caused a large number of deaths and escapes in the 14th district, you got an achievement, Scavenger. Achievement, Scavenger. Kill more than 30% of the ghouls in an area. Cause more than 90% of all ghouls in that area to die or to escape from that area. Scavenger, achievement reward, 1. Attribute 0.7% of the world's source. You now have a total of 14.3% of the world's source. E/N. 1 probably means either Ghost Class 6 armor or BR6 armor. Both are Russian, but the BR6 is newer and can be considered the heavier protection classification. The Ghost, intentionally written without the H, Class 6 is rated to take 7.62 x 54 mm rounds, think SV98, while the BR6 is rated to take 12.7 x 108 mm rounds, which is pretty much a Russian .50 cal. It originally said it might get hit, causing it to explode in the air. That's not how grenades work. A grenade doesn't explode when it's being hit by a bullet, not counting Cal 50 and the like, which might penetrate the iron shell and cause it to explode. Chapter 69. Seeing the achievement, Scavenger, Susiao was surprised. This was really a surprise. Both the attribute point and the 7% of the world's source were excellent rewards. Getting this achievement seemed even more rewarding than his main task. After lighting a cigarette, smoke slowly rose. Now that the conditions required for the main task, too, had been reached, he did not need to kill more ghouls. Although killing ghouls was a harsh job, Susiao did it for his own purpose. For this purpose, he would do whatever was necessary. He still had 12 days left to the limit time given by the main task, too. Byakuya-san, what will we do next? In the past few days, Mado Akira had been killing alongside Susiao. She was exhausted as well. We'll head back to the branch. CCG's convoy quickly returned to the branch. Just moments after arriving at the branch, Susiao saw Shinohara Yukinori coming in his direction, accompanied by Suzuejuzo. Byakuya, are you done for the day? Susiao was very famous in the branch of the 14th district, and by now the entire CCG had at least heard his name. In 8 days, almost the entire 14th district was cleared of ghouls. This achievement, maybe only that one could do it. Not to mention the CCG, even more ghouls had heard his name. Some ghouls would call him Byakuya, and some would call him Black Death, because Susiao's hair and eyes were black, and no ghoul ever survived when facing him. Among the ghouls of the S-class and above, almost all of them knew about Susiao, and those who didn't know his name had at least heard of the Black Death of the 14th district. I'm done. The 14th district is basically cleansed of ghouls. Shinohara Yukinori smiled. The special class investigator did not covet the merits, he was happy that human beings had more space to live in safety. I represent all the people in the 14th district to thank you, first class investigator Byakuya. Susiao was stunned. Shinohara Yukinori surprisingly knew about his upcoming promotion to first class investigator. Don't be so shocked, the notification from the headquarters will arrive soon. I am going to the 20th district to meet some other people today. The situation in the 11th district has turned even more serious. The Aogiri tree have taken over the 11th district, it is ghoul territory now. Susiao frowned as he heard Shinohara Yukinori's words. The CCG branch of the 11th district was captured. This really was too fast. If it wasn't for the influence of the contractors, Susiao would never believe it. It seems that a direct fight with Aogiri tree will take place soon. Can you disclose a specific time? Susiao wanted to know about the time frame in which CCG and Aogiri tree were going to fight to take advantage for his actions. It is not clear yet, they just told me to go to the 20th district to form a special countermeasures unit. Byakuya, you will accompany me this time. Susiao looked at Shinohara Yukinori in confusion. Was he also a member of the special countermeasures unit? While you will leave with me, you won't be assigned to the special countermeasures unit. The leaders have assigned you a more important task. Of course, it will also be very dangerous. Susiao was interested. What mission? Killing rats? Susiao was stunned. Killing rats? Shinohara Yukinori looked at Susiao with a funny smile. It seemed Susiao not knowing what killing rats meant was bizarre. Have you heard of the 24th district? Shinohara Yukinori's expression turned serious. Susiao, of course, had heard of the 24th district. While the 1st to 4th districts were dangerous areas for ghouls, the 24th district was a zone restricted for humans. There was a sentence in the CCG that junior investigators did not even qualify to enter the 24th district on their own. E/N, junior investigators, rank 3 to rank 1 investigators. Senior investigators, first class to special class investigators. The 24th district was not a specific area, but encompassed the deepest passageways that were excavated by ghouls in the underground of Tokyo, spreading all over Tokyo. These passages were intricate and complex, so it was impossible to fully explore the 24th district. Most investigators only dared to explore the periphery of the 24th district. In the CCG, only one team dared to deeply venture into the 24th district. That team was the Squad Zero, and the captain of the team, Arima Kisho, was called the strongest investigator in CCG's history, the undefeated investigator. Now, the order of CCG headquarters was for Susiao to go to the 24th district to kill rats. The degree of danger in the 24th district could be summarized in one paragraph. That was, there were A-class ghouls all over the place, too many S-class ghouls to count, and SS-class ghouls were only not common, they couldn't even be called rare in there. That was the 24th district, the restricted zone. Over there, cannibalism among ghouls was natural, the ghouls there could not eat human flesh, simply because there were no humans at all. According to the information obtained by the Squad Zero, the number of ghouls in the depth of the 24th district should be in the tens of thousands. How interesting, do we kill the rats outside, or inside? Susiao's question caused Shinohara Yukinori to feel a bit strange. It was inevitable that an ordinary person would feel scared when being transferred to the 24th district. You will be in a team with Arima Kisho. With your strength, of course you will go deep inside. After understanding the general situation, Susiao and Shinohara Yukinori said goodbye to each other as Shinohara Yukinori was about to rush to the 20th district. His own transfer order had not yet arrived, so he didn't know where and to whom he should report. In the afternoon, Susiao received the transfer order from the CCG headquarters and received a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise. You have been promoted to the rank of the first-class investigator, CCG Contribution 2053/10,000. The first-class investigator was indeed not the highest rank. On top of the first-class investigators, there were associate special-class investigators and special-class investigators. However, the main task, too, only needed him to be a first-class investigator. Susiao opened the task tab. Main task, 2 first-class investigator. Complete. Mission difficulty, LV.3. Mission description, quickly improve your position in the CCG and prepare for follow-up tasks. Mission information, use any method to promote your status, eliminating ghouls, bribery, or other means. Mission reward, 1. Attribute point 1,500 paradise coins. Mission time remaining, 12 days, 16 hours. Susiao could now complete the task at any time. When he was about to complete the main task, too, he suddenly thought of something. If the task is completed now, what will happen to the remaining 12 days and 13 hours of the mission? He was aware that the longer he stayed in the derivative world, the more opportunities he would have. The resources necessary for Susiao to become stronger were all obtained in the derivative worlds. Once back at the Reincarnation Paradise, he did not have the means to get more resources. By asking the Reincarnation Paradise, Susiao learned that if he completed the main task right now, the remaining time would disappear. Susiao pondered for a while and decided not to complete the main task for the time being. Since he was the only one on the CCG's side, as long as he did not complete the main task, too, even if the contractors on the ghoul side finished their main task, too, nothing would happen. From the first 2 main tasks he could guess that the main task, 3, was very likely to be a confrontational task. As long as he chose not to complete the main task, too, the contractors on the ghoul side could only wait. He could complete the task at moment's notice, no matter when or where, which was a big advantage. The time limit was not reached yet, so he had 12 more days to act freely before he needed to hand in his mission. Now, CCG headquarters sent him to the 24th district to kill rats with Arimakisho, which was undoubtedly an opportunity to get some benefits. A place with more ghouls meant more chances for him to get treasure chests. Susiao was unlucky, but he didn't believe it that was possible for so many ghouls not to drop a few treasure chests. Chapter 70. In the 11th district, inside the Aogiri tree's hideout. Arg! Screams of pain rang throughout the old building. On the first floor of the building, many contractors had gathered. The previous scream was from the original protagonist, Kaneki-ken. Those contractors, in order to increase their own strength and to let the plot continue normally, cooperated with Kiri's Hima Ayato and captured Kaneki-ken for the Aogiri tree. They were different from Susiao. Susiao did not care whether the plot continued, as long as he could complete his task, even though the difficulty might rise without using the plot as guidance. Being powerful was the only thing important to him. Overly relying on the plot would only lead to problems sooner or later once the plot collapsed. Is this really all right, Hot? Coldfish was talking. The incessant screams were causing his nerves to fray. Coldfish couldn't help but imagine the things that made Kaneki-ken scream like this. It should be all right. In the original plot, Gecko tortured Kaneki-ken, now it is Nico. The way this guy tortures people is almost the same as Gecko. Those incessant screams even caused Hot to feel flustered. Tell me, tell me, tell me. 1000-7 is equal to what? Another scream was heard from above. Will Kaneki-ken die? Hot swallowed hard at that thought. Probably not, he is the protagonist after all. Hot and Coldfish were silent. A little girl was sitting aside from most contractors. It was Shilolo, the little girl dressed like Kun Nakamui who had traded with Susiao before. Shilolo was being ignored by the others in Coldfish's adventurer group. She only held a low position here. Did that pervert on the CCG's camp do anything recently? Hot asked, but Coldfish did not answer openly. Nothing happened. While Coldfish said this, he secretly passed Hot a piece of paper. That guy cleared the entire 14th district. Hot's body stiffened, his thoughts went haywire. Clearing all the ghouls in a district? Hot understood why Coldfish did not say this out loud. The less contractors knew about this, the better, because it would drastically lower the fighting spirit of the contractors on the ghouls' side. Coldfish and Hot controlled this information. They made sure that the other contractors wouldn't learn of this. Knowing critical information could consolidate their status as leaders, allowing them to get more benefits. People were selfish, and in the first place, Coldfish and Hot only set up a temporary adventurer group instead of a permanent one. The leaders of a temporary adventurer group exploiting the contractors was almost an unspoken rule. Those exploited contractors were mostly aware of this, but they had no choice but to join the temporary adventurer groups anyways, since they could not be sure that they could live through the derivative worlds on their own. The confrontational task has yet to begin. How far along the main task are you? I have completed more than 50% of this. Hot changed the topic of the conversation. I haven't made any special progress. It's too hard to find investigators, there are only few scattered ones. The people on my side are probably finished by about 40%. After today, the mission time limit is still 12 days, and the plot line of the 11th district will start soon. That's an excellent opportunity. Coldfish sighed. Susiao's mission was to kill the ghouls, while Coldfish and the other people were killing the investigators. Of course, compared to killing ghouls, the number of investigators they needed to kill was much less. Each of them only needed to kill 5 investigators. If the number of investigators required to be killed were the same as the number of ghouls, then even if every single investigator in Tokyo was killed, they would not be able to complete the task. The number of investigators was just much less than that of ghouls. Shilolo heard the discussion between the two people, but she just felt bored. She had already paid the money, but Cold Fish did not care about her task completion rate. By now, the number of kills of Shilolo was still 0. The original words of Cold Fish were along the lines of, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Shilolo thought that Cold Fish just wanted to cheat her. Although she paid the money and signed a contract with Cold Fish, if she encountered some people with ill intentions, her contract would not save her life. The contract only stated that Cold Fish should help her to complete the task and to try to protect her. As such, it wasn't ironclad. As long as Shilolo were to die, the contract would be voided, while Cold Fish would only lose some paradise coins, and not too many at that. It would hurt him, but not too deeply, otherwise Cold Fish wouldn't have signed the contract. If it had been a normal situation, Cold Fish would not have done things like this, but the existence of Susiao caused great pressure to him. At the moment, Cold Fish had no real interest in Shilolo's few paradise coins. As for her life, Cold Fish did not care at all. Strong enemies were ahead, and even though he and Hot had teamed up, they were still calculating behind each other's back. In the 20th district, inside the CCG branch. After receiving the transfer order from the headquarters, Susiao rushed over here. The two districts were not too far from each other. The 20th district was right next to the 14th district and could be reached by car. Standing in front of the branch office, Susiao stretched himself. Previously, he was pressured by the main task and had been tense all the time, but now that he could complete the main task at any time, he felt more relaxed. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was shining, and the surrounding environment was bathed in a warm pale yellow. The clouds were sparse on the horizon, and in the park next to the branch office, some old people sat while drinking tea and chatting. It's a really good day for training. After entering the ghoul's world, Susiao had been fighting with high intensity all the time. While he was learning combat skills in the Reincarnation paradise, it was actual, real live and death fighting now. After fighting for his live, Susiao felt that his sword skills had slightly improved, and the feeling of the blade being an extension of his arm like Koshiro taught him became more and more obvious to him. Byakuya-san. A white blur quickly approached from the corner of his vision. Susiao subconsciously wanted to draw Dragon Flash, but then he saw the familiar face. Juzo. Susiao chuckled. He had a good impression of Suzue Juzo. The two men fought together and had naturally become friends. The friendships gained in battle were far closer than others. Byakuya-san, why are you here? I came to find someone, and don't call me with san, just Byakuya will be fine. Although he was looking for someone, Susiao did not yet know who he was looking for. I got lost, but this is the 20th district's branch, right? I was looking for it the entire afternoon. Byakuya-san, Byakuya, do you know where the conference room of the branch is? Susiao nodded and walked into the branch with Suzue Juzo. Just after entering the building, Susiao felt that something was wrong. Wherever he went, people would look at him, as if looking at a rare creature. Some female investigators even not so secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. At this time, in the conference room, Mariditsuki, the special class investigator, was hosting a meeting. There were dozens of investigators sitting in the conference room. Without counting Mariditsuki, there were even 2 special class investigators. Something like this had always been rare in CCG's history. Although Mariditsuki was a special class investigator, he generally did not participate in battle. His commanding ability was far superior when compared to his combat ability. CCG only had few large-scale combat missions, which were mostly planned and led by Mariditsuki. Mariditsuki was the commander of CCG on the battlefield, and he was especially good at large-scale battles. With the excited tone of the Mariditsuki, the fighting spirit of the people in the meeting was roused. This is a war between humans and ghouls. So, for the time being, give me your life. By the way, this is an order. You have no right to refuse. Here, I declare that the Special Countermeasure Unit in the 11th District is officially activated. It was also a summary of his previous words. This was the battle declaration which he prepared for this occasion. The mobilization before the fight itself was very important. Bang! The door of the conference room was pushed without warning, shocking some investigators who were wholeheartedly listening. Sorry, I am a Suzuya Jozo, a subordinate of Mr. Shin O'Hara. I am late because I got lost. Suzuya Jozo stretched his hand in front and pushed the door. At this time, Susuo stood behind Suzuya Jozo. He saw Mariditsuki, who he had seen from the video call, with a stunned look on his face. There was deadly silence in the conference room. It seemed that the little angel Jozo was in trouble. Chapter 71. Nice to meet you. After greeting them, Jozo Suzuya just smiled. Ha! Mariditsuki's hands clenched into trembling fists. Shin O'Hara Yukinori, sitting next to him, saw this scene and pressed his hand on his forehead as he had a severe headache. Oh my god! Shin O'Hara Yukinori looked around at Mariditsuki's exclamation and soon noticed Susuo standing behind Jozo Suzuya. Mariditsuki had also noticed Susuo, his originally angry expression loosened. Shin O'Hara, the headquarters sent him for us? That's great. No wonder that Mariditsuki was suddenly happy. Susuo alone cleared out the 14th district almost alone, and everyone knew it. Marid, no need to party. Byakuya was transferred to the 24th district to kill rats with Arimakisho. Mariditsuki was surprised. The 24th area? But no one can go there except the Squad Zero. Did Byakuya become a member of the Squad Zero? Did they say anything about it? He is a temporary member. When he heard the words temporary member, Mariditsuki's eyes lit up. A temporary member. Haha, we still have a chance then. If the Black Death joins the action in the 11th district, even if Yoshimura Kyuzen shows up, we will not have too many casualties. While Mariditsuki was talking, he had already walked to the door, past Jozo Suzuya, and enthusiastically greeted Susuo. First-class investigator Byakuya, we've met before. We are in a meeting right now, but please, you can join us. Susuo was a bit stunned because of this sudden passion. Well, the people you are waiting for won't arrive anytime soon, they'll take at least one day. Susuo didn't refuse anymore and sat in the conference room. Well, Jozo Suzuya, you can just listen from the side? Jozo Suzuya looked at Mariditsuki with a stunned look on his face. Listen from the side. Just listen from outside. Bang. The door of the conference room was forcefully closed. Mariditsuki tended to hold grudges. He usually looked mischievous, but he was actually a really strict person. Jozo Suzuya, who wore bright red slippers and leaned against the wall on the other side of the door, listened in as the meeting continued. So, now we'll talk about the latest attack. Aogiri Tree's actions were obviously organized and disciplined, so I am concerned that they have a leader, and from the past cases, their leaders. Mariditsuki began a detailed introduction to the action. Susuo yawned and rested his chin on his hand. I may release very harsh instructions, but please, endure this. Please. The plan will start a week from today. We'll move the survivors of the residents of the 11th district. There are very few ghouls in the 14th district, so the survivors can be transferred there. I will deal with the media. That's all. Meeting adjourned. Yes. The meeting was finally over. Susuo was already asleep. The fights in the past few days had tired him out. Byakuya, let's go. Shin Ohara Yukinori woke Susuao. What? Is it over? Mariditsuki is so talkative. Susuao yawned and stood up. Marid is just worried about the casualties during this attack. We have worked together before. He isn't one for reckless behavior. Susuao and Shin Ohara Yukinori went outside together. The two had worked together before after all. Susuao cleaning the 14th district also had a significant influence on the future career of Shin Ohara Yukinori. After all, Susuao cleaned the 14th district under Shin Ohara Yukinori's management. The two just walked out of the conference room and saw Mariditsuki at the door. At this time, Mariditsuki smiled purposefully and walked toward Jozo Suzuya, who was leaning against the wall. You are Jozo Suzuya, you are really a thin guy. Jozo Suzuya did not speak, he looked at the ceiling while showing no emotion. Shin Ohara Yukinori saw the scene while chatting with Susuao. This is not good, I need to go there now. Shin Ohara Yukinori walked quickly over there. Mariditsuki noticed that Jozo Suzuya did not care about him at all, and while he was not angry, he put his head in front of Jozo Suzuya's eyes with a weird expression on his face. Do you eat your meals properly? Do you have a dick? Apparently, Mariditsuki really held his grudges and was trying to pick a fight with Suzuya Jozo, because he had interrupted his meeting. Okay. When Jozo Suzuya heard the phrase "do you have a dick," he showed some reaction. Forget it, Marid, Jozo Suzuya was just tired when he arrived at the branch. Let it go, let's go to have lunch. Sugawara Yuki's hands pushed the shoulders of Mariditsuki, and the two walked out. What is wrong? I just had chat with him. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow, let's go. After that, Shin Ohara Yukinori turned his head and mouthed Susuao for help. Jozo Suzuya had just arrived in the 20th district, and he was unfamiliar with the environment. Moreover, this little kid had no basic concept of right and wrong, so he easily causes troubles. In the 14th district, only two people could deal with Jozo Suzuya. One was Shin Ohara Yukinori, who taught Jozo Suzuya and always treated him well. The second person was Susuao. If Jozo Suzuya was disobedient, Susuao would kick him into obedience. After Mariditsuki left, Jozo Suzuya moved his head and looked at the direction Mariditsuki walked in. His light red eyes deeply remembered the appearance of Mariditsuki. The little kid, Jozo Suzuya, also held grudges. How are you going to get your revenge? With your current combat power, Mariditsuki can kill you in 10 seconds. Jozo Suzuya did not look at him anymore. Byakuya, I am hungry. Let's go eat. Susuao took Jozo Suzuya and walked out of the branch. After looking around for a while, they found a barbecue shop. This barbecue shop was luxuriously decorated, it seemed like the prices here were not low. Susuao was not short on money though. Before leaving the 14th district, he received a large amount as a bonus from the 14th branch. Sir, please come this way. The waiter brought those two to their seats. Jozo Suzuya chose a piece of beef and so expensive it shocked the other guests, then looked at Susuao with a smirk. Susuao chose a lot of meat and fish. Soon, a wire mesh self-service grill was placed in front of those two. The beef that Jozo Suzuya chose was a kind of pork tenderloin called Wagyu Japanese beef. Sizzle. The surface of the beef on the self-service grill was oily, and the animal fat occasionally dripped into the charcoal fire. Susuao tasted a piece, and it was really good. The meat was smooth and tender, it had a delicate flavor, and the unique sauce fit well. After eating the nice meal, Susuao strolled along the street as he was bored. He had been quite busy after entering this derivative world. He wasn't used to this. The sky was already a little dim by now. After walking quite a while, Susuao saw a coffee shop in the distance. After taking a closer look, the name of the coffee shop was Antioku. This was a coincidence. Susuao was not looking for Antioku on purpose, he just strolled around. Now that he had come here, he may as well go in and check the rough situation on the ghouls' side. The fighting power of Antioku was very high. There were Yoshimura Kyuzan, Yamo Renji, Koma Enji, Irimi Kaya, and a few others. However, as long as Susiao would not take the initiative, the members of Antioku would not dare to act, unless they did not want to continue living in the 20th district. Susiao pushed open the door of the coffee shop. The bell on the door rang clearly. "Welcome." The crisp voice of a child greeted him. Susiao walked into the coffee shop and noticed a little girl with brown hair and white skin. He recognized the little girl. It was Fueguka Hinamai, who had just lost her parents. She didn't know why. As soon as Hinamai saw Susiao, she was rooted in place, as if she saw something terrible. "No, don't come closer." As Fueguka Hinamai spoke, she started crying and slumped to the floor. Susiao had recently killed too many ghouls. The smell of blood clung tightly to him, while Fueguka Hinamai had a natural ability, super smell. Chapter 72. Silence. Kiri's Himatuka, Yamo Renji, Nishio Nishiki, and the others were all in the cafe. "Sorry, my staff had recently experienced a familial tragedy, so her mood is somewhat unstable." Yamo Renji, who was the store manager, stepped forward and apologized. "This guy, isn't he?" Kiri's Himatuka whispered, looking at Susiao with horror. The ghouls in Antioku differed from other ghouls. They generally did not prey on humans, but only ate the bodies of people who committed suicide. Pulling back her short blue hair, Kiri's Himatuka hesitated briefly, then finally went forward and acted as a waitress. In the coffee shop in Antioku, the store manager and the waiters were all ghouls. There were a lot of ghouls at this cafe. The store manager, Yamo Renji, was a horrible person and an SSS class ghoul. The store manager killed too many people when he was young. He opened this coffee shop in the 20th district when he got older. His purpose was to let the ghouls live in harmony with human beings. They would not take the initiative to prey on human beings, they would just try to survive. Susiao sat in front of the counter, while Suzuejozo looked around in curiosity. "Dear guest, would you like to order?" The store manager's white hair was neatly groomed, he was dressed neatly, and his face was gentle. He seemed like a normal old gentleman. The strange thing was that the store manager's eyes seemed permanently closed. Perhaps his eyes were too small. "Since I came to the coffee shop, I would like to have a cup of coffee. I heard that the coffee in your store is excellent. Susiao didn't come to fight. He just wanted information. He did not see Kaneki-ken in the coffee shop. There were two possibilities. Either Kaneki-ken was not here, or he was already taken away by the Aojirai tree, and Susiao guessed it was the latter one. "Dear guests, please wait a moment." The store manager was well informed. He had recognized Susiao, so he personally welcomed Susiao, the Black Death. Kiri's Himatuka took the napkin she had been carrying and neatly placed it on the counter, planning to leave. "Wait," Susiao suddenly said, causing Kiri's Himatuka's body to stiffen. What happened?" "Dear guests." Kiri's Himatuka bowed her head and pretended to be shy, not daring to look at Susiao. "You have a brother, right?" After Susiao said the sentence, Kiri's Himatuka felt cold rising from her feet, straight to her brain. "How come? I mean, I don't have a brother." Kiri's Himatuka looked pretty nervous as she walked away. Susiao had just wanted to mess with her. "Guest, here is your coffee." The store manager carried over a cup of coffee, served it to Susiao. "Tuka, go prepare tomorrow's ingredients." Kiri's Himatuka seemed relieved by this order and quickly walked into another room. The unique aroma of coffee floated through the store. Susiao didn't have the habit of drinking coffee, but after smelling this strong fragrance, he couldn't help but take a sip. After drinking a sip, Susiao's eyebrows rose. "Nice." The store manager smiled. "Thank you for the compliment." The store manager took a cup of coffee for himself and walked out of the bar, sitting next to Su Xiao. You don't drink coffee often, right? Coffee should be tasted slowly. Otherwise, it will affect the taste. Just like life, although it is bitter, you can taste other flavors stronger after some bitterness. I don't have the habit of drinking coffee. I just have a friend working here, so I came to see him. Unfortunately, he is not here today. Su Xiao continued to drink his coffee. A friend. The store manager looked at Su Xiao with confusion apparent on his face. Yeah, a friend. His name is Kaneki Ken. I don't know if the store manager could contact him. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Su Xiao put down the coffee cup and looked at the store manager meaningfully. It turned out to be Kaneki Ken. It's a pity, he just took some time off. Su Xiao was pretty sure that Kaneki Ken was in trouble. Well, since it is like this, then forget it. Su Xiao drank all the remaining coffee in one go. Suzwaya, let's go. Su Xiao seemed to be relaxed but actually perceived the surroundings. All the eyes were on him, which meant that all the people here recognized him. Su Xiao started to take out some money. No, this coffee is my treat. The store manager stood up, his face calm. Although the talk with the store manager was not long, Su Xiao thought that the store manager was different from most ghouls he had seen. He did not have the same feeling of madness and perversion. He was more like a wise old man with a wrinkled face, occasionally showing helplessness to the world. Thank you. Su Xiao and the store manager stood up and looked at each other. Guests, if you have the chance, please come to Antioch for some coffee again, even if it's at night. No worries, the area is safe. The store manager's sentence held a variety of meanings. It was not only meant to invite Su Xiao as a guest and to show him kindness, but also to conceal it at the same time. The 20th and 14th districts were different. The ghouls here were very peaceful and would not harm human beings. At the same time, he asked Su Xiao not to start to purge the Zeno scum. E/N, sorry, couldn't resist. At the same time, he asked Su Xiao not to pull a crazy move to eliminate ghouls in the 20th district. The store manager may have already known that Su Xiao noticed something. It was a terrible thing to eliminate every single ghoul in an entire district. The store manager also wanted to avoid facing the Black Death. Perhaps we will meet again soon. Su Xiao smiled at the manager, a red light flashing in his eyes. Su Xiao walked out of the cafe. The store manager sat back and sighed. Kiri's Himatuka walked out of the adjacent room. Is this guy the Black Death that appeared recently? This guy is definitely a madman. Tuka showed a worried expression. She was afraid of Su Xiao clearing the 20th district like he did the 14th, then Antioch would have to move to some other place. He's a terrible guy. Nishio Nishiki was only in a class ghoul, so he was even more afraid of Su Xiao, and his legs felt somewhat soft. Su Xiao had killed more class ghouls than Nishio Nishiki had seen in his life. For a pure human to be this strong. If I'm not wrong, he should have come to find Kaneki Ken. After the store manager spoke, the coffee shop turned silent. On the way back to the CCG branch, Suzwayajozo was very cheerful. Oh, I just had a very strange feeling in that coffee shop. The intuition of Suzwayajozo was very accurate, except for the two of them, the rest were all ghouls. Whatever. Walking along the street at night, Su Xiao lit a cigarette. Suzwayajozo ran to the left of Su Xiao, who wondered why, then he went to the right of Su Xiao. Brother Byakuya, how can I become as strong as you? Look for opportunities, hard work, and don't be afraid of death. Suzwayajozo nodded without really understanding. 5 minutes later, the two had returned to the CCG branch. After Su Xiao returned to his temporary residence, he took a shower and lied on the bed. A blood-red card appeared in Su Xiao's hands. He was ready to open the scarlet card that Queen had dropped, to see if he could harvest anything useful. Tomorrow he may have to go to the 24th district. If he could gain some combat power or supplies, it would be a good thing. Use the scarlet card, yes/no. When he chose to use it, the scarlet card gradually dissolved and turned into a reddish liquid that floated in the air. The bright red liquid suddenly began to spin quickly, forming a vortex in front of Su Xiao. The inner side of the vortex contained a space that fit one hand, so he put his hand in it. After feeling around for something, he touched a soft, smooth object. Su Xiao smiled. It seemed like he touched a piece of equipment. It seemed he wasn't that unlucky after all. He pulled his hand out of the red vortex, and the notification from the Reincarnation Paradise came. Upon receiving the notification of the Reincarnation Paradise, the smile on Su Xiao's face disappeared, and he stayed rooted on the spot. After a long time, he swore. The notification of the Reincarnation Paradise was: "You randomly received, silk bra." Chapter 73. While holding the bra in his hand, he was further shocked when he noticed that it was actually a piece of equipment. Silk bra. Origin, Catalogue of Magical Forbidden Book, School Street No. 3. Quality, white. Genre, armor. Durability, 11/15. Requirement, female. Equipment effects, charm +1, cup size +1. Rating, 7. Introduction, your breasts will look incredible, believe me. Price, 900 paradise coins. Su Xiao scratched his head. It was of a little use to him and could only be sold in the Reincarnation Paradise. The red vortex was still there, so Su Xiao made the second attempt. Having learned from the last lesson, he tried to feel for hard objects. Soon, he felt something hard with a smooth texture. Thinking he'd just give it a try, Su Xiao pulled out the item. Universal wrench. The Reincarnation Paradise only announced those two simple words. Su Xiao's face went blue as he raised a silver-white wrench. This was not even classified as equipment, it was an ordinary item in the Reincarnation Paradise that workers used all the time. Its value should be around 3 paradise coins. How come Queen had this in her storage space? Was she a handyman? That was obviously impossible, but Su Xiao guessed the reason. Queen most likely knew about the system of the Scarlet Card, so she probably put this into her storage space on purpose. In the Reincarnation Paradise, no one could be certain of leaving the derivative worlds alive. Queen must have put a lot of useless items into her storage space just in case. This way, even if she died, she would not allow her killer to get any benefits. With Queen's character, it seemed likely. Su Xiao sighed and lost his hopes for the third draw. With his permanent lack of luck, and with what he could only assume to be a large amount of trash in Queen's storage space, the chance of getting anything good was really too low. Su Xiao casually grabbed something from the vortex and looked at it. Oh my! What appeared in Su Xiao's hands was a bottle. Rejoice shampoo, manufactured by workers. After hesitating for a long while, Su Xiao endured and decided not to throw the bottle of shampoo against the wall. This could also be useful. If he were stranded in the wilderness during a mission, it wouldn't be bad to be able to wash his hair at a river. After forcibly comforting himself with this logic, Su Xiao sat down on the bed, put Dragon Flash on his legs and began meditating to get rid of his depressed mood. The method of meditation Koshiro taught him was not simple. Recently, he felt that after each meditation, his perception became more and more accurate. When Black White was trying to shoot him, Su Xiao was able to feel where she was aiming. That should be related to his frequent meditation. Su Xiao recently slaughtered a lot of ghouls, but he did not fall to madness from the incessant killing. Although his hands weren't just stained with blood, but were thoroughly drenched, his mind remained very firm and unaffected. This, too, might be related to his frequent meditation. As long as he had the time, he would meditate for 2 hours before going to sleep, This habit has been fully ingrained in Su Xiao. After meditating, Su Xiao always felt a bit tired, so it helped him fall asleep more quickly. 4th District, Shinjuku City, during the night. The moon stood high. Although there were many tall buildings in the 4th District, it was dark, as if humanity had given up on this area. It was the truth. There were no human beings in the 4th District because of the proliferation of ghouls. A whistle could be heard, and a figure in a black robe with a white hood appeared in the suburbs of the 4th District, which had been overgrown by wild grass and weed. Even the sounds of wild animals could be heard from time to time. The black shadow carried a large linen bag, which was obviously filled with something big. The contractors in the ghouls faction are all useless and holding me back. And there is only one single person on the CCG's side. What happened there? A male voice sounded from under the hood. A pair of black, triangular eyes appeared in the moonlight. Only these eyes could be seen, and one could feel that the owner of the eyes was definitely a bad person. Those eyes were full of negative emotion, hate, cruelty and madness. Huff, huff. The bag behind the triangular-eyed man swayed a few times. Judging from the sounds, there should be a human inside the bag. The triangular-eyed man not only came to the suburbs of the 4th District in the middle of the night, he was also carrying a person in his bag. Be quiet, or I will cut out your tongue. The triangular-eyed man dropped the bag and kicked it a few times for good measure. Hoarse cries came from the bag, but the sounds stopped soon after. Right here. The triangular-eyed man untied the bag, and a boy climbed out. The boy was about 7 or 8 years old and looked cute, even though his face was full of dirt. On his small, dirty face, 2 tear tracks were clearly visible, and his eyes were already reddish. You are unlucky, I couldn't find anyone else, so I could only take you, even though the amount of flesh and blood is somewhat lacking. The triangular-eyed man gave a weird laughter, then pulled a sticky, chewing gum-like substance out of his mouth. Tui. The triangular-eyed man spat out black saliva, then cautiously formed the sticky substance in his hand into several smaller pieces. He threw most of them around, but kept a small part in his hand. After finishing, the triangular-eyed man took out a small scimitar, with the blade barely as long as a palm, and continued laughing in his weird way. Hoo, hoo, hoo. The little boy was even more scared now and struggled desperately on the ground, but his hands and feet were tied with tape, so he could only wriggle around. You are so small, into how many pieces should I divide you? The triangular-eyed man was thinking out loud. 5, you are just too small for more. The triangular-eyed man licked his lips. The machete in his hand approached the little boy. In the suburbs, under the cold moonlight, a cruel scene was appeared. A man in a black robe was using a knife to skillfully cut a child. Although the child's lips were taped shut, the noises he made was still audible from time to time. 10 minutes later, the little boy had turned into a pile of minced meat, which was randomly strewn around the ground. Some black, sticky substance could be faintly seen on the fragments of the body. The triangular-eyed man was hiding a small distance away and quietly waiting. An hour later, 2 red lights rushed closer, that being a ghoul's red eyes. Was this a murder? Ha ha ha, this is really good luck, I can eat human flesh for once. The ghoul picked up the little boy's body and gorged on it after noticing no abnormality in the surroundings. The triangular-eyed man curled his lips, somewhat dissatisfied with only one ghoul appearing. Explode. As the triangle-eyed man murmured with a low voice, the eating ghoul suddenly burst apart. Boom. Blood sprayed into a fine mist. Although it was an explosion, there was no fire or shrapnel, but lots of minced flesh flew around. This time, the bloody smell was even heavier. Not long after, it attracted more than a dozen ghouls. These dozens of ghouls began to grab the body of the little boy. Human flesh was a rare delicacy for ghouls in the 4th District. The triangle-eyed man murmured again, and those ghouls all burst at the same time. They all had a one thing in common, that being, they had eaten the body of the little boy. 2 hours later, the bloody smell on the suburban area of the 4th district had attracted dozens of hungry ghouls. 60, 70, it's enough. The triangular-eyed man was hiding in the distance, and a black light appeared in the palm of his hand. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and the dozens of ghouls that were in the same place exploded. Soil splashed and splattered. When the aftermath of the explosion receded, 2 white treasure cases floated on the ground. Hey, 2 white treasure chests. Well, that's normal. I'm double servings after all. The triangular-eyed man was satisfied and put the chests into his storage space as he received the notification of completing an achievement from the Reincarnation paradise. When he entered this derivative world, he just started killing ghouls in the 4th district. Although he was also in the ghouls camp, he had special ways to avoid the deduction of contribution value that should come from killing ghouls. The triangular-eyed man's face that had been full of joy suddenly became black. He seemed to have received some news. How come it's another warning from the Reincarnation paradise? Just give me my doubled rewards or go ahead and execute me. The triangular-eyed man sneered with disdain, not caring about the warning given by the Reincarnation paradise. This was the target that Susiao had to hunt, the contractor number 12470. Chapter 74. The next morning, in the park next to the 20th branch office, in the shade of a tree, Susiao did a one-arm handstand and gradually lowered himself. 543, 544, 545. Susiao was doing one-handed inverted push-ups to exercise his upper body strength. Sweat dripped down his cheeks into a small puddle of water that had appeared on the ground beneath him. Although the Reincarnation paradise could increase the value of his attributes, Susiao never slacked off with his own exercise. When perceiving the feeling of getting stronger, most people got addicted to it. Imagine being able to feel yourself getting noticeably stronger every day, how pleasant that would be. First-class investigator Byakuya, someone is looking for you. A male investigator walked up to Susiao. Susiao put power into his arm and stretched it to heighten his body. Who? Special class investigator Arima. When he said the name Arima, the investigator showed a look of admiration. Arima? I understand, where is he? After getting the location of Arima Kisho, Susiao picked up his top and left the park. Unexpectedly, Arima Kisho himself was waiting for him. In the restaurant of the CCG's branch office, Susiao was currently eating his breakfast. In the seat opposite of Susiao sat a handsome man with white hair and glasses. That was Arima Kisho, the strongest investigator of CCG. So, are you my boss now? Susiao ate the last bite of his breakfast and then looked up to observe Arima Kisho. Yes. You are temporarily transferred to the Squad 0. We are responsible for the investigation of the 24th district. Arima Kisho spoke with a gentle tone, looking like a god with no expression on his face at all. Susiao thought for a while. He had 12 days of free time left. Although the 24th district was dangerous, it was also a good place. Since he wanted to become stronger quickly, he needed to take risks after all, only then would he get rewarded. This was the iron law of the Reincarnation paradise. When will we go? Right now. The first impression others had of Susiao was always murderousness, as implied from his having only 3 points of charm. And Arima Kisho was completely expressionless, so the interactions between the two of them were very simple and clear. Arima Kisho did not ask to test Susiao's strength, he showed his power by cleaning out the 14th district. Susiao followed Arima Kisho out of the CCG branch office of the 20th district, together they drove to the 24th district. The 24th district was located at the edge of Tokyo and belonged to the suburbs. To be exact, the 24th district was just wilderness, and the real 24th district was underground. In the meeting room of the 20th branch office, Mariditsuki stood at the window, looked at the car which was heading away, and sighed. He still left. If the Black Death could join. Mariditsuki looked somewhat disappointed. Marid, it doesn't matter, I may have a way. Shinohara Yukinori patted Mariditsuki's shoulder, who only looked at the vehicle that was quite far away by now. Away? Tell me. Mariditsuki looked at Shinohara Yukinori in surprise. Shinohara Yukinori mysteriously smiled and put his head near Mariditsuki's ear, and murmured something in a low voice. Yes, that's it. Who'd have thought that you could think of something like this? Shinohara Yukinori's face was black as he looked at Mariditsuki, speechless. 24th District, a bulletproof CCG car was parked on wild grass. Right here. Arima Kisho took the lead to get off the car, Susiao followed him. A hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in front of Susiao. This was an entrance to the underground. The entrance was dark, and a vague whining sound could be heard, if a ghost was crying. It was the sound of the wind, which indicated that there was a lot of space underground. Yuna, introduce the situation in the 24th district to first-class investigator Byakuya. From the driver's seat of the car, a beauty who was at the age of a typical student got out. This beauty was named Yuna. She was about 18 or 19 years old, had a long black hair and wore a white sailor suit. Her chest was only slightly raised, and in her left and right hands she was carrying quinquo boxes. Yuna glanced at Susiao and cleared her throat. She could guess just from a glance that this was also a cold guy. The 24th district, we call it the underground maze. So far, we have been unable to fully explore the 24th district. In the 24th district, there are a lot of meat walls. Susiao was curious. He had only heard bits and pieces about the meat walls in the underground of the 24th district, as such he did not know their specific appearance and only knew a bit about them. Yes, meat walls. They are formed by kakuhou, similar to how quinquo are made. It is because of these meat walls that the difficulty of exploring the 24th district has risen greatly. Yuna began to explain the exact situation in the 24th district. Usually, there would be more investigators besides Arima Kisho, Susiao, and Yuna exploring the 24th district. As for the other members of the Squad Zero, because of Susiao, they were all transferred away by the headquarters. The original words of the headquarters were that they wanted to decentralize the combat power because the situation in various regions was growing unstable. Although Yuna seemed a bit weak, she was an associate special class investigator. That was the general information about the 24th district. This time we're just passing by, so I'll give you a general introduction. We will take action this afternoon. The three people silently stood without moving. Susiao could not help but wonder, would they stand around until afternoon? In the end, Yuna spoke up first. You two, are you just going to stand here? Arima Kisho did not speak, but directly went to the car. Susiao was looking at Yuna, while Yuna was also looking at Susiao. The two just looked at each other. Let's head back to the temporary branch. Yuna said the sentence word by word with a strange intonation. Through their short period of contact, Susiao found that his initial judgment of Yuna was wrong. This beautiful investigator was not very cold, she was just slightly nervous and moody. 5 minutes later, the three people drove to the temporary branch office, which was a 3-story villa. This was the place where the investigators would rest in the 24th district, though usually there were very few investigators in the 24th district. Right now, there were only 3 people. Entering the villa, Susiao saw some busy staff. Except for these staff members, there were no other investigators in the branch, which made this temporary divisions look somewhat sloppy. Don't look like that. Except for the staff, there are only 3 investigators, that's us. Yuna changed from her previous cold attitude and became passionate. What's the specific time when we'll go explore the 24th district? Su Xiao looked around. The structure was very simple. The important departments were only the logistics department, and the information department. The logistics department should provide all kinds of materials, and the information department recorded the situation in the 24th district. We will go at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There is a restaurant inside, and over there is your residence. After that, Yuna's white face suddenly came close to Su Xiao's, and her pretty nose shook slightly. I smell blood, I like your smell. Su Xiao's mouth twitched. This woman was a complete replica of Suzuejizo. No, she was even more neurotic than Suzuejizo. No longer paying attention to this strange girl, Su Xiao walked over to the logistics department, then he received a notification of the Reincarnation Paradise. Hint, you have entered a special area, temporary division of the 24th district. Hint, the temporary division of the 24th district is a hidden area. In the logistics department of the temporary branch, the CCG contribution points can be used to exchange items. Su Xiao was curious about what items could be exchanged. First Class Investigator Byakuya, welcome to the logistics department. Our items are inexpensive and useful, but not quite for free. A thin old man with small round sunglasses looked at Su Xiao with a smile. Su Xiao was a bit stunned. Is this really the logistics department of the CCG branch? It seemed like he entered a store. While the thin old man talked, a list of items appeared in front of Su Xiao. After seeing the first item on the list, Su Xiao's eyes seemed to have flames burning in them. This glorious blue light that he saw now, he saw it for the first time. At this moment, Su Xiao felt fortunate to be able to come to the 24th district. Chapter 75. At the very top of the list of items, there was a blue glowing potion bottle. The potion glowed like a diamond under the sunlight, it looked glorious. Human Gene Strengthening Fluid. Origin, Reincarnation Paradise, Marcus Institute of Human Gene Research. Quality, blue. Genre, medication. Effect, after drinking this, gain physical strength +4, strength +2. Permanent. Quantity in stock, 1. Exchange conditions, 15.000 CCG contribution points. Requirements, Associate Special Class Investigator. Description, this drug can only be used once per person, repeated consummation won't give any results. Crushing Fairy, Boutique. Origin, Tokyo Ghoul. Quality, green. Attack power, 6 to 20. Attack power is the destructive power like the power of firearms. Genre, Quinqua, high caliber pistol. Magazine size, 6. Quinqua guns automatically refill the magazine, cooldown time is 2 minutes. Durability, 35/35. Requirement, 12 points of strength, 10 points of agility. Equipment effects, aim shooting, active stare at one or more enemies with the gun for 5 seconds. During this period, moving speed is reduced by 50%. After 5 seconds, all remaining bullets will be shot at the enemies. Tip, after aim shooting is activated, the enemies will be marked and bullets will trace them. Tip, using aim shooting will consume 50 mana. Tip, the cooldown time of aim shooting, active, is 24 hours. Rating, 30, note, green equipment is scored from 1 to 30. Those scored 30 will be marked with boutique and have special attributes attached. Introduction, my shooting skills are very bad, but I can stare at you. There can be only one result when I stare at you. You will die, unless there are a lot of obstacles in front of you. Price, 3,800 park coins. Quantity in stock, 1. Exchange conditions, 13,000 points of CCG contribution points. Requirement, Associate Special Class Investigator. C-type battlefield syringe. Origin, Tokyo Ghoul. Quality, green. Type, medicine. Effect, after injection, 30% HP will be restored and injuries will quickly heal. Quantity in stock, 1. Exchange conditions, 8,000 CCG contribution points. Requirements, Associate Special Class Investigator. Introduction, Life-saving medicine, the results of many CCG human trials. Below these 3 items, there were a lot more drugs, quinqua, and other items. But besides these 3 items, Su Xiao did not plan on exchanging anything else, those things were so expensive. To be exact, what Su Xiao wanted to exchange for first was the bottle of human genetic strengthening fluid, which added to his constitution and strength. And it was the first blue item he saw. Blue quality items were very rare, but were comparably better. This bottle of human gene fortification liquid was not an item from the ghoul's world but from the Reincarnation paradise. That's why it only appeared in the 24th district. This exchange function would not appear anywhere else. At least the 14th and the 20th districts did not have this function. Perhaps it was because the 24th district was especially dangerous. Or it might be because of a special location in the 24th district. Su Xiao did not know. His current goal was to get deeper into the 24th district to explore the unknown areas. Exploring the unknown area of the 24th district would get him some CCG contribution points, under the premise that the discovered areas were valuable to the CCG. If he still had some contribution points left over after he had exchanged the human gene fortification solution, he would probably get the crushing fairy, the powerful pistol-style quinqua. Su Xiao was solitary, he did not have teammates, so he needed at least some long-range ability. If he were to encounter a special enemy or some such and he was unable to fight in long distances, he may die. It was not easy to develop ranged capabilities, and that required a lot of investment. And the skills attached to the crushing fairy would allow Su Xiao to gain those skills relatively quickly. The ability of crushing fairy was to lock onto the enemy and then fire 6 consecutive tracking shots. But Su Xiao was concerned about just how good the tracking of aim shooting was. His shooting skills were very bad, but crushing fairy did not need shooting skills as long as he activated the skill, so it was a very good choice. As for the last item, the C-type battlefield syringe, it was a good lifesaver. Su Xiao wanted to get all 3 of them, but after seeing his current contribution points, he could only sigh and wait. First Class Investigator, contribution points 2053/10,000. First, he had to upgrade to Associate Special Class Investigator, then he had to gain a massive amount of contribution points. There were still 12 days left. He needed to get a total of 33,947 contribution points, so he had a long way to go. However, the 24th district was notoriously dangerous, and the number of ghouls should be quite high, so he could obtain contribution points by handing in Kakuhao and exploring the unknown areas. It was not impossible to get this many contribution points that way. In the afternoon, Su Xiao, Arimakisho, and Yuna gathered. Check your gear. Every time we go exploring in the 24th district, we'll stay longer than just 1 or 2 days. Arimakisho carried a big bag, held his quinqua in his hands, and had put on a white trench coat. This white trench coat was only available for the Squad 0. Su Xiao was wearing the same one right now, the trench coat fit him well and was very suitable for fighting in. Yuna was also dressed the same way. The bag she was carrying was filled with food, fresh water, and other necessities. Su Xiao had nothing to take, all of his materials were in the storage space. The storage space was 2 cubic meters in size, so it wasn't too big, but it could contain a lot of materials. Of the storage space, more than 2/3 was filled with food and fresh water, enough for him to last for a long time. The rest of the space was used for combat equipment and medical items. I have no issues. We can leave at any time. Yuna looked at Su Xiao as if he had said something weird. What do you use to fight? Dragon Flash appeared in Susiao's hand, and he raised the blade. This. Ft. Yuna snorted and pointed to Dragon Flash in Susiao's hand. This is a common metal weapon. Can it even break through a ghoul's skin? Obviously, Yuna did not trust Susiao's strength. Swing. The blade flashed, a few strands of long, black hair fell. Dragon Flash had been rested against Yuna's neck. Yuna looked at Susiao with shock. So fast. Not only Yuna, but Arima Kisho also looked at Susiao. Do you think that it can cut ghouls now? Yuna put her finger on the edge of Dragon Flash and stroked it lightly, but a trace of blood still appeared on her slender finger. Yuna put her finger in her mouth and sucked the blood away. With this sharpness, there won't be any problems. Dragon Flash was sharp and Susiao was very good at using this sword, but the quality of Dragon Flash was too low. It was after all just white equipment. If its score weren't 10 points, this blade might not have been able to keep up with Susiao's for this long. Even so, when fighting Queen, Dragon Flash had been somewhat lacking. It was only a matter of time until he had to change his weapon, but it was troublesome for Susiao to replace it. Frequently replacing weapons was definitely not a good thing. He needed a weapon that could grow together with him. It was a pity that the difficulty of obtaining such a weapon was not low at all. With his current strength, it would be stupid to even dream of getting such a weapon. Let's go. This is the 108th exploration attempt of the 24th district. Arima Kisho took the lead out of the temporary branch. Susiao and Yuna followed. Soon, the three arrived in front of the dark hole, which went straight to the underground. The sound of the crying ghosts came from the hole, as if there was some kind of monster hidden in its tunnels. Chapter 76. Susiao walked into the dark hole and noticed that the air smelled somewhat bloody. The hole went down for quite a while and gradually led them to the underground. After a long distance, the tunnel started to narrow, but it was still at least 5 meters high and 7 or 8 meters wide. He didn't want to think about how much time it must have taken the ghouls to dig a tunnel of this size. After entering the tunnel, he noticed that although it was underground, it was not too dark to see his fingers. At the roof of the tunnel, a plant with a gray branch had grown. It had dense roots and held a strange flower. The flowers hanging on the roof of the tunnel were emitting a faint white light, making it possible to see. Plop, plop. Water was dripping from the roof, but Arima Kisho and Yuna stayed far away from it. Don't touch the liquid, it's released by the light flower and is highly toxic. Yuna immediately warned Susiao, who nodded. Don't be reckless. More than 50 investigators died from the poison of light flowers until now. Noticing that Susiao hadn't really reacted, Yuna reminded again. All right, thank you. Although Yuna was somewhat nervous, she was a good teammate. After walking down the tunnel for a few hundred meters, a metal door appeared in front of the three. We're here. Arima Kisho put his hand into his shirt and pulled out a necklace with a golden key attached. The key was inserted into the metal door, which opened with a grating sound. Every time I enter through this broken door, I always have the feeling that I won't get out of it. Which stupid guy built something like this, stupid bastard? After Yuna whispered, she continued muttering insults under her breath. This was a barrier that CCG built very early on, preventing the ghouls inside from leaving the 24th district. There were only 2 keys. One was in Arima Kisho's hand, and the other one was held by Washiyo Matsuri. The metal door opened and a disgusting smell enveloped them. There were 2 paths after the metal door. Inside and outside of the metal door were 2 different worlds. The wall behind the metal door was no longer soil layer, but a dark red meat-like wall. Susiao took out Dragon Flash and stabbed the meat wall with the tip. The meat wall pretty hard. Squelch. After Dragon Flash was pierced into the meat wall, it began to lock, trying to trap the blade. Arima, which side will we go this time? Yuna and Arima Kisho were very familiar with each other, the two were longtime partners. You can decide. Arimakisho carried his quinquas in his hands, respectively, Narukami and Ixa. Yuna took out a coin and threw it into the air. Heads, let's go the right way. Arimakisho nodded. Susiao looked at the scene doubtfully. Was there no regular route? Isn't this a weird way to choose the path? Yuna just smiled at Susiao. Don't you have a regular route? No, no, no. Yuna's words only confused Susiao. These walls are not fixed, they frequently change. Like the paths ahead of us, sometimes there's 2, sometimes there's 3, or even 5. This is also the reason why the 24th district can't be thoroughly explored, the entire region is alive. After listening to Yuna's explanation, Susiao frowned. How can we get out after going deep into the 24th district? In the current situation, it is not impossible to be trapped inside. Of course there is a way. As long as we have this thing, we will not have any problems to leave. Yuna showed him a compass. Arimakisho, who was standing aside, spoke. The exploration time is set for 2 days. If we haven't found anything in 2 days, we will return to the temporary branch. Arimakisho thought for a while and then continued to say. First class Byakuya, what are you best at? Arimakisho wanted to know about Susiao's skill set. Close quarters fighting, perception and attacking. Good. Arimakisho adjusted his glasses. I will be in the lead. Yuna will be in the middle, you will take the rear guard. Susiao had no opinion on this formation, but Yuna pouted. I am not a newbie, so why am I in the center? This is stupid. Yuna looked at Susiao, but thinking that she was not Susiao's opponent after all, she could only accept her role. The 3-person team began to move into the 24th district. Roar. They had not gone far when they heard a roar coming from in front of them. God, don't let us be this unfortunate. Yuna whispered and turned around to run. Arimakisho did the same, he did not hesitate to turn and run back. Withdraw quickly, something is coming. He did not need for Arimakisho to say that. As soon as Susiao saw the 2 run, he also turned and ran, his body kept even with Yuna. What is that? During the running, Susiao took the time to ask Yuna. That's a monster. The 24th district and 14th district are different. There are not only ghouls here. Soon, the 3 ran back to the crossroad at the entrance. Although the terrain of the 24th district would change, the change was cyclical. Generally, it would change significantly every 7 to 8 days, and there were only minor changes in the meanwhile. So much for the right side, the blood eye is there. Yuna gasped out quickly, she looked at the tunnel to the right with horror. Susiao couldn't help but frown. What kind of monster could make Arimakisho run away? The blood eye is active. Do you want to give up and return? Yuna asked aloud. No, the range of blood eye is not very wide. We'll explore the left path. Arimakisho took the lead, and the 3 entered the left channel. He hadn't seen any ghouls yet, but the 24th district had already given Susiao quite a shock. There was poison dripping down from above and there was a monster, so powerful that Arimakisho had to escape. The 3 people went through the 24th district very smoothly after the initial hiccup. After a few hours of travel, there had been no problem. No ghoul had appeared. This caused some doubts for Susiao. Weren't there supposed to be many ghouls in the 24th district? Boom. A loud sound echoed, there was a shockwave traveling along the passageway, and dust fell down. The blood eye is starting to go crazy again. Yuna's face became a bit ugly, she seemed to be afraid of whatever it was that they called blood eye. It has entered the molting period, and I fought against it last week. Arimakisho's words were surprising. He had fought against the unknown monster? And it was still alive? After an hour of travel in the 24th district, Susiao had gotten completely lost. No wonder this place was called a maze. They had come across dozens of crossroads already. A corner appeared again in front. Wait. Susiao suddenly muttered, causing Yuna and Arima Kisho to glance at him. What is it? Yuna's body was tense. There is the smell of blood around the corner, and it's very fresh. Yuna looked at Susiao suspiciously, but she still carefully approached the corner with light steps. Yuna turned towards them and nodded at the two. Arima Kisho stared at Susiao, and the two were slowly approaching the corner. After Susiao glanced around the corner, he saw that two ghouls were eating a body just past the turn. Judging from the red eyes of the body, it had also been a ghoul. These were the first ghouls Susiao saw in the 24th district. The ghouls here looked very different from the ghouls outside. No, they didn't really look different, but they wore different things. The two ghouls were surprisingly wearing grass skirts, and one of ghouls was wearing a tooth necklace. Susiao was stunned. Did he just meet a primitive ghoul? Chapter 77. It's so weird to see ghouls dressed like this. Yuna whispered, it seemed like she had never seen these ghouls before. Are ghouls like this considered rare in the 24th district? Susiao asked. They should be. I explored the 24th district for a half year, and this is the first time I see this kind of dress sense. Yuna was quite surprised to see these ghouls. Special Class Investigator Arima, you've been exploring the 24th district for longer than that. Have you seen this kind of ghoul before? Arima Kisho did not answer Yuna's question, but just walked out from the corner. Vaguely, Susiao could feel that Arima Kisho probably knew something. When he first met Arima Kisho, Susiao had a strange feeling that this person seemed unhuman. Only ghouls could possess such a powerful body. However, this was only Susiao's guess. He had seen with his own eyes that Arima Kisho ate normal food and then stayed with him for a long time without noticing any abnormalities. Judging from his behavior, Arima Kisho could not be a ghoul. His body had the strength of a ghoul, but his behavior wasn't like one at all. While Susiao was lost in thought, Arima Kisho had already stepped out from behind the corner and drawn his Quinqua Narukami. Narukami was an S+ rated Quinqua with 3 forms. The first form was cannon-shaped and provided ranged attacks. The second form was a pincer type that could launch a remote-controlled radio ball. The third form was a sword which was very strong and suitable for close-ranged fighting. Right now, Arima Kisho was using the sword type. Take one ghoul each, we must resolve this as soon as possible. Arima Kisho looked at Susiao, his meaning was obvious. Arima Kisho's current actions confused Susiao. The two ghouls were not too strong, so he should be able to kill them by himself with ease. Did Arima Kisho want to try to test his strength? That was not likely. The strength of these ghouls could not meet the standards where fighting them would be suitable as a test. After entering the 24th district, Susiao had many questions. There should be some secrets waiting to be found down here, and Arima Kisho probably knew about some. But he and Arima Kisho were not familiar with each other, so he would need to explore them by himself. Yes. Susiao drew Dragon Flash and stood on Arima Kisho's side. The two of them were behind the two ghouls, who were rushing to eat and did not notice the investigators. Arima Kisho extended 3 fingers and started counting down. After Arima Kisho took the last finger down, the two rushed to the two ghouls at the same time. On the way to the assault, Susiao found that Arima Kisho was very fast, almost as fast as him. This caused Susiao to be even more skeptical about Arima Kisho being a human. His agility was at 13 points, how could an average human of this world reach 13 points of agility? After rushing over, Susiao and Arima Kisho arrived behind their respective targets at the same time. By now, the two ghouls had noticed them. A bright light along with the cry of a sword being swung and the ghoul's head flew away. Fast and accurate, with just one strike Susiao killed his target. Looking up, there was a headless body in front of Arima Kisho. In the distance, Yuna was staring at the two people, stunned. She already knew about the strength of Arima Kisho, but she didn't think that Susiao was also this strong. Oh, how come I'm the weakest now? Yuna was not very happy, but she couldn't do anything about it. After Susiao killed the ghoul, the Reincarnation Paradises gave a notification. You killed a resident of Diakman. CCG contribution increased by 46 points. Diakman tribe reputation value decreased by -92 points. Since Diakman tribe reputation exceeds -50, members of the Diakman tribe will actively attack you. After receiving the notification of the Reincarnation Paradise, Susiao was even more confused. What was this Diakman tribe? There was no such thing in the story. Squelch. Arima Kisho cut open the ghoul's back and took out its kakuhao. Their kakuhao are very precious. If you want status, you can turn them over to the information department in 24th district. Arima Kisho opened his bag and took out a bottle of water, washed the blood off of the kakuhao and stowed it in his backpack. Susiao took this to heart and took the kakuhao of the ghoul he killed. After touching the kakuhao, another notification of the Reincarnation Paradise appeared. You got kakuhao, type 1. Can be used to exchange for 40 CCG contribution points. Whether it was killing the primitive ghouls or taking out their kakuhao, he could get a lot of CCG contribution points from them. The contribution points obtained by killing these 0 primitive ghouls was 10 times higher than killing regular ghouls. The reason for this was still unclear to Susiao. Questions appeared one after another, and the 24th district became even more mysterious. Just as the three investigators continued to move deeper, a pair of red eyes stared at the three from the distance with hatred. It was a ghoul standing about 100 meters away, at the end of their current passage. Not good. Arima Kisho showed a rare expression. He actually seemed to be worried. The ghoul in the distance also looked like a primitive person. After seeing the bodies of the two ghouls lying beside them, he made two strange sounds. Woo, woo. The sound of the primitive ghoul was short and sharp, and should reach pretty far. Arima Kisho changed the form of Narukami into a different one. Bang. A golden ball of electricity was shot and almost instantly hit the ghoul. After being hit by the electric ball, the ghoul twitched and fell to the ground, a smell of scorched flesh spreading. The ghoul had died. Arima Kisho narrowed his eyes, wearing an ugly expression on his face. Prepare to fight. Yuna, come behind me. Arima Kisho pressed on the suitcase he carried with him and his other Quinqua appeared. The Quinqua IXA, also S+ rated and could also be changed into a variety of forms. It was a weapon usable for both attack and defense. Where is the enemy coming from? Susiao looked serious. Although he did not perceive the enemy yet, Arima Kisho's weird actions alerted him. Soon. Arima Kisho had not even finished before Susiao felt a slight vibration of the ground. It felt like there were thousands of horses running wildly from both sides of the tunnel, and dust was shaken off of the roof. Woo, woo, woo. That strange sound rang again. Ghouls rushed at them from both directions, the ways out were blocked. These ghouls were all dressed like the previous primitive ghouls. A grass skirt and a teeth necklace were almost standard apparel for them, while some of the ghouls had weird tattoos on their faces. Once he looked carefully, he noticed that the pattern looked like a bloated fish. Their bare feet stomped on the ground, raising the dust in their wake, as the primitive ghouls rushed forward. Oh my! Susiao snorted. He estimated there to be at least 300 primitive ghouls surrounding them. Although we haven't fought together before, we'll have to cooperate. Otherwise, we will all die here. Susiao looked at Arima Kisho, and Arima Kisho seriously nodded to Susiao. Let's cooperate. You are responsible for the left side, I will take care of the right side. Don't let yourself get surrounded. In battle, it was easy to form close friendships, especially when fighting for one's life. Then what should I do? Yuna helplessly asked, her tone bitter. Support us whenever possible. Suxiao held Dragon Flash tightly as he prepared himself to face off against the enemy. Believe in me. Although Suxiao was only a first-class investigator, one level lower than Yuna, positions didn't always indicate strength, which was the most important. Chu. A primitive ghoul, that looked like he might be the leader, gave a short scream. It picked up a long tree root which had a few bird feathers stuck on its end. After this strange scream, those ghouls rushed Suxiao like crazy beasts. Chapter 78. The tunnel Suxiao and the ghouls fought in was not too wide, only 3 or so meters, so only 4 ghouls could rush him at the same time, which kept the pressure low. 4 ghouls rushed at Suxiao, and strangely enough, they didn't use Kagun. It was currently impossible for Suxiao to ponder this, as even without Kagun, this many ghouls were still hard to get rid of. Suxiao held Dragon Flash tightly and slashed, causing a few white lines to appear. Puchi! Puchi! Several limbs were cut off, the ghouls in front of Suxiao were all screaming. Then, Suxiao continued his attacks. A sword flashed, several ghouls close to him had their throats cut, blood sprayed out seemingly without end. The 4 ghouls in front of him had fallen to the ground, but other ghouls filled in the space immediately, they did not give him any time to rest. Suxiao was highly concentrated, his sword slashed into the new ghouls as fast as he could manage. Flesh and blood splashed, limbs fell, in less than 2 minutes, Suxiao had already plastered the ground with bodies. After noticing the situation, Suxiao merely jumped on top of the bodies. Although the bodies were somewhat squishy and would cause his footwork to be unstable, if he stayed on the ground, the incoming ghouls would eventually hold the high ground. Standing on top of a pile of bodies, he took advantage of his elevated position to continue his attack. Every sound of battle was closely followed by the roar of a ghoul dying. It had been 5 minutes since they started the fight, and still, Suxiao did not see any ghouls use their Kagun. These ghouls seemed to not know how to use their Kagun, or maybe they did not have them in the first place. Still, these ghouls were very strong and their physical defenses very high. The durability of Dragon Flash dropped by 3 points in a very short time. The durability of Dragon Flash was now at 28/40. If this battle were to last for 2 more hours, the durability of Dragon Flash might reach 0. With no other options, Suxiao could only activate Azure Steel Shadow. He had 253 points of mana in total, so Azure Steel Shadow could last for hours. A faint blue glow appeared on the surface of Dragon Flash, and the necessary power to slash through the enemy's bodies was now significantly smaller. Just after Suxiao cut yet another ghoul apart, a ghoul surprisingly leaped from a small distance away and tried to surprise Suxiao. Suxiao kicked the ghoul in front of him back and cut the airborne ghoul from bottom to top. Just like that, the ghoul who tried to jump him was directly cut in two, and Suxiao stopped paying attention to him. Just as he was preparing to kill a ghoul in front of him, he suddenly felt a stinging pain in his calf. Looking down, he saw the ghoul that had been biting into his calf. Previously, these ghouls gave Suxiao the feeling that they were strong and had hard bodies. Now, he would need to add something to the list, they were tenacious. Suxiao lifted his calf and the ghoul, who was still biting him, had its teeth torn out. Then he stomped the ghoul's head, causing a white liquid splashed about and the skull to be crushed. In the few seconds it took to deal with this threat, another ghoul had already rushed to him. Suxiao's expression changed, the distance was almost too close. But it was no difficulty for him, as always had been a flexible fighter. He turned Dragon Flash in his hand until the handle pointed forward. The handle hit the ghoul in the face, causing the ghoul to scream while taking a few steps back. Another slash, and the ghoul was dead. Bang! A gunshot rang behind him, and a ghoul that was next to Suxiao had its head blown off. Susiao risked a glance back and saw Yuna holding a slender gun. It was Yuna's Quinqua, Red Moon. Discovering Yuna could attack from a distance, Susiao became relaxed a bit. While she was covered by Arima Kisho and him, Yuna could focus on her shooting. Arima Kisho was in a similar situation as Susiao, they both stood on piles of bodies. And Yuna was in the middle of the two piles. On one side was Susiao, and on the other side was Arima Kisho. The killing continued, but it was inevitable for Susiao to get hurt eventually, when he was fighting with this many ghouls. Especially so, since some of the primitive ghouls, hidden among the others, carried some kind of black, stone spears. Those ghouls equipped with black stone spears were very dangerous, but their numbers were not too high. Susiao's thigh was stabbed by one of the spears and blood seeped out. Chew, chew. Two short screams rang. It was the ghoul leader who had been hiding in the distance. After those two short screams, all the ghouls turned crazy, hysterically rushing Susiao. This should have been the signal to attack him. The pressure had suddenly increased, and Susiao could hardly hold on. Susiao's eyes began to flash with red light as he screamed and attacked the ghouls in front of him. Puchi! 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 After the three attacks, several ghouls in front of Susiao were cut into pieces. The intense fight continued for about 20 more minutes, which caused Susiao's power to drop significantly. Soon, Susiao would be able to hold on. Even with his improved attribute points, in this kind of full-on battle, he couldn't fight for too long. Susiao looked at Arima Kisho, who stood close to him. Arima Kisho's gentle look had disappeared, his glasses were broken, and his whole body was covered in blood. Chuyu, chu. A long and a short scream rang, and the ghouls who were fighting with Susiao suddenly stopped and gradually retreated. Susiao gasped heavily, and looked at the ghouls, confused. Then he took stock of the situation, still standing on the bodies of the fallen ghouls. Susiao and Arima Kisho took the chance to get a bit of distance between them and the ghouls. The leader, the one with a fish-shaped pattern on his face, looked at Susiao and Arima Kisho with absolute hatred etched onto his face. Maybe they managed to kill too many of the primitive ghouls, and their leader had chosen to retreat. The large group of ghouls retreated from both sides of the tunnel, and Susiao did not choose to pursue. This group of ghouls was just too strong. If the battle had lasted for another few minutes, he would have been overwhelmed by the crowd. Once those ghouls had completely disappeared, Susiao leaned against the wall, feeling incredibly exhausted. Arima Kisho was not faring any better than him, he was using Narukami to support himself to stand. What do we do now? Only Yuna had physical strength left, as she had only supported them from the center. We'll leave this place right away. Let's leave this place right away. Susiao and Arima Kisho spoke at the same time, stunning Yuna. The smell of blood here is too heavy, it will only lead to more and more ghouls coming over. Susiao lit a cigarette and barely managed to stand up straight. We'll return to the temporary branch, this exploration is over. It seemed that Arima Kisho didn't expect encountering the primitive ghouls, so he wanted to end this exploration ahead of time. Yuna shrugged to show she had no objection. The three returned in the direction they come from, and after walking for about 10 minutes, the three temporarily stopped. Susiao and Arima Kisho both needed some rest, so Yuna took her Quinqua and stood watch. Susiao sat against the meat wall. In this battle, he scored 2670 CCG contribution points, and that was without calculating the Kakuhao. But he wasn't aiming on taking the Kakuhao of those he killed any longer, because if more ghouls were to appear, he would die in these tunnels. After Susiao, Arima Kisho, and Yuna left the place of the fight, several ghouls slowly approached the place. Who is the new guy? He is really strong. I don't know, but we have to be more careful for now. Tell the children not to leave Central City for the time being. These ghouls were different from the primitive ones. They wore normal clothes, even if a bit worn, And they spoke the human language. A ghoul looked at the bodies with a bitter face and said, "These crude beasts, they will need to get stronger, or they won't be able to come out again. What do we do? The leader is not in the central city right now, she is fighting against the CCG above the ground." The ghouls were silent, until eventually, they chose to leave and walk deeper into the 24th district. Chapter 79. After taking a break for roughly half an hour, the three people managed to recover a bit. Susiao had taken off his shirt, pulled a bucket of water from the storage space and emptied it over his head. As the water reached the ground, it was already completely stained red. Arima Kisho and Yuna did the same, aiming to dilute the smell of blood on their bodies to reduce the likelihood of being discovered by ghouls. Is it this dangerous every time? Susiao looked at those two. From his short experience there, exploring the 24th district was just way too dangerous. Of course not. It was the first time we encountered these special ghouls. Where did they even come from? They were so strong even without their Kagun. Yuna's answer surprised Susiao. She had been exploring the 24th district for half a year and hadn't encountered this situation before. Superior class investigator Arima, you seem to be somewhat familiar with these ghouls. Susiao looked at Arima Kisho with a meaningful gaze. Arima Kisho took off his glasses and smashed the broken lens. They are special ghouls that can only be found here, in the 24th district, but I don't know any specifics. Arima Kisho looked indifferent. Maybe he answered Susiao's question because they fought together just now. Is that so? Here, take this. Susiao had 2 bags of dried meat in his hands and threw one to Arima Kisho and Yuna each. Yuna grabbed it effortlessly, but Arima Kisho subconsciously took a step back as the bag closed in. The bag of dried meat fell to the ground. Arima Kisho's hand had only grasped air. It should have been impossible for Arima Kisho to be unable to catch the bag thrown by Susiao. With Arima Kisho's close quarters skills, catching a bag leisurely thrown from such a small distance should be normal. Arima Kisho put his glasses back on and picked up the bag of dried meat. Yuna had her eyes closed as she enjoyed the dried meat and did not notice the scene. But Susiao noticed that there was a problem with Arima Kisho's eyes. It seemed like he completely relied on his glasses to maintain his sight. Susiao had always been wondering why Arima Kisho wore glasses, because it was very inconvenient to wear them in battle. Bringing this was a good choice, it can quickly recover energy. Arima Kisho ate the dried meat and looked at Susiao. You might want to try contact lenses, you know. For the next while, Susiao would fight side by side with Arima Kisho, just as they had fought against the primitive ghouls. If Arima Kisho were to die, he would be hard-pressed to survive. I tried them, but couldn't get used to them. The two stopped talking, while Yuna confusedly observed the two. After finishing the break, the 3 people set off and prepared to leave the 24th district. The wall in this direction has not changed yet, so we can retrace the way we came from. Yuna led the way ahead while holding a tablet in her hand, recording the route the 3 were taking. Currently, they were already quite deep into the 24th district. The passageways were intricate. If this were a man-made maze, the difficulty level would be legendary. Oh God! Guys, the route has changed. Yuna held the tablet in her hand, standing in front of a blood-red meat wall which blocked their route. According to the tablet display, there should have been a road there, but now, it was a dead end. What should we do now? Break through the wall? Susiao pulled his sword and stepped forward. You can try, we can check how much the terrain has changed. Susiao grasped the handle of Dragon Flash tightly with both hands. The sword pierced the meat wall, then he pulled as hard as he could, managing to create a tens of centimeters long crack. Yuna rushed to the crack to check the situation on the other side of the hole. It seems like we can only use the stupid way. Yuna stashed the tablet and pulled out a compass from her backpack. Susiao sheathed his sword away after pulling it out of the meat wall, and within a minute, the meat wall had mended itself, returning to its original condition. Is the compass effective? In the intricate maze of the 24th district, which had crossroads and branches everywhere, Susiao thought that the compass would be of little use. It's effective, I've had to use it many times before. No matter how complicated the route is, as long as you know the specific direction, you can get out of the 24th district. Although the three were trapped in the 24th district, Yuna and Arima Kisho were not nervous. It seemed that it was not too difficult to leave. Left, right, left, right. Yuna's slender fingers swayed from side to side as she chose the way by fate. Arima Kisho did not speak, as if he was already used to it. He patiently waited for Yuna to choose. Let's take the right. The airflow on the right side is faster, so the chance of it being a dead end is low. Susiao suddenly spoke, leaving Yuna's finger hanging in the air. The airflow is faster? I don't feel anything. Yuna looked at Susiao with suspicion. Susiao took the compass from Yuna. I'll lead the way, is that okay? Yes. Arima Kisho answered simply. Okay. The two followed behind Susiao, who quickly walked ahead. 5 minutes later, a blood-red meat wall appeared in front of the three people. This was a dead end. Ahem, mistakes happen. Susiao looked puzzled at the meat wall in front of him. He did feel that the airflow here was faster. Byakuya, are you sure you know what you're doing? How come I feel we've gone deeper than before? Yuna scratched her head and looked at Susiao with doubtful eyes. Yuna was not blaming Susiao. Even if she were to lead, she would just choose randomly. There shouldn't be a problem. The three continued to walk. 10 minutes later, another meat wall appeared in front of the group. Unlike the last time, there were several ghouls at the dead end. We have been hiding from you, why are you following us? We don't want to fight. One of the ghouls was full of tears and fearfully pleaded with Arima Kisho. All ghouls should be killed. Yuna's quinqua, which had been in its suitcase form, changed and her red moon appeared. Boom, boom, boom. After several shots, blood filled the passage. Go on. Susiao did not believe that he could not find the way out. 20 minutes later, yet another meat wall appeared in front of the three people. It was another dead end. After half an hour, there was another dead end. After an hour, they still had only found dead ends. Susiao's mouth twitched, it seemed he was lost. Can I try? Yuna helplessly looked at Susiao. Susiao did not speak, he just silently handed over the compass. The way Yuna chose the way was different from Susiao. Whenever she encountered a crossroad or a branching path, Yuna would murmur for a while and then choose the route for them. But even with Yuna leading the way, the situation had not changed. Another hour later, the three, again, stood at a dead end. Damn, we have really bad luck this time. Yuna stamped her feet and clenched the compass in her hand hard, causing a cracking sound to appear. Two pairs of cold eyes immediately stared at Yuna, who was shocked and quickly checked the compass. Fortunately, the damage was just superficial, there was no real damage. I will lead now. Arima Kisho took the compass. It had to be said that Arima Kisho was very lucky. In the next 20 minutes, the three never encountered a dead end. According to this progress, we won't be able to go out soon. I'm full of blood grime, this is so uncomfortable. Yuna pulled at the neckline of her shirt and enviously looked at Susiao and Arima Kisho. The two were male, they didn't care about walking with naked upper bodies, but Yuna couldn't do the same. The three people approached a corner, and Arima Kisho, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. What? Yuna just wanted to ask something, but Susiao, standing behind her, acted quickly and muffled Yuna's mouth. Once Yuna noticed the situation ahead, her eyes widened to the limit and her pupils shrunk. Chapter 80. Arima Kisho, who was leading them, slowly started to retreat after gesturing them to keep F. Susiao was not a bad teammate. After Arimakisho gestured them, the three began to retreat. As for the reason for their reaction, there was a large cave behind the corner. In this cave, there were easily thousands of monstrous ghouls gathered. The reason why these ghouls could be called monstrous was their appearances. They looked strange, horrible even. Their skin was dark like charcoal and looked coarse. Unlike common ghouls, these ghouls' kagun appeared to be permanently external, and they all had baikaku. These monstrous ghouls didn't have the usual red eyes though. Well, to be exact, they didn't have any eyes at all. Their eyes had probably degraded over time, until only a grayish-white shell, attached to the surface of their eyes, remained. The three had noticed the ghouls, but remained undetected. After the group retreated to a safe distance, Arimakisho sighed in relief. I have seen this kind of ghoul before. They rely on their hearing to prey. It is extremely difficult to deal with them. If we alarm such a large group, we will not be able to fend them off. Sure enough, Arimakisho knew a lot about the 24th district. And in the original book, Susiao had never seen any mention of the primitive ghouls or these eyeless ghouls. What should we do now? Yuna looked at Arimakisho. It seemed that she fully treated Arimakisho as their navigator now. We have to take a different way. Susiao did not speak up and Yuna had no objections either. The three people started looking for other routes, but after 2 hours of searching, they found that the other ways were dead ends. Except for the path to the cavern where the eyeless ghouls were resting, the other 4 routes were all dead ends. According to the compass, the only way out lay past the cavern. The three people sat together in a side passage and discussed what to do. Without them knowing, Susiao had taken out a notebook and a pen. Here, and here, we haven't been there yet. From the map I painted, the 24th district seems to have a funnel shape. This here is the entrance we took, while those are the paths deeper into the district. From the 17 dead ends that we've arrived at, this seems to be the only way out. As Susiao explained the sketch in his notebook, the other two were surprised at the detailed map they saw in the notebook. The map was even labeled with latitude and longitude, as well as the zoom ratio. Yuna looked at Susiao with adoration. How did you do this? Have you remembered the entire route we took? Not only Yuna was shocked, but Arimakisho looked at Susiao in amazement too. The pencil quickly swirled in Susiao's hands. My previous profession was a bit special. I often sneaked into places to find specific people. This is a professional habit. Yuna thought about it. Sounds like a killer. Same nature, but different beliefs. Susiao looked up at the two. Now, we either wait for the next time the terrain changes, or we try to go through the dangerous area. Arimakisho and Yuna thought for a while. Our supplies are not able to support us until the next cycle. The food and fresh water Yuna and Arimakisho carried with them could only support them for 4 days. If they starved rationed well, they would be able to support themselves until the next change of the 24th district, but then their combat power would drop sharply. Susiao had enough materials, but he did not want to be trapped here either. The time in the derivative world was way too precious to be spent down here. If we're quiet enough, those special ghouls will not notice us. Arimakisho said. It seemed that he wanted to take the chance. So, we'll take the risk. Arimakisho and Yuna stood up. Since we decided to take the risky way, I have a plan. Susiao suddenly spoke. A plan. Since those ghouls are hunted by sound, we can arrange sound distractions. After that, we wait at this point here. He said, pointing at the map. The distractions will make enough sound to bait those special ghouls, while we take the opportunity to pass through. Susiao did not want to fight against those eyeless ghouls. Seeing the attitude of Arimakisho, they were most likely very hard to deal with. Yes, I have used a similar method before, the effect is remarkable. What do we use as the sound source? Su Xiao smiled, pulled out a mobile phone and quickly started pressing buttons. The timer is set to 5 minutes, that has to be enough. After that, Su Xiao put the phone on the ground and the 3 investigators ran forward. Soon, they hid in a dead end, which was located very close to the cavern of these Isla schools. Cheerful music rang from afar and Yuna, that neurotic girl, began to sway her body and shake her hands in front of her. What a surprise, this is my favorite leak spin song. Yuna's whole style suddenly changed. Su Xiao and Arima Kisho were speechless. A few seconds after the music rang, the ghouls started running. It sounded like thousands of horses were galloping, and was clearly audible to the 3 investigators. The sounds of the footsteps were soon far away, so the 3 looked at each other and rushed to the only way out. They didn't have much time, who knew if those Isla schools might suddenly decide to come back. The 3 were very fast, with Arima Kisho taking the lead, Yuna in the middle and Su Xiao being the last. In just a dozen seconds, the 3 arrived at the corner where they previously observed the cavern. Arima Kisho stopped suddenly, held one hand behind him, his palm facing Su Xiao and Yuna. Su Xiao immediately stopped and looked at the large space around the corner. Apparently, some Isla schools had stayed behind. What do we do? Yuna whispered. Quiet. Walk slowly. Arima Kisho slowly and deliberately walked ahead, and Yuna followed him. Su Xiao stood in the same place and did not move. Arima Kisho shot Su Xiao a questioning look. Su Xiao pointed at himself, then at the 2 of them, then swayed his fingers. The meaning was obvious. The 3 would make a louder sound if they were walking at the same time, and they did not know when those ghouls would come back. Basically, it meant you will pass first, I will follow after you. Arima Kisho nodded and made a gesture for Su Xiao to be careful. Yuna stretched out her thumb and stood in the same place, waiting for Arima Kisho to pass through first. Su Xiao did this not to sacrifice himself, but because they sat in the same boat. Any wrong move could make all of them face a bad ending. Arima Kisho's pace was not fast, he walked very stable. This space was about 200 meters long, not too long, but not short either. In less than 3 minutes, Arima Kisho passed through the cavern. Roar. A low roaring sound caused them to stiffen. It turned out to be an Isla school that was sleeping on the side and had been awakened by his companion's Kagun. The Isla school shoved off the Kagun and went back to sleep. Yuna had already walked to the center of the cavern, there were 4 or 5 Isla schools just at her feet. Her movements were very careful. Su Xiao stayed behind and put his ears close to the ground to try to perceive the vibrations of the ground. It was still safe, the Isla schools that had been lured away with his phone were not returning yet. Su Xiao began to move, slowly, his every careful. Chapter 81. Su Xiao suddenly had to raise his left foot to escape a sleeping ghoul sweeping Kagun. The strong wind fluttered Su Xiao's trousers, and the tip of the Isla school's Kagun slightly scraped his trousers. The trousers were ripped open. Su Xiao frowned, the Kagun of these ghouls were extremely sharp. Su Xiao continued to move silently. With his capabilities, he would be able to remain calm even in more harsh circumstances. When Su Xiao was halfway through, Yuna had passed the most dangerous area and reached the other side. Arima Kisho and Yuna stood at the exit of the cave, keeping their thumbs over the activation buttons of their quinqua, ready to protect Su Xiao. From the previous battle, Su Xiao learned that these 2 were not bad teammates. Otherwise, he would not have stayed back to protect them. Yuna was crouching, her long black hair hung down her shoulders. She carefully observed every move of those Isla schools, ready to help Su Xiao. Yuna suddenly raised one hand and tapped its palm with the index and middle fingers of her other hand. This meant stop. Su Xiao immediately noticed Yuna's signal. Yuna pointed to 2 Isla schools in front of Su Xiao. The 2 Isla schools were moving into Su Xiao's path, but he could not see them yet. Yuna pointed to the side, telling Su Xiao to change the road. Su Xiao did not hesitate and chose another route. The three of them were in the same boat, and their actions showed him that they would not decide to leave him behind. After taking a few more steps, Su Xiao noticed that the two eyeless ghouls that Yuna had pointed out were slowly waking up, their heads swayed from side to side as if they heard something. Su Xiao continued to move. Under the cover of Arimakisho and Yuna, Su Xiao successfully walked more than 180 meters, he was almost through the cave. Thump, thump, thump. Intensive footsteps echoed from behind. The three's faces turned grim, the eyeless ghouls that had been lured away were back. Su Xiao did not care about being exposed and quickly moved, covered by the thunderous footsteps sound. A few moments later, Su Xiao had successfully reached the other side and the three gathered. Because of the roaring footsteps, the ghouls were all active now. Yuna made a gesture of victory, but at this moment, a ghoul suddenly appeared immediately behind her. It was a normal ghoul, female, appearing about 30 years old. It was normal for ghouls to appear in the 24th district. In this case, the three people had already encountered more than a dozen times. However, the timing of this ghoul was really bad. The three people's eyes immediately locked on the female ghoul with murderous intent. White Reaper. As the female ghoul noticed Arimakisho, she said his nickname with so much hatred it was almost tangible. Su Xiao knew that they were in a bad situation. Dragon Flash appeared in his hands and he threw it at her as fast as he could. The female ghoul showed a crazy smile and looked at the eyeless ghouls. She lived in the 24th district, so she recognized these beasts. Ah! A scream echoed through the tunnel. Squelch! Bang! Su Xiao's blade and Arimakisho's electric shot hit her at the same time. The female ghoul was first pierced by Dragon Flash and then electrocuted to death. But it was too late, her scream had alarmed the eyeless ghouls. Together with those that had just returned, there were at least 500. A lot of heads turned and stared at the direction of the three investigators. All sounds had disappeared. Su Xiao stiffly turned his head. After seeing all the eyeless ghouls had stood up, his mind became numb, he felt a chills go down his spine. Facing so many eyeless ghouls at the same time was definitely a dead end. Roar! Countless roars merged into one as the eyeless ghouls rushed up and at the three investigators. Before the roars finished, the three had already desperately rushed out. When they passed the female ghoul's body, Su Xiao grabbed the handle of Dragon Flash with one hand and pulled it out. Boom, boom. A large amount of dust was raised behind the three, and the eyeless ghouls rushed after them on all fours as if they were beasts. The ghouls were extremely fast, they were running on all fours and balancing themselves with their baikaku. Ordinary ghouls, even in combat, would be walking upright, but these eyeless ghouls were complete beasts, their baikaku perfect replacements for a tail. The investigators did not look back and just ran. Su Xiao's agility attribute was at 13 points, he wasn't slow at all, but even so, those eyeless ghouls were slowly catching up. This is not okay. They'll catch up sooner or later. Although Arimakisho ran at a high speed, his breathing was very calm. After the three passed a straight passage, they saw that the tunnel split in two directions just a bit ahead. Byakuya, go left. I will go right. Take Yuna and go ahead, I will block the passage behind you. Su Xiao had stayed behind previously, and now Arimakisho took the initiative to propose to stay behind. I wish you luck. Su Xiao nodded to Arimakisho, he was not someone you could call an indecisive person. Arimakisho stopped at the crossroad. Su Xiao and Yuna directly rushed into the left passage, and Yuna shouted as she entered the path. Arima, you need to come out alive. After shouting that, Yuna rushed into the tunnel. Boom! A crash echoed from behind them. Su Xiao turned his head and saw that the passage had been blocked just behind them. That was done with Arimakisho's Quinqua, Ixa, which had the ability to change its form. Boom, boom. There was the sound of constant crashes, probably the sound of the eyeless ghouls hitting the shield formed from Ixa. Ixa was very solid, but it could not stand up to this kind of impact. After Suxiao ran for a certain distance, a loud bang came from behind. The wall formed by Ixa was broken. About 50 or 60 eyeless ghouls rushed into the channel, fiercely chasing after Suxiao and Yuna. Suxiao did not pay attention to these eyeless ghouls but continued to run forward. After rushing for a few minutes or so, Suxiao's footsteps suddenly stopped, causing Yuna to stumble into his back. "Why did you stop?" Yuna was out of breath. The previous battle plus the running had taken most of her energy. If the speed of the two had been recorded, the two of them would have destroyed the record of the current world sprint champion. If we keep escaping, we will be exhausted sooner or later. We can't run faster than these beasts. Suxiao stood in the same place with his sword drawn. Dozens of eyeless ghouls quickly approached. "I'll cover you, you can use this quinqua for now." Yuna threw a quinqua to Suxiao, who thought about it but ultimately pressed the button on the case quinqua. This was his first time using quinqua. The silver-white metal box popped open, and after being in contact with the air, the quinqua began to expand rapidly as it climbed to his upper body. This was not a quinqua of the weapon type, but of the armor type. Suxiao had seen this before. In the original work, Shin Ohara Yukinori used this armor-like quinqua, which was a recent development of CCG. The blue-black quinqua armor wrapped around Suxiao. The armor was somewhat heavy, but it should offer some good defense. After Suxiao put on the new quinqua, the Reincarnation Paradise showed him a notification. "You wear a new quinqua, power +3, agility 3, defense +2, movement speed is reduced by 30%. Temporary state. Once unequipped, all stat gains and losses disappear." With this quinqua together with Suxiao's sword skills, his combat power had at least doubled. Chapter 82. Byakuya, the armor has a switch near the neck. If you're in a tight spot, you can press it, but once you do, you absolutely have to take it off within 1 minute. The switch Yuna was talking about would activate the original skill of the quinqua. After activating that skill, the armor will begin to devour the flesh and blood of the user. At the same time, the performance of the armor will be greatly improved. "I understand." Suxiao adapted to the armor on his body. To be honest, if the situation wasn't this bad, he would not want to wear any armor. Although the quinqua increased his strength and defense, his speed suffered from it. It was okay to use it in the narrow terrain of the underground passage, but if he were to use it in open terrain, the lack of mobility may get him killed. Roar! An eyeless ghoul rushed up, like an angry, mutated dog, its mouth stretched to the limit. Suxiao stood in place, this heavy armor forcing him to change his fighting style. He had no other choice. With his agility dropped by 3 points, Suxiao was no longer as mobile, and the 3 points increase in strength made his physical strength soar. Since his agility was reduced, Suxiao did not waste time to try to dodge. With both hands holding the sword, Suxiao tried his best to finish the ghoul with a single strike. This slash was quite strong, combining the sharpness of Dragon Flash, Azure Steel Shadow and the quinqua's strength bonus. Pucci! Blood sprayed, Suxiao had cleanly cut through the eyeless ghoul. The blood of the mutated ghoul was a very dark red, almost bordering on black, and had a strong odor. As this was a battle, Suxiao chose not to care about the smell. Killing the enemies came first. Boom! A special bullet passed Suxiao. Yuna was using her gun to cover Suxiao. As the armor was actually hers, Yuna naturally also had some close combat skills. Her quinqua had 2 forms, one was a sniper rifle, the other a sickle. However, Suxiao's and Arimakisho's close combat skills were much better than Yuna's. It was not that Yuna didn't want to use fight in close quarters, but she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of those two. The fighting continued. The eyeless ghouls were not afraid of death. Even after dozens of them were killed by Susiao, they didn't even think about retreat. Susiao cut a ghoul with his sword, but a baikaku spurred into his chest. He subconsciously wanted to avoid, but since his agility was reduced by 3 points, he was too slow. Ding! The surface of the armor was hit by the baikaku, which made a sound like two pieces of iron colliding. A hole a finger thick was the result, and blood flowed out. The baikaku pierced the armor and managed to injure Susiao. The attack power of these eyeless ghouls was terrifying. Susiao grabbed the kagun with one hand and pulled on it, hard. The sword in his hand stabbed forwards and pierced through the ghoul's brain. After twitching a few times, it soon died. The large pack of eyeless ghouls really made Susiao feel the pressure. Fortunately, these ghouls were not out of his ability to kill, and with Yuna helping out, his sword cut down one ghoul after another. The number of mutated ghouls was rapidly decreasing. Noticing this, Yuna was relieved. 10 minutes later, only a few eyeless ghouls remained. The hand Susiao used to wield his sword was trembling a little. He was about to collapse from exhaustion. Before this, they were attacked by the primitive ghouls, which consumed a lot of his strength, and now he was under the siege of the eyeless ghouls, so his endurance was about to reach the limit. Lifting his sore arm, Susiao cut down the last eyeless ghoul, but then noticed that the puddle of blood to his feet was actually his own. At this time, beside him, there were limbs scattered everywhere, and the surrounding meat walls were coated in blood. It's finally over. Yuna hurried forward to support Susiao. Don't come over, there's more coming. Susiao's face was a bit bitter. He was looking into the dark passage in front of him. What? Yuna was stunned. Boom, boom. Intensive footsteps could be heard from that direction. Clearly, the battle was not over yet. Are you serious? Yuna's face showed her desperation. Yuna, can the original skill of the armor overdraw my strength? The situation was really bad, but Susiao did not give up. As long as he wasn't dead, he still had a chance. Yes, but... Susiao ignored the words of Yuna and raised his left hand, then pressed the switch of the armor on the back his neck. Susiao immediately felt the armor begin to change. Blood-red light emerged from the surface of the armor as it began to activate, then the armor grew a blood-colored tentacle that surged forward. The armor had changed from the original blue-black coloration to bright red. It looked just like a ghoul's kagun. Puchi. Susiao felt this thing consuming his blood. It even tried to bite his flesh. This thing is really fierce. After 3 seconds, the armor's change stopped, and it turned back into a dark red armor. A dark, reddish mist spread around Susiao. Here they come. Susiao's voice was very dull, while his eyes shined with red light. The armor had formed a helmet that completely covered his face, only his eyes were visible. Susiao's side turned pale red, and his physical attributes increased dramatically. The quinqua you're wearing has been activated. Bonuses have changed: strength +5, agility +5, vitality +5, but 2% of total HP is consumed per second. Temporary state: after the release of the quinqua, all stat changes disappear. He felt significant power rush out from all over his body. Susiao roughly estimated the number of ghouls in front of him. There were probably more than 60 eyeless ghouls coming at him. Cover me, I am going to attack. Susiao squatted down. Boom. Soil splashed. As Susiao accelerated so fast, he turned into a red blur. Puchi. Puchi. The light blue sword strikes were perfectly chained as Susiao rushed into the pack of mutated ghouls. At this moment, Yuna even forgot to pull her gun's trigger. She just kept staring at this scene. Is the armor this strong? Yuna shook her head, pulled the trigger, and began to support Susiao. Susiao's vision was getting redder, his heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and he kept counting in his mind. 30 seconds, 31 seconds, 32 seconds. When he reached 40 seconds, Su Xiao grunted as the armor was no longer satisfied with swallowing his blood and began to bite his flesh. Ha! Su Xiao slashed his sword and killed the one more of the eyeless ghouls. After this attack, Su Xiao felt incredibly weak, unable to continue to fight. In front of him, there were still more than a dozen eyeless ghouls alive. At this moment, a slim figure rushed past him and stood in front of him. The slim figure was Yuna, who held a large sickle. She spun the sickle and attacked the eyeless ghoul that tried to rush Su Xiao. Such hard body, Byakuya, I need the armor. Su Xiao pressed the button at the back of his neck again, and the armor's activity began to decrease. Normally, the armor should separate from his body, but now, it had actually bitten him. Su Xiao laid Dragon Flash down at his feet and put his hands on the armor. Squelch, squelch. The tentacles of the armor were ripped off by Su Xiao as he threw it down. Throwing the surging armor to Yuna, Su Xiao vowed that he would never wear this kind of thing again. In another 20 seconds, the armor would have swallowed whole chunks of his flesh, and within 1 minute, this thing would have turned him into a pile of bones. Chapter 83. The functionality of the armor was actually quite simple. It was similar to an engine, and human flesh and blood was its fuel. The more flesh and blood provided, the better the enhancement of the armor. CCG was completely crazy to invent something like this. It was not as simple as just getting a bit injured when using it. Repeated usage might even reduce the user's remaining lifespan. Among CCG's forces, not only was Yuna using the armor, Shinohara Yukinori, Kuro Iwatekomi, and others were using it. This made Su Xiao question whether the leadership of CCG cares about the life of their investigators at all. Considering the various orders of CCG's top brass, it seemed that as long as they could kill some ghouls, the investigators' lives did not matter. Some high-ranking investigators may even have noticed this and kept going only because they believed in the cause. After Su Xiao threw over the armor, it climbed onto Yuna's upper body. Just rest for a bit. Yuna pressed the switch without hesitation and activated the armor again. The damage Yuna caused with her sickle was instantly magnified by several times. Time to die, ha ha ha. Yuna made a strange smile as she swung her sickle around, quickly killing the remaining dozens of ghouls. In less than 30 seconds, she slaughtered more than a dozen of them. Yuna was quickly killing the ghouls, but it couldn't last. The armor had begun to consume Yuna. Save me. Yuna, who had just been madly slaughtering ghouls, was now kneeling down and tried to reach Su Xiao for help. Su Xiao used the wall to steady himself as he stumbled his way over to Yuna, then began to rip the armor off of her. While doing so, he could hear her clothes ripping. Although Su Xiao succeeded in taking off the armor, he accidentally stripped her naked. Blushing, Yuna hurriedly covered her chest with one hand and curled her body up to protect her modesty. Don't look at me, hurry, there's thousands of those ghouls. Although Yuna's appearance was tempting, now was not the time to think about it. Indeed, the life-threatening danger came first. But, that's too shameful. Yuna was still curled up on the ground, covering herself up with her hands. Being shameful or death, choose one. After that, Su Xiao slowly walked away. He needed to leave the 24th district as soon as possible. It was far more dangerous than he imagined. Wait for me. Yuna was not in a position where she could care about feeling ashamed. She forced herself to stand up, took her quinqua, and followed Su Xiao. Please don't look back. I am naked, gosh, how can I go back above ground like this? Yuna followed Su Xiao in a strange pose, using her 2 quinqua boxes to cover the front of her body. Wear this. Su Xiao took out a set of clothes from his storage space and threw them to Yuna, who hurriedly put them on. Oops. Yuna's footsteps suddenly stopped, pulling a worried face. What? Su Xiao looked at Yuna. The battle was too intense, I lost the compass. Losing the compass after going this deep into the 24th district might cause them to get lost. Once that happened, the hope of survival was slim at best. It doesn't matter, I'll mark the way ground on our way. According to the map I painted, we will be able to get out soon. Su Xiao used Dragon Flash to carve a word on the ground, then took out the hand-drawn map and made a mark on it. I hope Arima is alright. Compared to the two of you, I really am useless. Yuna lowered her head and followed Su Xiao. Arima will not die. Yuna looked at Su Xiao inexplicably. He won't die from something this simple, he's too good for that. Through the original book, Su Xiao only had little understanding of Arima Kisho, but after coming into personal contact with him, he thought that Arima Kisho was a very smart guy, who had many secrets. This way. Su Xiao passed a corner and just wanted to move on. Then he noticed that the meat wall on their side was a bit strange. The meat walls in other locations were fully connected, but there was a gap of about 40 centimeters wide on the meat wall in next to him. The gap was dark, so Su Xiao took out a strong flashlight and shined inside. The gap in the meat wall was narrow on the outside, but there was quite a bit of space inside. From his position, he could faintly see some dusty items inside. Yuna carefully glimpsed inside. This is a secret room. It should be. Su Xiao pulled up Dragon Flash, held it to his side and carefully sidled into the gap of the meat wall. What's inside? I have claustrophobia, can I not go in? Yuna, who had just been slaughtering ghouls left and right, was now showing a fearful look. Those mutated ghouls may appear at any time. If you want to fight them, you can stay outside, but in your current state, you are likely to become a snack. When Su Xiao finished speaking, he had already squeezed into the depths of the gap, and arrived in the wider space. Su Xiao carefully looked around in the secret room with his flashlight. There was a musty smell in the room and some strange objects with an unknown purpose were placed in the room. Some items like wooden tables, boxes, and the like were covered by so much dust he could see their surface. There was a room like a lab, and it looked like it was very old. There was no electronic equipment at all. The dust alone showed the age of the lab. I hate narrow places. Yuna entered the room from the narrow passage and shook the dust off of her head. The reason why Su Xiao ultimately decided to enter the secret room was helplessness. His current state was very bad and Yuna was no better, they needed to rest and recover. This room promised a bit of safety. Otherwise, he would never enter. He asked Yuna to put the Quinqua box into the gap of the meat wall to prevent it from suddenly closing. Even if the Quinqua box could not stop the gap of the meat wall from closing, it would at least buy them some time to escape. That thing was very hard, especially the armor inside the box, which was made of special alloy. This is a lab. It should be, and it's not particularly new either. Su Xiao walked over to a wooden table and wiped the dust off. Cough, cough. The dust filled the room, forcing Su Xiao into a small coughing fit. Cling. A test tube had fallen to the ground and shattered. Su Xiao took a few steps back to make sure and observed the shards on the ground. The tube had completely shattered. He could see that the inner side was stained with something dark yellow, with some suspicious black spots mixed in. Who'd have guessed that there is such a place in the 24th district? I have never seen or heard of something this before. Yuna was quite curious about the lab. After Su Xiao confirmed that the room held no apparent danger, he leaned against the wall and bandages his wounds. Yuna's injuries were not too serious. She had some skin trauma and was weakened from the side effects of using the armor, but she would be fine after a break. But Su Xiao was heavily injured. The successive battles had exhausted him severely. Additionally, he was hurt by the primitive ghouls, and he was finally bitten by she. Let's take a break for a few hours, then continue. Su Xiao took out some food and fresh water, and slowly ate to recover his energy, indicating to Yuna to also eat some. He ate 2 salted rice ball, each of which could restore 10% of his HP and speed up his natural healing. As for the more advanced golden fried rice, Suxiao did not use it. He only had 1 golden fried rice left, which was the best restorative food he currently had, so it was obviously quite precious. Yuna sat in front of Suxiao and took some food and fresh water, as her own supplies were all lost. After eating the salted rice ball, Suxiao felt that the pain had somewhat receded. Then he had a stray thought, and decided to check his current CCG contribution points. There was the battle with the tribal ghouls, and just now he killed hundreds of the eyeless ghouls, though he did not know if he would get contribution points for them, or how many. First class investigator, existing contribution value, 7723/10,000. Suxiao barely managed to keep his eyes from widening in surprise. He surprisingly got more than 5,000 CCG contribution points, and this fast too. There was without doubt a huge secret hidden here, and it should be closely related to CCG. If he could explore the secrets here, then... Suxiao was pondering, if he were to explore the secrets of the 24th district now, he may have to ultimately fight against the CCG, but there might be some huge gains. Anyways, that was a matter for later. If he were to ultimately fight against the CCG, he would only do so after getting the blue quality medicine. Chapter 84. After resting in the secret laboratory for a few hours, Suxiao opened his eyes. Time to go. This hidey hole was not a long-term place to stay, it was only suitable for a temporary rest. The environment was just not suitable and may cause wound infection. Yuna had sat down next to him and without his noticing had leaned on Suxiao's shoulder, all the while softly snoring. Suxiao pushed her shoulder and Yuna woke up with a jump. What's wrong, ghouls? Yuna's state of mind was normal, considering the situation. If investigators were not absolutely vigilant inside of the 24th district, they would end up dead. The ghouls are gone. Suxiao stood up and went to the gap in the wall, before squeezing himself through. Yuna, who was suffering from claustrophobia, hesitated for a while, but eventually gnashed her teeth and went into the gap. Returning to the tunnels of the 24th district, they noticed how quiet it was. Since the beginning of Suxiao's first foray into the 24th district, he had experienced a lot of danger. It should even be the most dangerous experience since he entered this world. Compared to this, his time in the 14th district was just easy. Suxiao used his hand-drawn map to orient himself and continued moving ahead. He recorded every branching route and left a mark on it. Suxiao's footsteps stopped after 2 hours of traversing the intricate passages. Why did you stop? We've been here before. Looking at the ground, Suxiao put an arrow on the map. They were now moving in the wrong direction, not towards the surface, but to the depths of the 24th district. Without a clear indicator of their direction, getting lost would remain a problem. Suxiao was not depressed though. He just had to keep trying. With his maps and markings in the passages, he would sooner or later be able to escape the 24th district. Boom! A muffled sound came from their side. From behind a meat wall, someone was fighting. That's Arima. This is the sound of the large-scale electric discharge of Narukami. Yuna cheered, it meant that Arima Kisho had survived too. Suxiao did not make a sound. He was trying to discern the source of the sound. Arima Kisho was his teammate now. If it wasn't for him blocking the passage, they would have already died. This way. Suxiao accelerated, from fast walking into running. Walking through the passages like a maze, Suxiao's footsteps were getting faster and faster, as he had a general understanding of the nearby routes. The sounds of battle were getting closer and closer. After a corner, Arima Kisho appeared in the distance. At this time, Arima Kisho wasn't looking as elegant anymore. His upper body was bare, his white hair was stained with blood, and his glasses were also missing. Why don't you talk to us, huh? Would you feel too ashamed to communicate with us? An old ghoul with white hair looked at Arima Kisho with sadness. Don't waste time to talk about this, he is not our. Another old ghoul just wanted to say something, but Arima Kisho raised his Narukami. Boom, boom. 2 electric balls were shot, but the 2 old ghouls were not weak and nimbly avoided them. Arima Kisho then activated IXA, which he kept in his left hand. Puchi. Puchi. A part of IXA had been changed and sneaked into the ground, and at this time it broke through the ground and directly skewered the 2 ghouls. Why do you? An old ghoul looked at Arima Kisho with frustration visible on his face. He wanted to say something, but died before he could. Arima Kisho's mouth opened and closed as he mumbled something. From Susiao's perspective, who could only see the face of Arima Kisho, his demeanor was surprisingly sad. Was he sad after killing the 2 ghouls? Susiao frowned lightly. The 2 dead ghouls had seemed to respect Arima Kisho a bit. Yes, it was respect, as if Arima Kisho had been their leader before. CCG's strongest investigator being the former leader of ghouls? This mere idea sounded ridiculous. Arima. Yuna yelled. She saw that the situation was a bit strange as well. Arima Kisho turned around and looked at the 2. At this time, Arima Kisho had closed his right eye. You are here, good. This exploration is over. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Susiao did not say anything. He had a lot of doubts about the CCG himself, and would allow Arima Kisho his secrets. His first priority was to obtain a large amount of CCG contribution points, and then exchange them for the human genetic strengthening fluid and crushing fairy. Together, the 2 required 28,000 CCG contribution points. And now was not a time for mutual suspicion and infighting. They were still in the 24th district, still in danger, and judging from Arima Kisho's behavior, he didn't seem to think of betraying them. Once Arima Kisho had entered the 24th district, they had been killing ghouls, and he had never tried selling out or outright backstabbing them. Unless Arima Kisho wanted to betray the entire CCG, he would not fight against Susiao. Arima, what's up with those 2 ghouls? Yuna, the neurotic girl, apparently had no intentions of letting things be and directly voiced her suspicions. These were friends of mine. They used to pretend to be human. I was very young at the time, and didn't notice anything. It was a lot of years ago. I didn't expect to meet them today, as an investigator. There was a bitter smile on Arima Kisho's face, and blood was still dripping from his chin. I got it. I've had such a friend too. It was my classmate, I killed him myself. Ghouls hid between humans, so investigators and ghouls accidentally becoming friends happened more often than one would think. Being an investigator was only a profession. They were usually dressed like ordinary people, and ghouls hid and found ways to integrate into human society. As such, the situation of an investigator and a ghoul meeting and becoming friends was not too uncommon. Yuna believed what Arima Kisho was saying. After all, they had been working together for a half-year at this point. That friendship would not be affected by this incident. Could things really be that simple? Susiao at least did not fully believe that, but he would not voice his suspicions. Everyone had their own secrets. Everyone who went digging for others' secrets would find themselves left alone. Susiao took the map and led the way ahead, with Arima Kisho and Yuna following behind. Just like now, in the case of losing the compass, the maps in his hands were incredibly precious. Susiao recorded every fork of the route. His hand-drawn map was getting better and better, and their red arrow was getting longer and longer, which was their road to above ground. There are footsteps. Susiao stopped and looked at the dim passage to the front. Run fast, it's the White Reaper. There were more than a dozen ghouls that had just emerged from ahead. After noticing Arima Kisho, they just turned and ran. Those 3 people were just standing still, not pursuing. The 3 had to avoid battle wherever possible. In the 24th district, most ghouls would just try to escape, once they noticed Arima, without putting up a fight. This undoubtedly sped up the process. After just another hour of walking, Susiao saw the metal door of the entrance. Arima Kisho opened the door for them. After the three walked out, the metal door was closed and locked. This was to prevent the ghouls in 24th district from leaving and flooding Tokyo. As for whether it would be effective in doing so if the ghouls really tried, that was just speculation. Through the straight passage, light appeared ahead of them. It was the sunlight. Susiao thought they had stayed underground for far too long. Blinking his eyes repeatedly as they got out of the tunnels, Susiao had returned above ground, and to the human world. Although they hadn't been in the 24th for long, it felt as if they were separated from the world for a pretty long time. He took a deep breath, enjoying the exceptionally fresh air, without the smells from the 24th district. Chapter 85. Noon. The sun was shining, there was a slight breeze, the trees rustled and the birds were singing. At the backyard of the temporary branch of the 24th district, in front of a sparkling pool, Susiao was lying back in a sun lounger with a glass of orange juice and some delicacies to snack on standing on a table next to him. Byakuya, why don't you come in? Yuna was wearing a bikini and enjoying the pool. My wounds shouldn't get wet. Susiao's upper body was covered with a bandage, yet he was casually lying outside at a pool. The three people had returned to the division of the 24th district a day before. Although the time spent in the derivative worlds was very precious, not only was Susiao's injury somewhat serious, he was also extremely exhausted and needed to get some proper rest. Ah, so boring. Since Susiao would not swim with her, Yuna looked to the side, at Arima Kisho. Arima Kisho wore a new pair of glasses. He was sitting next to the pool, covered in bandages, while reading a book titled The Egg of the Black Goat. This book was actually written by Takatsuki-sen. Not considering her true identity, Takatsuki-sen would definitely be considered a talented woman. Every book she wrote was very popular. In the original story, Takatsuki-sen was famous enough as a novel writer that she could even interview CCG's investigators. The Egg of the Black Goat was about a female murderer who had a kid. This child had led a very normal life. As it grew up, this child had inexplicably grown a desire to kill people. After that, the child struggled between the life as a normal person and the life as a murderer. Susiao had thought about it a bit and judged that this should be Takatsuki-sen's experience. Arima Kisho, focused on reading, sometimes nodded as if he agreed with the contents of the book. Now that the three were relaxed, a casual observer could never think the three were able to commit slaughter on ghouls the way they did in the 24th district. Arima Kisho was in his 30s, reading his book. He looked like a scholar. Yuna was so carefree as she enjoyed the pool, no one could tell that she had a crazy side and used a sickle to reap ghouls. Susiao looked like a lazy bum, his whole body was slack and motionless. However, his eyes occasionally betrayed his murderous aura and made people feel cold. As he had nothing to do, Susiao unsheathed Dragon Flash, grabbed some tools to polish it, and began maintaining the blade. His movements showed his skill at it, although he could find people in the Reincarnation paradise to restore the durability of the blade, he still cherished this sword. The blade in his hand was the most reliable tool he had, and Dragon Flash had helped him escape certain death many times. It was a pity that Dragon Flash was unable to keep up with his pace. Susiao held the sword and lifted it up. The blade glinted in the sun. It had been abandoned by Samurai Ryuma before. If it were not damaged, then Dragon Flash would be at least a blue-grade weapon. Susiao wanted to find a way to repair Dragon Flash, like using the many abilities available in the Reincarnation paradise. It could indeed be done, but he couldn't afford the prices. Among the notifications given by the Reincarnation paradise, he never heard of the necessary repair materials, 3 of which were blue materials, while several other colors were not displayed at all, the quality only showing. Even if he was lucky enough to get the materials, he would also need to look for workers in the reincarnation paradise with mastered skills. These workers were like gods in the reincarnation paradise. Every time they had to enter a derivative world, they had a full team to protect them. No one was allowed to hurt them. It was said that those guys could forge blue-quality equipment, which was rare. Of course, this was the information given by Shilolo. Su Xiao had no way to confirm it. Su Xiao sighed. He was already used to Dragon Flash, able to wield it fluently, but he couldn't help it. He would need to change his weapon eventually. The quality of Dragon Flash was only white, which was just too low, white being the lowest level of equipment quality, even though Dragon Flash's rating was at the maximus of the white quality, 10 points. Having finished maintenance of Dragon Flash, Su Xiao continued to rest in the Sun Lounger. His HP had recovered to more than 80% and his injuries were mostly restored. CCG provided free medicine and healthcare, the effect of which was very good, even being regarded as white quality items. Of course, although the medicine was good, only when immediately taking it was it free of charge. To take some for future use, he would have to exchange them for contribution points. He was currently injured while on work, so the treatment was free of charge. After resting and recovering over a 2-day break in the temporary division, the injuries wouldn't affect him anymore. In his office, Arima Kisho sat behind his desk. That is the case. The last exploration was very effective. The general administration commended our efforts. Su Xiao's eyebrows twitched. What's the reward? Their words. Su Xiao's mouth twitched. CCG's general administration was surprisingly stingy. The next exploration will begin tomorrow morning. It will again be the 3 of us. Prepare yourself. Working in the 24th district was a matter of life and death, but Su Xiao did not care. He needed to get the CCG contribution points as quickly as possible. They were interrupted by the sound of someone knocking on the door. Arima Kisho asked the person to come in, and the door opened. Arima, sorry for the disturbance. Byakuya, there's a call for you. A staff member of the temporary branch walked into the office and handed a phone to Su Xiao with a respectful gesture. Investigators had a high status in CCG, their treatment was incomparable to the ordinary staff. Su Xiao took the phone. Byakuya here. There was a loud voice on the other side, and Su Xiao made out a sound like he's at the phone. Byakuya, Mariditsuki speaking, I have good news for you. Mariditsuki sounded very happy. Su Xiao could almost see his smile from his voice. What good news? You'll be temporarily reassigned. Regarding the operation in the 11th district, the higher UPS want you to come help out over here. At the other side of the line, Mariditsuki patted Shin Ohara Yukinori's shoulder. The two did not know what methods were used, but surprisingly enough the higher UPS of the CCG had conceded. Oh? Is that so? Alright then. Su Xiao simply agreed to it, because the reincarnation paradise had just given a new task. Faction mission, cover the battle. Difficulty level, LV.4. Mission description, assist the Special Countermeasures Unit against the Aogiri tree and ensure their victory. Mission information, the CCG faction mission will not be counted towards the mission evaluation. Mission period, until the end of the operation in the 11th district. Mission reward, 10,000 contribution points. Failure penalty, none. This faction task was not easy, but the reward was very good. He needed those CCG contribution points. With the redemption function in the temporary branch of the 24th district, Su Xiao's contribution points in the Ghoul's world had an equal value to that of Paradise coins. Su Xiao was very eager to get the 2 items from the logistics department of the 24th district, and he also had lots of possibilities to get them. Hanging up the call, Su Xiao put the phone on the desk in front of Arima Kisho. It seems that I have to leave for a bit. The headquarters temporarily transferred me to the Special Countermeasures Unit. Arima Kisho just nodded. No problem. The exploration of the 24th district can be postponed, but the operations in the 11th district cannot be allowed to fail. Arima Kisho did not stop him and immediately agreed. Half an hour later, Susiao took a vehicle to the 20th district. Although the fighting was going to happen in the 11th district, the gathering point of the Special Countermeasures Unit was in the 20th district, as the CCG branch of the 11th district had been captured. The situation over there was really bad. Chapter 86. Susiao was driven to the branch of the 20th district, wearing the special battle suit of the Squad Zero, a white coat. The members of Squad Zero had to wear this battle suit when attending missions. Thank you. After thanking the driver, Susiao got off the car and entered the CCG branch of the 20th district. Byakuya-san, Merid-sama will hold a meeting on the 12th floor, please come with me. A third-class investigator, who had been waiting for him at the door, said. At the door of the conference room, Susiao heard the unique roar of Merid-itsuki. What a joke, the equipment hasn't been transferred over yet. What's going on? Sorry, I will ask them to hurry up. Merid-sama, this is the latest information. Aojirai Tree have assembled in the 11th district and are taking the initiative to fight. The conference room was noisy as it had become a temporary command center for the Special Countermeasures Unit. Susiao walked into the conference room, his Squad Zero attire drawing attention to him. Is this a member Squad Zero? Is the Squad Zero also participating in this operation? I feel less nervous now. As they whispered, Susiao went to Merid-itsuki. Merid-itsuki looked tired, his hair was messy and his eyes were bloodshot. Depending on the information on the 11th district, we are starting in 2 hours. Susiao was stunned, the timing of the attack felt kind of rushed. It's this urgent. We're helpless, the bastards in the 11th district are actually taking the initiative to attack us. Now the 9th, 10th, and 12th districts, which surround the 11th, may be attacked at any time. We can't sit around ignoring the situation. Merid-itsuki hit the wall with resentment and snorted. Right now, the Special Countermeasures Unit was not ready yet, so there may be problems with rushing things. This was also why Susiao was transferred to the Special Countermeasures Unit. Of course, it had to do with Merid-itsuki and Shinohara Yukinori. After all, the two were special class investigators. After joining together, the upper level of the CCG could not ignore their proposal. There were 3 special class investigators in the Special Countermeasures Unit, namely, Shinohara Yukinori, Merid-itsuki, and Kuroiwa Iwao. Merid-itsuki was in charge of the battlefield command, while Shinohara Yukinori and Kuroiwa Iwao were responsible for leading teams on the battlefield. The two of them were actual combatants. Kuroiwa Iwao was an old investigator with lots of experience in fighting. He was attacked by the one-eyed owl twice already, and was able to retreat without real injuries both times. Like Shinohara Yukinori, Kuroiwa Iwao was also a user of the Quinqua armor, she. I understand. Still, I have a weird feeling. Susiao put down the documents in his hand, and whispered a few words to Merid-itsuki. After listening to Susiao's words, Merid-itsuki's face changed a little. That mustn't happen, we have to prevent it at all costs. I will pay attention to it, and there are some investigators who have such talents at CCG headquarters, I will have some transferred over. Sure enough, it was true that we were looking for you. Please let us rely on you during the battle. I want to avoid casualties among the investigators as much as possible. Merid-itsuki changed from his usual look and left the conference room looking all serious. Susiao found an empty seat, sat down and relaxed as he adjusted his mental state. Byakuya, you are here. A familiar voice came and Susiao looked aside to see Shinohara Yukinori walking towards him. Shinohara Yukinori-sama, How long until we start? After the end of this mission, I have to go back to the 24th district, to continue exploring the underground. Susiao did not feel nervous at all, which made Shinohara Yukinori smile bitterly. Compared to Susiao, most investigators around here looked distraught and nervous. We will start in about 1.5 hours. Assembly has already started. What is the situation like in the 24th district? Shinohara Yukinori sat down, wearing a black battlesuit. The periphery of the 24th district is still safe, but there are a lot of ghouls inside. I suspect that there is a huge gathering point of ghouls somewhere in the center of the 24th district. The two chatted a bit to kill time. Not a long time passed, as Mariditsuki suddenly rushed back into the conference room. Shinohara Yukinori, how's the preparation for the evacuation of the residents? Shinohara Yukinori stood up. Although the time will be tight, we have already finished arrangements with the police, we can leave at any time. Mariditsuki took a deep breath, picked up the phone at the side and looked at the investigators present. Let's get going, guys. Yes, sir. All the investigators got up and walked out. At the main entrance of the CCG branch, there was a large convoy of cars waiting. CCG dispatched more than 1,000 people at once this time, so the sight of the convoy was truly magnificent. Susiao found a car. Just when he wanted to get in, he heard Mariditsuki shouting for him in the distance. Byakuya, you drive with me, I have something to discuss with you. Susiao walked to the front of the convoy. There were a lot of people gathered here, it was incredibly noisy. There were leaders from various departments in Tokyo, as well as reporters from the major TV stations. After Mariditsuki finished talking to them, he entered the command car. Marid-sama, please let us know if the situation is looking favorably this time. Yeah, please convey some information to the citizens. The reporters rushed on with their mics, but they were stopped by CCG staff. Among the large group of reporters, a short but beautiful female reporter was squeezed out of the crowd because of her poor physical strength. The female reporter looked anxious. For news as serious as this, she at least had to take a photo of Mariditsuki, but now she didn't even see him, not to mention taking pictures of him. The female reporter stood there, tearing up as she felt that she was going to lose her job. At this time, the female reporter noticed a special investigator. While the others wore black combat suits, this one was actually wearing a white combat coat. The reporter's keen instinct told her that this man was absolutely not ordinary, interviewing him should prove valuable. Sir, please. The female reporter quickly rushed towards Susiao, but as she was in too much of a hurry, she stumbled over her own feet. The reporter fell forwards and the microphone in her hand seemed like a sharp sword cutting ahead. Looking at the female reporter who rushed towards him, Susiao's eye twitched and he subconsciously evaded her. This person was too enthusiastic. Did she want to insert the microphone into his mouth to interview him? The interviews with Tokyo's news agencies were really unique. When the female reporter had stood up, Susiao had already entered the command car, leaving the female reporter with tears in her eyes. 20th District, Antioch Cafe. It is not easy to sneak into the 11th district to rescue Kaneki-ken. The movement of CCG and the personnel of the Aogiri tree need to be considered. According to the news, CCG dispatched thousands of people this time. It was obvious to them that CCG was going to fight the Aogiri tree head-on. Even if we go to save Kaneki-ken, we will very likely be completely destroyed. As the store manager finished, he looked at Kiri's Himatuka, Fueguka Hinamai and Nishio Nishiki. The store manager did not want the three to try to save Kaneki-ken. He and Yamo Renji and the others already had a rescue plan in place. The store manager did not want them to be hurt, he wanted to see them well and protected. Hey, old man, what are you talking about, do you want him to die? Nishio Nishiki was not particularly strong, but he was grateful to Kaneki-ken, who had helped him to save his girlfriend and his sanity. Now that Kaneki-ken was in trouble, Nishio Nishiki would not sit by and ignore it. "I am going to save him," Kiri's Himatuka said. I will go too." The timid voice of Fueguka Hinamai emerged after hers. The store manager sighed inwardly. "I have already understood everyone's positions. I have actually prepared a plan to save Kaneki-ken. I am only afraid that the three of you will be in danger. If you want to save Kaneki-ken, you have to place your lives on the line." When they heard the store manager, the three ghouls showed happy expressions. The door was pushed open, and a handsome, purple-clothed man came in. It was Tsuki Yamashu. "Hey!" Nishio Nishiki's body lowered as he got into a fighting posture. Kiri's Himatuka on the side was also wary. Tsuki Yamashu raised his arms, showing a sad expression. "It's really heartbreaking. My only friend, Kaneki-ken, was surprisingly taken away. How can I ignore this? And, I have information to share with you." The CCG brought in a person we generally call Black Reaper. Hearing that name, the present ghouls' faces all soured, including the store managers. Chapter 87. The CCG convoy drove on the highways. The roads had been blocked, and other cars were forbidden to drive on the route they took. Even so, the convoy was moving slowly, because there were just too many vehicles. The police ensured the road ahead was open, several helicopters were escorting them. The operation was really incredibly large. At this moment, all the TV stations in Tokyo were broadcasting this scene. The CCG and the police are cooperating with each other to attack the 11th district with a massive number of investigators. The operation is coordinated and led by special class investigators. Mariditsuki and other prominent investigators were dispatched for this. Special class investigator Mariditsuki's speech will follow. Almost every citizen of Tokyo paid attention to this operation and looked forward to Mariditsuki's speech. In the command car at the front of the convoy, Mariditsuki carefully gave out last-minute orders, and Susuya was seated beside him. The space inside the command car was not small at all. The three sides of the car were equipped with dozens of screens of different sizes. So Mariditsuki would be able to follow every action on the battlefield. "Byakuya, help me out with the TV stations, I don't have time for them now." Mariditsuki held a camera up and asked Susuya to accept the interview for him. Susuya's face turned black. He really didn't want to be interviewed. To him, this was just troublesome. I have never been interviewed before." Mariditsuki thought for a while, then took off the Bluetooth headset. "Do you see that white cloth? Hold it up behind me." The CCG badge was printed on the white cloth. Susuya pulled it up and blocked the view on the monitors behind Mariditsuki. Mariditsuki checked his haircut, cleared his throat, then turned on the camera. "I am Mariditsuki. The early stage of the operation is going very smooth, but..." Mariditsuki spoke but suddenly stopped, thinking for a while. "We can guarantee 99% of the residents' safety by placing our lives on the line. The remaining 1% needs the cooperation of all residents. I hope that everyone will work together with us to regain peace in the 11th district." After that, Mariditsuki turned off the camera, relieved to have it over with. This was a live broadcast, which was directly conveyed to the citizens in Tokyo. "Hey, are you done? This pose is so stupid." "I'm done, what did we talk about?" Susuya put down the white cloth and threw it negligently to the side. "You were talking about letting me stay." He hadn't finished the sentence yet, as there was a sudden rush of shouts coming from the headphones in Mariditsuki's hand, so loud that even Susuya could hear it. "Marid, the camera didn't turn off, what are you guys doing?" Mariditsuki was stunned and hurriedly picked up the camera. His big face appeared on thousands of TVs. This had been going live the whole time. The TV stations, to increase the ratings of their broadcasts, didn't cut the feed even though they noticed Susuo and Mariditsuki privately conversing. At this moment, the citizens of Tokyo were somewhat shocked. The CCG logo they saw had surprisingly been held by a young man with a white coat. This unplanned scene took the interest of most of the audience. This stupid machine, how can it be this complicated? Mariditsuki fumbled about, but did not find the power switch for a few moments. Then he noticed an item which he suspected to be the battery. With a loud crunch, this expensive camera was broken. Susuo clearly saw Mariditsuki shaking, probably thinking about how expensive the camera was to replace. Half an hour later, CCG's convoy arrived in front of the main gathering point of Aogiri Tree in the 11th district. As the convoy stopped, a large group of investigators wearing battle suits rushed out of the cars, and began to move into offensive and defensive lines in front of the gathering place of Aogiri Tree. The gathering point of Aogiri Tree was actually just an abandoned building. Mariditsuki was busy in the mobile command center. Susuo walked down from the command car and jumped on its roof, then sat down on the radar antenna. It was the highest place. From here, he could clearly observe the battlefield. The sounds of people running about and shouting were endless. Hurry up! We need to have the defensive line in place within 1 minute. CCG's defensive line was actually very simple. They were going to use bulletproof shields to form a shield wall in front of the vehicles. This formation had two advantages. It allowed convenient access to the cars to retrieve munitions and supplies, and if someone got injured, they could move behind the shield wall to get to the cars. All of the cars were armored, and quite heavily at that. The battle line was quickly set, and the CCG combat personnel proved their mettle, remaining quiet after moving into position. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening, the sky was already dark, and the gathering point of Aogiri Tree in front was also quiet. Suddenly there was movement in the dilapidated building of Aogiri Tree. The outer wall of the building crumbled down and all the windows were violently smashed open by ghouls. Although it was dark, Susuo could feel that there were many ghouls, at least a few hundred by his estimation. Mariditsuki did not immediately order the attack. He was waiting for something. On the top of a building nearby, some ghouls stood and watched and some sat on the roof. It happened faster than I imagined. Takatsuki-sen, with bandages covering her body, sat on the edge of the roof, looking at the CCG personnel below. MN. Tadara just grunted in response, before he turned to look at the people behind him. These were the cotters of Aogiri Tree. He began to issue combat orders. After explaining the specific tasks, Takatsuki-sen and Tadara left. I saw that guy. Will we get problems? There was only Tadara besides Takatsuki-sen. Tadara did not speak much. He was somewhat worried. Tadara and Mariditsuki were somewhat similar. They were both battlefield commanders. Even if he is strong, he will still have limits. We will, at most, lose most of our subordinates. As long as we can weaken the CCG, it will be worth it. The intention of the CCG executives is obvious. We have destroyed the balance, so they have to destroy us. As Tadara explained this, he became somewhat aggressive. Takatsuki-sen looked up at the sky. There was some helplessness and resentment in her eyes. She was resentful towards the unfair world and felt hopeless. One day, I will make it so ghouls don't have to hide in the dark underground. I swear. Takatsuki-sen remembered her childhood. She spent her childhood in the dank underground, until she grew 14 years old, when she reached above ground. She picked up a pen and wrote a novel, and in the same year, she formed the Aogiri Tree. After waiting for news from the headquarters for a long time, Mariditsuki received an order. Prepare to launch the illumination flares. After launch, open fire. With the command of Mariditsuki, a few flares were shot into the sky, where they remained floating. 1. The strong light of the flares immediately illuminated the building of Aogiri Tree. In the two highest rows of windows of the building, ghouls with red robes were holding rifles and aiming down at the CCG's forces. Open fire! Open fire! CCG and the ghouls ordered almost at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Bullets started flying around the battlefield. Su Xiao jumped down from the roof of the car, as he didn't want to be a target. The situation was different from his imagination. Although CCG's equipment was more sophisticated, the ghouls' defense was better. Kaukaku were after all a natural bulletproof shield. The battle reached the climax right from the start. Both sides took out their strongest firepower in an attempt to destroy each other. Su Xiao hid behind a tall, bulletproof shield, with a cigarette in his mouth. He did not even use the gun in his hand. Right now, it was not the time for him to attack, there were more important things for him to do. If things went well, he would be able to redeem the bottle of human genetic enhancement fluid after this. 1E/N, for those interested, flares remain floating by using miniature parachutes. The heat of a flare produces upwind, which acts on the parachute, actually allowing it to float or even go higher rather than drop to the ground. Chapter 88. CCG and ghouls started shooting each other over the distance. The ghouls in the derelict building of Aojirai Tree obviously held the advantage, their kagun all doubled as shields. They could form small holes in their kagun, so they could easily shoot through them while keeping themselves safe from CCG's gunfire. The casualties among CCG personnel began to grow. Less than 5 minutes after the two sides had opened fire, dozens of combatants were killed or injured. Mariditsuki, sitting in the mobile command center, observed this through the various displays. He looked irked. How can we not dominate them in firepower? The adjutant to his side replied quickly. The enemy has kagun shields, it is very difficult to get rid of them. Mariditsuki snorted, got up and left the command car. Bang! Mariditsuki kicked to open the back door of the car. He didn't care about the bullets and gunfire in the surrounding area. He took a gun from an investigator's hands and directly started to shoot in the direction of Aojirai Tree. Bang bang bang. He shot in 3 bullet bursts. With each burst, 1 ghoul in the building was killed. This monstrous shooting skill forced the ghouls to stay behind their shields, so the incoming bullets obviously lessened. Guys, let. Just as Mariditsuki was about to shout orders, he heard a familiar sound. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. Jozo Suzuya was approaching, riding on a new motorcycle. Hey, what do you think you're doing with my motorcycle? Mariditsuki's tone was full of worry. Jozo Suzuya smiled pleasantly, his eyes were merry. I'm just borrowing it. After that, Jozo Suzuya, this angel with loose screw, went full throttle. No. Stop. Jozo Suzuya did not pay attention to the morning wails of Mariditsuki. He rode the motorcycle into the hideout of Aojirai Tree. Hey, wait. Mariditsuki was too taken to talk normally, his face was distorted. Su Xiao stood to the side, he could clearly see tears in Mariditsuki's eyes. E/N, as a fellow lover of motorcycles, I can sympathize. Su Xiao was very confused. Why did Mariditsuki bring his motorcycle for the operation? Was it for an emergency escape? Knowing his character, that was not impossible. Jozo Suzuya rode the motorcycle up a high slope. Boom! It exploded. Mariditsuki's motorcycle was sacrificed, and Jozo Suzuya was able to rush into the Aojirai Tree's base. After fighting for a bit, the enemy's fire stopped. The burning wreckage of the motorcycle was extinguished. Su Xiao could clearly observe how Mariditsuki's tears just kept on flowing. My limited edition motorcycle is gone. Mariditsuki blew his nose and wiped his tears off. Although Jozo Suzuya ruined his motorcycle, he also got rid of the Aojirai Tree's outer defenses. Breach. After angrily screaming out the order 0, Mariditsuki lost all his power and fell to the ground. A large group of investigators rushed into the base of Aojirai Tree. Mariditsuki, I will go to my assigned location. Susiao walked past Mariditsuki. Mariditsuki, who already laid on the ground, raised his head and looked at Susiao. The back depends on you, don't let any ghouls escape. I have already arranged for a team of the bomb disposal squad, as you mentioned. They're already looking for explosives. Before the departure, Susiao had mentioned to Mariditsuki that Aogiri tree might have buried a large number of explosives beneath their base. After letting CCG into the base, the ghouls could then retreat through the back door and set off the bombs. After listening to Susiao's thoughts, Mariditsuki did not hesitate and applied the headquarters for a bomb disposal unit. As a battlefield commander, Mariditsuki needed to pay attention to any possible dangers, not to mention that the scenario was pretty realistic. The Aogiri tree did bury bombs in the original story. Susiao knew this. The contractors on the ghoul side could also guess that the buried bombs were exposed by him. Besides the bombs, the two sides would fight with all their strength. They would compare their respective skills to decide who wins and who loses. Susiao slowly walked into the base of Aogiri tree. He did not go to the upper layers, which were full of ghouls, but went to the back entrance of the base. He was here to wait for the ghouls of Aogiri tree to retreat. The night wind blew, and there was a strong smell of blood in the air. Gunshots and screams occasionally emerged from the upper layers, but everything was quiet at the back door. Susiao jumped on a 3-meter-tall cement pillar and sat down, waiting silently. With his current strength attribute, jumping 3 meters high was a piece of cake. Well, not really that easy, it did take a bit of an effort. There were not too many ghouls at the back exit, and the surrounding area was quiet. There were faint footsteps coming from the door. Oh, seem like I've met a tough enemy. A ghoul in a pink blouse with gold-rimmed sunglasses on walked out of the dark corridor. The person was dressed up feminine. He walked arrogantly, looking like a demon. I didn't expect to have such a good harvest. Susiao jumped down from the beam, loosened his shoulders and drew Dragon Flash while he was walking towards the person. If I remember correctly, you should be called Nico, a SS class ghoul, member of the clowns. When Nico heard Susiao's words, his face changed, the relaxed look disappeared. How surprising that you know me. I originally didn't want to fight with you, but now, I can only kill you. Nico's red eyes emerged, and a Kagun appeared from the end of his spine. It was a Rinkaku. According to the information from the original story, Nico was not weak. Although he was assigned as a SS class ghoul by CCG, his strength was ordinary at all. This guy's resilience was very abnormal. He was once pierced by Gecko's hand, but was able to recover incredibly quickly. Nico stomped with the high heels on his feet, then he rushed to Susiao. Susiao held Dragon Flash in front of him and stared at Nico. As he arrived in front of Susiao, Nico kicked towards Susiao's head. Susiao escaped the attack by dodging to the side and turned back with a kick to Nico's midsection. Susiao did not use his sword to attack, as he used it to defend against Nico's Kagun. Most ghouls' close quarters fighting skills were weak, there were only a few exceptions. In order to fight against ghouls, it was necessary to focus on the defense against a ghoul's Kagun. That was just fact. After being kicked by Susiao, he took 2 steps back, then Nico let his Kagun swerve and tried to aim for Susiao's neck. Holding Dragon Flash with both hands, Susiao took a deep breath and tried his best to cut through Nico's Kagun. Squish. Nico's Kagun was directly cut, most of his Kagun flew off into the distance. Arg, Nico screamed, his expression looked like he was close to climaxing. This really feels so good. Nico didn't look like he was hurting, he rushed at Susiao, not caring about the pain. Susiao did not pay attention to Nico's weird screams, he merely wielded Dragon Flash and cut Nico twice. Squelch. Squish. Nico's arm and the majority of his shoulder was cut off, but Susiao frowned slightly. He felt something weird, as if he was cutting liquid. Nico stumbled back for 2 steps, the broken Kagun had recovered and rolled over the ground, entangling the cut-off arm, and the shoulder it was attached to, through the air. The cut-off shoulder was pressed against the wound, then, dark red liquid surged, and Nico's injuries recovered. Nico's resilience was not inferior to those wild, mutated ghouls. Try again. Su Xiao's eyes were narrowing, it seemed like ordinary attacks could not hurt Nico. A light blue arc appeared on the surface of Dragon Flash, as Azure Steel Shadow was activated. Since ordinary attacks could not hurt Nico, he would burn his energy and use true damage to defeat him. Chapter 89. Caw, caw. A flock of crows was flying in the night sky, maybe they knew there was going to be food, as they landed on a mostly broken pole nearby. When the first crow just landed, a loud cracking sound rang, the power pole broke, raising a large dust cloud, the crows crawled and flew away. Cough, cough. A person with rotten cloth and a bloody face got up from the ground. As I said, I won't even notice this kind of attack. Nico licked the blood off of his hand, he was covered with cuts all over his body, even his face was cut open. If it had been any other ghoul, these injuries would have already killed it, but Nico just shrugged them off, he was even smiling. At a closer look at the injured Nico, it could be seen that he was barely bleeding. Su Xiao also noticed that Nico had no real muscles on his body, all of his body tissue actually looked similar to Kagun. He didn't know when the Kagun behind Nico had disappeared, but now it was integrated into his body. Such a weird body structure. Su Xiao walked out of the back entrance, the moonlight was shining brightly. Some blood was staining his clothes, but it was not his. After activating Azure Steel Shadow, Dragon Flash slashed out. In the dark night, Dragon Flash was like a sword of lightning, emitting blue glow. E/N might have meant lightsaber. The effect of Azure Steel Shadow on Nico was not obvious, while the true damage was effective, the injuries were completely ineffective. The shemale in front of him was a total M, he did not care about pain, or maybe he even got pleasure from being cut. The new cuts on Nico were all doing true damage, but the wounds themselves didn't do any damage at all. Su Xiao seriously suspected that Nico's strength was actually much higher than the SS rank, he was very likely an SS plus or an SSS class ghoul. In terms of resilience, Nico was even better than Takatsuki-sen. But concerning his offensive power, Nico's weak punches could not hurt Su Xiao. The current situation was that Su Xiao could not allow Nico leave, while Nico could not hurt Su Xiao, while Nico could not escape because Su Xiao was faster than him. What's wrong? Handsome guy, do you want to continue to fight? I have no problem with that. Nico smiled weirdly, as if he was eager to be hurt. Su Xiao's lips were pressed into a thin line, he glared coldly. With his body lowered, Su Xiao rushed at Nico. In no more than 5 steps, he had arrived in front of Nico. Nico randomly punched at Su Xiao. Nico's resilience was massive, but his strength and speed were only average. Su Xiao stopped his footsteps and avoided the punch. Nico was full of openings, so Su Xiao slammed his knee into Nico's crotch. Crack. A peculiar sound, which made all males cringe by a shared understanding of pain, could be clearly heard. Nico let out a strangled scream, the pain in his balls wasn't something that even an M like him could recover from. Nico's balls were busted, although they could be restored, he was hurting so bad that he saw black. Ah! His cry, sounding remarkably similar to the howling of a wolf, was easily visible within a radius of half a kilometer. Nico's body subconsciously bent forward, and Su Xiao rushed to the Nico's left and kicked his calf. The calf was unnaturally twisted to the side. Su Xiao wielded Dragon Flash and pierced through Nico's spine to limit his actions. Taking this opportunity, Su Xiao grabbed Nico's chin with his left hand, placed his right on the back of Nico's head, put all his power into a sharp movement. Crunch. Nico's head was turned 180 degrees. Su Xiao grasped the handle of Dragon Flash and pulled his sword out as he took a few steps aside. He looked at Nico from a not too far distance. He was cut several times, his calf was severely fractured, his spine was pierced, and his head was rotated by 180 degrees, breaking his neck. If Nico didn't die from this, then Su Xiao would have no way to kill him. As for cutting Nico's head off, Su Xiao had tried, but it felt nothing like cutting flesh, it felt as if he cut through water. Nico's body started to twitch, both his eyes were white. This feels so good. Ha ha ha. Obviously, Nico didn't die. Su Xiao looked at Nico, speechless. This guy's life value was still at 86%, the only damage source being the true damage, everything else seemed completely invalid. Su Xiao sheathed Dragon Flash and put it on his waist, then he turned around and walked back into the back entrance. Fighting with this she-male was just wasting time and energy. It would probably take a long time for him to really kill Nico. After doing so, the battle between CCG and Aojirai Tree would be over. If the CCG side were to be defeated, his 10,000 contribution points would just be a dream, and it would take who knows how long to get enough contribution points for the bottle of blue quality medication. There would be several fights later, it was unwise to consume too much energy now. After Su Xiao left, Nico's body gradually returned to his original state. What a terrible guy, to be able to hurt me to this extent. The smile on Nico's face disappeared. After hesitating for a while, he walked away into the distance. He has the ability to survive, but it isn't without a price. To get this stubborn survivability, he needed to sacrifice a lot of things. This was the fusion of his Kagun and his body. After being integrated, he would lose many years of his life force, his fertility was lost, and he completely lost control while eating. When Nico was eating, no one dared to approach him, just like Nora from the Aojirai Tree. As long as people came close to him, they would be madly attacked, even if it was a close friend. Su Xiao just entered through the back door, as a group of ghouls wearing red robes ran in his direction. These were members of Aojirai Tree. There were about 20, it seemed that they successfully lured the CCG into the building and were beginning their retreat now. Unfortunately, someone blocked their road. Who is this guy? Su Xiao stood in the darkness, so the ghouls could only faintly see his white coat. No matter, he is a human, he doesn't even have a quinqua, kill him. The ghouls rushed at Su Xiao without saying anything, unaware they were rushing to their deaths. Fighting with Nico before had annoyed Su Xiao a little, no one wanted to fight an undying guy like that. He drew Dragon Flash, and the sword turned into a thin silver wave. Squelch. Squish. Many ghouls were close to Su Xiao. With this first attack, 5 of them had fallen to the ground, spraying blood. The ghouls were scared and looked at Su Xiao with trepidation. Moonlight shone on Su Xiao's upper body. His cheek was stained with a few drops of blood. This guy is. An A-ranked ghoul's teeth trembled as if he was standing naked in the Arctic. Run, run, or we'll die. The ghouls lost any thoughts of fighting back as they started to run away. But under Su Xiao's agility worth 13 points, they did not have any possibilities of escaping. 3 minutes later, someone tried crawling out of the back door, pulling himself with a bloody arm, which was clearly visible under the cold light of the moon. Save him. With a squelch, a sword pierced his head, blood was dripping down its tip. Pulling the sword out and shaking the blood off of Dragon Flash, Su Xiao continued to guard the only exit. During this fight between CCG and Aojirai Tree, killing ghouls gave additional contribution points. Each time he killed a ghoul, he could get 20 contribution points. Su Xiao was like an iron wall, cutting off the only escape route of the ghouls. More and more ghouls of Aojirai Tree tried retreat, only to be blocked by Su Xiao. In the first place, they couldn't escape in large groups, as escaping together would only alert the CCG. There were groups ranging from a dozen to up to 30 ghouls coming at him, each group trying to flee but walking to their doom like sheep to the slaughter. Half an hour later, there was a large number of bodies stacked near the back entrance. Chapter 90. After several skirmishes, Susiao was a bit tired and jumped on top of the concrete pillar to rest for a bit. At a high place, the chance of being discovered and sneak attacked were a bit lower. Wiping the blood off of his hand, Susiao lit a cigarette and sat down on top of a 3-meter high pillar, keeping his blade in his hand. In less than 5 minutes, rapid footsteps closed in again. It was more ghouls from the Aogiri tree. Susiao sighed helplessly and jumped down again. "I can't allow you to pass through." After that, Susiao rushed at the terrified ghouls. Below the warehouse of Aogiri tree, 3 people were hidden. They were the store manager of Antiokukyusan Yoshimura, Irimi Kaya, and the cute little girl Fueguka Hinamai. "Irimi Kaya, how are CCG's movements?" The store manager spoke, and he was wearing Aogiri tree's clothes. "CCG is divided into 4 teams, 3 teams are offensive, 1 team is responsible for blocking the exit." The team responsible for blocking the exit? No, not a team, the person, only 1 man is blocking the back door. So far, only 1 member of Aogiri tree managed to leave the building, all others were killed. Currently, the CCG has the upper hand. After listening to Irimi Kaya's answer, the store manager was silent for a while. "A person guards the back door. Is the person a human?" Irimi Kaya looked at the store manager with surprise. "Of course he is human, how could there be a ghoul in the CCG?" The store manager smiled bitterly. Of course there were some ghouls in CCG, but there were some things he could not say, some knowledge was just too dangerous. If it is a human, there's only 2 possibilities. It seems that there is a Reaper there. I don't know if it's the black or the white one. There is still a space for negotiation with the White Reaper, but we have to go all out against the Black Reaper. The store manager got up, and his eyes reddened. "There is no other way, I need to buy Kiri's Himatuka sometime." "Irimi Kaya, you will go with Fueguka Hinamai, inform Kiri's Himatuka, if you can't save Kaneki Ken within 10 minutes, be ready to retreat." Watching the store manager walk away, Irimi Kaya's lips opened and closed. It seemed like she wanted to say something, but she did not know how to say. "Kayane, will the store manager be in danger?" Fueguka Hinamai's small face was bitter. She worriedly looked at the store manager as he walked away. "No, the store manager is very strong." Irimi Kaya patted Fueguka Hinamai's head and forcibly smiled. In the CCG, the title of Reaper was given to investigators that could kill or fight off SSS-class ghouls on their own. How could Irimi Kaya not worry about the safety of the store manager? If it weren't for the manager, Irimi Kaya would still be a crazy wild dog. She had hunted humans for fun, until the store manager helped her, and turned her from being an instinct-driven ghoul into a person. Irimi Kaya was worried about the store manager, who hadn't eaten fresh human flesh for a very long time, resulting in a decrease in the concentration of RC cells in his body. "Hinamai is really scared, there seems to be a very dangerous person over there." Fueguka Hinamai's thin fingers were pointing in the direction where Susiao stayed. At this time, there was all-out fighting on the main battlefield. CCG's investigators and the ghouls of Aogiri tree were busy killing themselves in this dilapidated building. In a dirty hallway full with trash, Amon Kotaro, wielding 2 long-handled knives, gasped heavily. 2 bodies were lying in front of him, both were S-class ghouls. "Mado-san, you are right, don't give up until the last moment. I will never die until I avenge you." After Amon caught his breath, just when he was about to join up with a large team, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Looking up, Amon saw a black shadow flying past the window, straight to the top of the building. The black shadow looked somewhat human, but was abnormally tall. It was at least 3 to 5 meters tall. "What is this?" Amon suddenly had a bad feeling. After long, hard battles, most of the ghouls of Aogiri tree were eliminated. Their success caused CCG's investigators to feel quite proud. Under the lead of two special class investigators, Shinohara Yukinori and Kuroiwa Tekomi, CCG's combat forces rushed to the top of the building. According to the previous thermal induction observation, there were a lot of ghouls gathered on the rooftop. After Shinohara Yukinori brought his squad to the rooftop, he was only greeted with empty space, there was no ghoul in sight. "This is Shinohara, we arrived at the top of the building, but those guys of the Aogiri tree aren't here. Something's strange." Shinohara Yukinori reported the situation to Mariditsuki. Mariditsuki, in the command car, smiled. He had received several reports before. They had found many hidden explosives in the warehouse, which had been disarmed and removed. "This is the small trick played by the ghouls. Just forget it, get ready to withdraw. There is no battle to be fought over there, it was just a bait those guys put out." Mariditsuki explained the situation to Shinohara Yukinori through their headsets. This was the truth, Aogiri tree was not prepared to fight all out against the CCG. To be exact, Aogiri tree does not have the power to fight against CCG. "Then we'll withdraw, we killed a lot of ghouls this time, and more importantly, we regained the 11th district." Shinohara Yukinori looked pleased as he talked. "Mr. Yukinori." Amon Kotaro, who had been spooked by the shadow, had rushed to the top of the building. "Amon, are you all right?" Shinohara Yukinori looked at Amon Kotaro with concern. The relationship between the two was good. "Mr. Shinohara, I just saw some." Boom. When Amon Kotaro was talking, a huge sound rang as a huge thing hit on the roof. "What the?" Shinohara Yukinori and others looked at the source of the sound. "What happened?" Mariditsuki, in the mobile command center, saw the object fall on the roof through the various displays. After Mariditsuki's question, there was a long silence. "Marid, that thing, it's Ito Yoshimura." Shinohara Yukinori's voice was low. Through the screen in front of him, Mariditsuki was observing the scene on of the rooftop. Mariditsuki's face changed from his usual reckless look, one hand pressed on the earphones, his eyes now extremely cold. "Shinohara Yukinori, let only the strongest people stay. Even if the rest wanted to try and buy time, they will just die without achieving anything. Try to keep the casualties low and hold on for 5 minutes." Mariditsuki immediately switched channels and contacted Susuo. "Byakuya, are you still at the back exit?" The sound greeting him from the headphones was very noisy. "Yes, but I am a bit busy right now." Susuo dodged a Kagun which was going at him, then killed its owner with a single strike. "Forget about the exit. The rooftop needs support." Ito Yoshimura appeared. "Shinohara Yukinori and some others are trying to hold her off. They won't be able to keep up." Susuo, who was fighting with more than a dozen ghouls at this time, suddenly stopped. These ghouls looked at Susuo with horrified expressions, their bodies kept trembling, some of the ghouls that had severed limbs were lying on the ground and wailing. "Understood, I will be at the rooftop as soon as possible." "Thanks." At the end of the call, Susuo took out a piece of cloth and wiped Dragon Flash clean. "You have 10 seconds, get lost." When they heard Susuo's words, the ghouls instantly ran. They were more than 30 at the beginning, and now there were only the 14 of them left. After Susuo confirmed the direction, he began to move toward the top of the building. Chapter 91. On top of the building, the store manager was clashing with Shinohara Yukinori. His goal wasn't to kill the investigators, but to buy some time. "It seems like I've grown old, if I were a few years younger, I would have taken off your hand, just like I did with your boss." The store manager had released his Kagun. His back was full of thorn-like Kagun, it was a Nyokaku specialized in long-range attacks. Currently, the manager showed a good combination of attack and defense. "Iwako." Shinohara Yukinori called Kuroiwa Iwao by his nickname. Iwao nodded. The two worked together for a few years, they knew what the other thought without needing words. Hirako, take the left side. Hirako may be a first-class investigator, but his strength was unquestionable. He was in no way weaker than an associate special class investigator. Yes. The rest of you, comb through the building and kill the remaining ghouls. Yukinori knew that the other investigators wouldn't be able to keep up with this ghoul, it was not worth it to have them sacrifice themselves. Amon, go with them. Yukinori looked at Amon and told him to leave. Even though Amon had good talent, he was still too young and lacked combat experience. But Amon didn't move. Amon. Yukinori raised his voice. I want to fight with you. This is an order, you will obey. Yukinori's tone was serious. I want to stay, please let me fight with you. Amon was young and reckless, he wasn't afraid of dying, he even pleaded to join the fight. You are strong and have good talent, but this isn't the time. Yukinori said helplessly, while Amon, unable to understand Yukinori's position, kept standing in the same place. Don't hold us back. In this fight, Yukinori won't have time to take care of Amon. Iwako, I'm sorry. Yukinori's tone was apologetic. He knew that his two teammates might die today. I know my capabilities, and what I should do. Yukinori nodded at the two, and they activated the overdrive on their armors. With loud clanging sounds, the armor grew over their bodies, forming a black armor. Go! Yukinori shouted and the fight started. On top of a nearby building, several contractors were observing the scene through a telescope. The main task is almost done. The white-haired old man put down the telescope and smiled at the group. Cold fish, our job here is done. Good, very good, you still have a few people. Just 2 people. Can you? Coldfish raised his hand and interrupted the one speaking. Let's talk about that later, the CCG has the upper hand now, but we gained a lot from this battle. We mustn't be greedy, let's withdraw. Shilolo was unwilling to leave, but she didn't dare to say anything. She was a worker after all, and didn't have any combat ability. The contractors left the roof one after another. One person stayed behind and was sitting down on the rooftop, while holding a timer in his hand. The timer was diamond-shaped and looked somewhat sci-fi. The display said 144 hours and 3 minutes, which was about 6 days, and was counting down. 6 days, the time for interfering with the transmitter is too long. Hot looked at the store manager in the distance with a sneer. Once the countdown ends, the interference would be successful, and his strength would rise greatly. Of all the ways to become strong, this one belongs to me. Hot muttered, his eyes full of ambition. Hot had just been pretending in front of Coldfish, the abnormal contractor of the CCG. I hope I will get to see you after the transmission's success. Hot burst out with laughter as observed the ongoing fight. Although Hot was a fire mage, his body wasn't weak. Susiao was hurrying towards the rooftop of the building. The warehouse's layout was very strange. To get to the roof, he had to change stairways several times. As for the elevator, well, it was damaged and didn't work. Susiao was rushing up the stairs as an explosion went off above him. He didn't stop, but continued toward the roof. On his way to the roof, Susiao saw Uchino fighting 4 ghouls. To be exact, Uchino was standing in place, trying to defend while the ghouls were attacking. Uchino counter-attacked a ghoul, its body seemed to turn into liquid and separated. But a few seconds later, the liquids had rejoined, once again forming the body of a ghoul, like nothing happened. This took less than 3 seconds, and reminded Susiao of Nico's body. Compared to this ghoul, Nico was slower, but he was even more resilient. Susiao stopped, and as he arrived, the ghouls stopped fighting as well. This will be difficult. Renji Yamo said as he gestured for the other ghouls to wear their masks. Bang bang bang. Gunfire was heard. Uchino was about to stop until he heard Susiao's voice. Don't stop. Susiao jumped up to avoid the bullets and drew Dragon Flash. Renji and the other ghouls stepped back, while Uchino did the same thing. They just watched Susiao pass by, without trying to stop him. Susiao didn't have time to play with them, he needed to quickly go to the roof to help Yukinori and the others. After finishing this mission, Susiao would get 10,000 contribution points, which would allow him to raise his rank once again and get the blue quality liquid from the special shop of the 24th branch. Should Yukinori and the others die, the mission would be considered a failure, and he wouldn't get the contribution points. The liquid would increase his vitality by 4 points and his strength by 2 points, which was a lot, especially the enhancement to vitality. If it wasn't for him using Queen's body as a shield back then, the sniper bullets would have penetrated his body, and his HP would have fallen too low to continue the fight. If he hadn't Queen in front of him, he would have died. Therefore, the liquid was a must-have. Saving contribution points was fine and all, but having leftover contribution points wouldn't do him any good if he died. Chapter 92. Boom. Weapons collided. On the roof, the manager was fighting against the investigators. Although he was fighting against the 4 of them by himself, the manager was calm. After only a clashes, Yukinori and the others had already received injuries. The gap between us is too wide. Yukinori got thrown to the ground again, seriously injured this time. They couldn't do anything against him. Use that. Are we letting him go? We just have to delay for 5 minutes, no 3 minutes. Yukinori looked straight at Iwao and gave the order. Do it. The two activated the prototype armor, called Shi, causing it to transform. It started to suck their blood. Because it was still a prototype, after just 30 seconds of usage, Shi would start devouring the flesh of the user. Come on, come on. A few seconds later, their armors turned red, and Yukinori and Iwao stood up as if they turned berserk. Noticing the changes on these two, the manager guessed that this was a new weapon developed by his old friend. This is madness. E/N, madness. This is Sparta. Nor firmly grasping his weapon, Yukinori and Iwao quickly started slashing at the manager, managing to suppress him, until the manager could only defend. However, it didn't last long until Yukinori couldn't continue and stepped back. Yukinori. Iwao quickly attacked the manager again before retreating to Yukinori's position. These Shi are really good, but the side effect is too severe. Yukinori had now lost all of his combat power, and his torso was being consumed by the armor. Compared to him, Iwao was in a much better state, but his power was almost drained as well, since the armor continued to swallow his blood. This isn't good. Take was desperate, he could tell that if this continued, they would die. He looked at the manager, his eyes full of bitterness. Don't give up, help is almost there. Itsuki's voice sounded from the headset, and all of them regained hope. Boom. The door of the roof was slammed open. It was a solid iron door, so slamming it open was proof of this person's strength. The door had actually deformed into a U shape, with a visible shoe print in the center. As the door fell down, the manager looked at the person stepped out. Is this building a labyrinth or something? Susiao, smoking a cigarette, walked out of the darkness of the stairway onto the roof. After rushing all the way here, he wanted to take a short break, but he heard the sound of battle and decided to join the battle immediately. Susiao sighed and hurriedly walked toward the manager. The store manager was different from his daughter, his combat experience was far more abundant. But he wasn't without weaknesses. The manager hadn't eaten fresh human flesh for a long time, which resulted in a decrease of the RC cells in his body, which made him weaker. Do you want to eat this? Su Xiao held Dragon Flash in his hand and flung over a piece of armor, which had been ripped off during the battle. The manager's arm lifted as he caught the piece of the shi. Every shi was full of RC cells. Hundreds if not thousands of times more concentrated than in a human. Don't let him eat it. You won't be able to fight him. Just as they warned him, the manager swallowed the large piece of shi. As the manager was eating, Su Xiao rushed toward him. On the way to the rooftop, he had run as fast as possible, fearing that the manager would kill these four, so he used up a lot of his stamina just to get here. Su Xiao attacked the manager with Dragon Flash, aiming at his head. During the swing, a blue arc appeared on the edge of the blade. Since he was fighting against the manager, Su Xiao had activated Azure Steel Shadow without hesitation. The manager lifted his arm and blocked Dragon Flash. Clang! It sounded like two pieces of metal colliding. Even though the blade didn't cut him, the energy of Azure Steel Shadow poured into the manager, and the RC cells in his body started to burn. The manager snorted. This kind of pain was nothing to him. He had fought for his entire life. This little pain couldn't affect him at all. A sharp sword, but with attacks on this level, you can't take my life. While the manager held the blade of Dragon Flash with one hand, he stabbed at Su Xiao with his other hand. The attack was fast, but Su Xiao reacted in time and barely managed to dodge. The attack passed by his head, cutting off a few strands of hair instead of his entire head. Su Xiao continued to fight the manager. Even though his attributes seemed to be lower than the manager's, he still had superb sword skills. Clang! 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 His sword and the manager's hands clashed several times. Sparks were flying around as the two attacked dozens of times. One short and one tall figure were trying to kill each other, while four others were watching from the side. Amazing! Amon observed this fight, causing a huge commotion in his heart. Su Xiao was much younger than him, but he could already fight with the one-eyed owl alone. E/N, referring to the start of the arc here. So that's why the headquarters transferred him to the 24th district, and had him join the Squad 0. I will go and help. Iwao was less injured than Yukinori and the others, so he wanted to help. No, we will only hold him back. At that, all four fell silent and just watched. At this point, in the mobile command center, someone was observing the fight, smiling. Sure enough, I made the right choice. Thinking about this, Itsuki continued to watch from the car. The fight on the rooftop was reaching its climax. To Su Xiao, the manager felt like he was getting stronger with each passing moment. That wasn't wrong. As soon as the manager ate the parts of the shi, he started to regain his power. The manager was 3 meters tall now, while he started the fight at just above 2 meters, and his whole body was shining with a red luster. The manager regained his former glory, no longer looking like an old man. Boom! Su Xiao kicked the manager on the waist, forcing him to take a step back, but the manager didn't sustain any injury from this. The battle seemed to excite Su Xiao, which made the manager a little bit uncomfortable. What a good battle! Fighting a powerful enemy is really the best. The long battle didn't discourage Su Xiao, it ignited his fighting spirit instead. It was wholly different from fighting Nico. That kind of battle was too boring. Let's continue. Chapter 93. The manager suddenly stopped moving, as if he was thinking about something. In fact, he was considering retreat, as his purpose was just to gain some time until Kaneki was rescued. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly went off. The manager looked at its source, only to see some people fighting. So Kaneki managed to escape. A smile emerged on the manager's face. Since Kaneki was free, his mission had ended. An opportunity. Su Xiao's figure flickered to the vision of the investigators, as he rushed at the manager. The manager was only distracted for a single moment, and Su Xiao grabbed this opportunity. He slashed at the manager, swinging his sword as fast as he could. This is bad. The incoming sword made the manager panic. He had been distracted for just a second, but this investigator still took the opportunity. The manager broke out in cold sweat. The sword hadn't reached him yet, but he already felt a stinging sensation on his eye. He mustn't let the sword touch him, otherwise, he would be done. The manager used his arms to defend. Whoosh! The manager's arm was already cut open, and this time, it couldn't resist Dragon Flash as it cut through it. Not only did the sword manage to carve open the manager's arm, it got stuck in his bones. Su Xiao, who held the sword in one hand before, supported the blade with the other hand and pierced it, still stuck in the manager's arm, into the ground. Ding! The manager was now nailed to the ground. Su Xiao stomped on the manager's face, which seemed to crack. When fighting, Su Xiao mainly used Dragon Flash, because it had the strongest killing potential, but he was also proficient when using his body as a weapon. After all, when fighting, one had to use whatever means necessary to win. The manager was strong, but with one hand nailed to the ground, he couldn't fight properly. Not to mention that the bone in that arm was cracked, and he was unable to use it right now. After the kick to the face, Su Xiao didn't stop. He pulled Dragon Flash out of the manager's arm and slashed at his throat. If the manager's throat were slashed open, he would really be in trouble. Even if he didn't die from it, he would at least be slowed down. Before the sword reached his throat, the manager hurriedly dodged, but he wasn't faster than Su Xiao's sword. The manager tried squatting down to avoid the sword. Blood spewed out, and the manager wrinkled his brows. The managers had a lot of combat experience, so he reached out with his hand and attacked Su Xiao. This attack was full of killing intent, as the manager wanted to punch right through Su Xiao's body. Su Xiao quickly defended with Dragon Flash, stabilizing it with one hand on the handle and the other on the back of the blade. Wouch! The huge force behind that attack sent Su Xiao flying, while the ground under him was cracked. That attack was just too strong. Su Xiao estimated that this attack should have at least 15 points worth of strength behind it. The manager's body wasn't injured much, besides his arm that is. Taking into account just who he was, these injuries weren't much. Su Xiao was physically exhausted, it would take a while for him to recover. While Su Xiao didn't have any serious injuries, he was a human, so any injury would lower his combat power. The manager silently looked at Su Xiao. His injuries started to heal at a visible rate, accompanied by a sizzling sound. At the same time, blue smoke appeared on the surface of Dragon Flash, and the metal was being eroded. Su Xiao quickly took a cloth and wiped the blood off of the blade. In less than 2 seconds, 4 points of durability were lost due to the manager's corrosive blood. Su Xiao didn't know the exact reason for the corrosion, but it had undoubtedly been caused by the manager's blood. Once he caught his breath, Su Xiao continued to fight. His sword flashed out as he attacked the manager. The attack succeeded, but the manager counter-attacked again. Amon, sitting on the side, could only watch with the others as the fight went on. Far away from the building, Takatsuki-sen, wrapped in bandages like always, was sitting on the edge of a bridge. The time is almost up. Takatsuki-sen looked at a building in the distance. She could hear the sounds of the battle on the roof, even at this distance. Yes. Washa Kichimura, who was standing behind Takatsuki-sen, took out a remote detonator. It's almost time to retreat, let's get started. After that, Kichimura, without hesitation, pressed on the detonator. Boom! A huge explosion went off in the building, a large column of smoke rose to the sky. After the explosion went off, the building was engulfed in silence, while a large number of crows were startled by the sound and hurriedly flew away. How come the building wasn't completely destroyed? Were there not enough explosives? Takatsuki got up, feeling strange about what happened. Click. Click. Kichimura pressed the button repeatedly, without getting any reaction. The explosives must have been dismantled. It seems like only a few hidden ones went off. Kichimura was furious, as the plan had failed. Those suspicious guys told us about this, maybe it has something to do with them. Takatsuki began to suspect the contractors. The contractors on the ghoul side weren't good enough, and their positions not high enough, so they didn't manage to gain Takatsuki-sen's trust. But Susuo was different. He was a temporary member of the Squad Zero, and a powerful fighter personally invited by Mariditsuki. His words wouldn't be ignored. This was the benefit of strength and status. No, those guys were killing CCG investigators all along, even more so than us. I also had some people keep an eye on them. It's almost impossible that they betrayed us. Hearing Kichimura's words, Takatsuki didn't say anything, but she was still unconvinced. That guy that almost killed me was there as well. I will have to get my revenge another time. Takatsuki-sen turned around and left, with Kichimura following after her. On the rooftop, Susuo sat down with a long cut on his abdomen and a thick hole in his shoulder. The manager had escaped, but only after they seriously injured each other. He wouldn't have received this injury if not for the building suddenly tilting, throwing him off balance, which the manager took advantage of. Susuo was fighting with his sword and techniques, while the manager depended on his strong defense and attack power. As such, after the sudden change of the ground, Susuo was at a disadvantage. Although the manager escaped, he had left something behind. The 3-meter-tall Kagun, which was always behind the manager, was lying on the ground. Chapter 94. Susuo stared at the Kakuhou on the ground, as he suddenly received a notification from the Reincarnation Paradise. Kakuhou, SSS Class. Origin, Tokyo Ghoul. Quality, Green. Type, Material. Rating, 24, Note, green items are rated between 10 and 30. Introduction, a good item to make equipment out of, or can be transplanted into a body, with the following results: 10% chance of turning the person into a ghoul, 89% chance of death, 1% chance of unknown variation. Price, 2,500 paradise coins. Although he didn't kill the manager, he got his Kakuhou. An SSS class Kakuhou was very rare, few had the chance of getting one. The store manager had lost an eye, but that didn't mean he lost any fighting power. The manager had 8 Kakuhou inside his body, and his daughter, Takatsuki-sen, had 10. Susuo could use this to have a quinqua made, or he could sell it to the Reincarnation Paradise. Susuo had asked before, and was told that making a quinqua would require at least 3,000 contribution points. What he lacked the most were contribution points, so he wouldn't have one made. Although selling it as a material wouldn't fetch the same price as selling a finished quinqua would, it'd be better if he were to sell it as is. Weapons had their limitations, and in the Reincarnation Paradise, he could go and find a forger to do the task. Susuo was ready to take the material and store it, then sell in the Reincarnation Paradise. Boom! The building was once again shaking, but it wouldn't fall, at least for the time being. CCG's forces already killed most of the ghouls present, only a few survived. Quickly, retreat from the building. Hurry! Itsuki's voice could be heard from each headset. He was using the public channel, which was heard by everyone. Byakuya, are you okay? Yukinori was being supported by the other investigators, as he was injured by the armor. When he asked Susuo about his well-being. It's nothing serious. I won't die from this. Susuo stood up, and pain assaulted him from the various injuries he had sustained. Pull back. We've won, the attack is over. Yukinori and Iwao were smiling about winning the battle and regained the 11th district. Iwao-sama, the second team issued an urgent request for help. They suffered some casualties, and there seemed to be more than 60 ghouls attacking them. Iwao's face changed as he immediately supported Yukinori and went downstairs, preparing to go and help. Amon only had light injuries, so he hurriedly went to help. Susiao held his lower abdomen and walked slowly. His injuries were somewhat heavy. Although he wouldn't die, his combat effectiveness was certainly affected. Just as he was preparing to leave, two figures jumped on top of the building. From the looks of it, they didn't seem to come for him, they were just passing by. Susiao tried to look in their direction, and finally, he saw them. In the lead was a man with a medium build and white hair, with a mask on his face that revealed only one eye. He was carrying a blue-haired girl. This is Kaneki. Another person was following after them, which was Nishiki Nishio. Kaneki had already transformed from an S-class to an SS class ghoul. Unfortunately, their path happened to cross Susiao's. Kaneki only looked at Susiao from afar. He didn't care too much, he saw that Susiao was a CCG investigator, and injured. Kaneki didn't care as he looked at Susiao with dead eyes. "Be careful!" Tuka yelled as she recognized Susiao. "Kaneki, stop, let's not get any closer to that human." Kaneki stopped and looked at Tuka with doubt. "This guy is CCG's Black Reaper, he's terrifying." Kaneki looked around and tried to find another way, but unfortunately, Susiao was in their way. "It doesn't matter, he is seriously injured." Kaneki moved forward, while Tuka kept her eyes on Susiao, in case he tried to use any long-range attacks. "What arrogance, if you just passed by, I wouldn't even have stopped you. But knowing that I'm an investigator, you actually want to attack me." Susiao's eyes narrowed as the wind blew on his hair. If Kaneki and the others had just passed by, he wouldn't have paid any attention to it, but Kaneki's arrogance forced him to go after the injured Susiao. Susiao stood in the center of the roof, which was about 20 meters wide. Kaneki and the others just had to jump on another rooftop and continue on their way. As for why they didn't leave the building, it was because there were many CCG investigators in the area. Even with Kaneki now stronger, he wouldn't be able to fight all of them. There were thousands of members of CCG here, even if Takatsuki-sen was here, she wouldn't be able to do anything, not to mention Kaneki. The distance between the two gradually lessened. Susiao held Dragon Flash in one hand, while he covered his abdomen with the other one. Plop! Plop! Blood dripped down on the roof. Susiao seemed as if he had given up resistance, as he stayed in place and didn't move to attack. Just as Kaneki was 6 meters away, Susiao faintly smiled. Tuka saw Susiao's smile. At this moment E/N, she knew, she felt chilled to the bones, as if she was forcefully stripped naked in front of a man. "Run!" Susiao moved before Tuka finished her yell. He pressed himself off of the ground, enduring the pain, and rushed at Kaneki. Dragon Flash was moved with high speed, making a ringing sound. Swish! Blood splashed, together with a few strands of white hair. At the moment of attack, Kaneki reacted and tried to dodge, so he had only received a slight cut on his cheek and had his mask ripped open. Gasping heavily, Susiao looked at Kaneki. "I just want to leave this building, is that too much to ask for?" The wound on Kaneki's face healed quickly. Even with his injuries, Susiao was sure he could handle these three. "Nishiki-senpai, take care of Tuka. I will deal with the investigator." Nishiki moved in front of Tuka, once Kaneki placed her down. "Kaneki, let's just go, don't fight this guy." Susiao's sudden deadly attack scared her. "It doesn't matter. Everyone has something they want to protect. Even if I lose everything, I will still protect you by killing him." Kaneki didn't want to try to escape. Susiao was too fast for that. Kaneki versus the injured Susiao. Even if a tiger was wounded, it was still a tiger. Chapter 95. Bang! The building tilted even more, it was just about to collapse. The load-bearing walls, which were supporting the building, had started to crumble. On the rooftop, Susiao was facing off against Kaneki. He took a deep breath and moved forward, still pressing on his lower abdomen. Kaneki rushed at Susiao and used his Kagun to stab him from 4 different directions. Even with his improved strength, Kaneki was not that strong in close combat. To become a genuine warrior, changing one's hair color was far from enough. At least to Susiao, Kaneki's abilities were just too lacking. After Susiao's sword strike, Kaneki saw a white line extend towards him, before numbness spread in his arms. His hands were cut off. Kaneki only frowned. Compared to the torture he went through, this was nothing. After cutting off Kaneki's arms, Susiao didn't stop his attack. Kaneki was thrown back and coughed. Several deep slashes had appeared on his skin. Only a few attacks, and not only were his arms cut off, his body was full of wounds as well. Boom! As Kaneki crashed into the ground, Susiao stopped moving and adjusted his breathing. A pool of blood had formed beneath him. Not only did he have the wound on his stomach, but he also had another wound on his shoulder, so he absolutely had to finish this quickly. Enduring the pain, Susiao rushed at Kaneki. Kaneki was kneeling on the ground, his arms were growing back and most of his wounds were already healed. Susiao didn't want to wait for his enemy to fully recover, so he rushed at him and raised Dragon Flash. Take this. Nishiki's Kagun attacked him. Even if it wasn't particularly strong, Susiao still jumped to avoid it. Susiao's reaction was quick, but his injured body held him back, his twitching muscles prevented him from exerting his usual strength in the jump. Boom! Nishiki's Kagun hit Susiao from behind, and bloody marks appeared on his body. Even Nishiki himself was surprised that this attack actually hit. Seeing the puddle of blood under Susiao, Nishiki sneered. Black Reaper-san, you seem to be seriously injured. If it was before, Nishiki would have died to Susiao without fail. But now, Susiao was seriously injured and could only use his power for short bursts, which gave Nishiki this opportunity. Nishiki rushed at Susiao, his Kagun stabbing forwards. The Kagun were dodged, but Nishiki followed up on his attack and threw several punches at Susiao. But when his aggressive punches were dodged, Nishiki suddenly felt uncomfortable. Susiao grasped his Dragon Flash tightly and took a deep breath as his eyes flashed. A light blue arc appeared on the surface of Dragon Flash, as Susiao lifted his hand from his abdomen and took a normal fighting stance. Dragon Flash moved, and blue light flashed. Swish! Nishiki's hand was cut off without him even realizing what happened. Nishiki-senpai. Kaneki recovered and leaped up from the ground, moving toward Nishiki, but unfortunately, it was too late. Susiao's second attack had already connected. The sword moved and Nishiki could only feel his ears humming, as his vision blackened. With a dull sound, his body hit the ground. Even though Susiao had serious injuries, Nishiki was taken care of in just 2 attacks. Nishiki. Tuka witnessed this bloody scene. Nishiki was a member of their group, and they were friends. Nishiki-senpai. Kaneki didn't shout, but his head drooped. Once again, someone important for me was taken away. This is unforgivable. Kaneki's shoulders were shaking. Susiao knew that Kaneki was tortured by Nico, so his mind wasn't in its normal state. Kaneki cracked his fingers. I will kill you. When Kaneki attacked, Susiao threw Nishiki's body at him. Time was precious right now, he was losing too much blood, and he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. If his body can't keep up anymore, then he would choose to retreat, but currently, he could still fight. In front of him was the protagonist of this world. He really wanted to know what he could get if he were to kill him. In the other worlds, killing a specific enemy would be rewarded. Like back when he killed the king in the world of One Piece, he had received some treasure of high value. Susiao quickly rushed towards Kaneki, who was tumbling unstably. 8000-7 is. Kaneki looked straight at Susiao as he asked this. The answer he received was a sharp blade. What is 1000-7? It's a blade to the face. Susiao used his full force and hit Kanaki's chest, causing a horrible wound. At the moment after the strike connected, Susiao could even see Kanaki's heart. Kanaki spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Susiao's eyes sunk, and he didn't speak. Usually, he would provoke his enemy, but not this time. He was seriously injured, and wanted to end the fight quickly. After the attack hit, Susiao didn't stop and continued to press his advantage. Swish. Whoosh. Several attacks later, Kanaki's chest, throat and other vital areas were full of massive wounds. Susiao lost too much blood and started to feel dizzy. He was too weakened to continue. After being hit, Kanaki didn't show any sign of falling, but instead rushed at Susiao and threw a punch. It could be seen from the punches that Kanaki had received some training, but that was it. Although Kanaki changed from an ordinary person to an S-class ghoul, there was still a big gap in ability. Holding his sword, Susiao put up a block in front of him. The edge of the sword connected with Kanaki's flesh, and the consequences could be imagined. Kanaki's fingers were cut off. Kanaki's combat experience wasn't enough, but he was resilient. If his head didn't get cut off, he won't stop fighting. Kanaki's kagun were wrapped around his neck to keep exactly that from happening. It seemed like Nishiki's tragic death had made him learn his lesson. Although Kanaki was unstable, his instincts were doing all the work for him. On the rooftop, a strange scene was taking place. Susiao was attacking Kanaki with his sword, but he was getting paler by the second. It was just a question of whether he could cut Kanaki's neck first, or lose too much blood and get defeated himself. Chapter 96. Boom. Loud noises rang from the rooftop. Susiao barely managed to stand up by supporting his body using Dragon Flash. He almost couldn't hold on at this point. There was an iron water tank in the distance, with a large crack and several bloodstains on it. Kanaki-ken was lying under that water tank. At this time, Kanaki-ken was tattered, with cuts all over his body, while his legs were twisted. Only taking hits without blocking or dodging led Kanaki-ken to lose his strength first, and finally, Susiao won. Susiao slowly walked to Kanaki-ken, preparing to kill the protagonist of this world. But after only 2 steps, he felt that his pants were being pulled back, and he looked down. It was Tuka that caught his pants. I will not let you kill him. Tuka was lying on the ground. She was wearing a half-face mask, which was previously worn by Kanaki-ken, staring at Susiao with hatred. I thought killing you would just be a waste of my time, but you might actually have a lot of value. Susiao suddenly stared at Tuka, who could be regarded as one of the 2 female leads, with intensity. As for the other female lead, that was Riz. Not caring about Tuka's desperate eyes, Susiao raised the sharp blade in his hand. But in the next moment, Susiao suddenly jumped to the side, rolled and then squatted on the ground. Ding, ding, ding. More than a dozen sharp, red crystal-like objects were thrown at his previous position. If Susiao did not dodge in time, he would have been skewered. A man with a black rabbit mask appeared not far away. It was the Kirishima Ayato. At this time, Kirishima Ayato's eyes were full of anger, but Susiao noticed the hidden fear. Kirishima Ayato rushed in front of Kirishima Tuka, and quietly picked her up. Kirishima Tuka grabbed Kirishima Ayato's clothes, her little white hands were trembling. Let's fight for our new and old hatred. Last time you almost killed me, but your current state seems pretty bad. Kirishima Ayato talked while gnashing his teeth. Since both him and his sister were almost killed by Susiao, he hated Susiao to the extreme. Well, it was mainly because his sister was almost killed. The reason why Ayato joined the Aojirai tree in the first place, was just to gain the ability to protect her. Susiao stood up and looked at Ayato with a smile. You can try me. Ayato's appearance prevented Susiao from killing Tuka. However, Ayato's thoughts of killing Susiao were also naive. Although he was in a bad state, he still could kill his opponent. The ghost roar ring, that he had acquired from the treasure chest of Gecko, came with a skill. Roar, active after activating this effect, for 20 seconds all pain will be suppressed. During this period, each time the user receives an attack, his attack speed will increase by 5%, up to a maximum of 50%. The bonus will disappear after the skill period ends. As long as he were to activate this skill, Susiao would be able to ignore his injuries and fight all out for 20 seconds. When Susiao was in his best state, he was able to almost kill Kirishima Ayato in just seconds. Although losing a lot amount of blood caused Susiao to be a bit weakened, and he may not be able to kill Kirishima Ayato, it was no problem to take some limbs off of him. Susiao's calm state caused Kirishima Ayato to hesitate. But Kirishima Ayato could not bring himself to flee, so he began to shoot large yukaku, which looked like red crystals. Susiao slashed out incessantly, the large pieces of yukaku were all averted into the sky. Susiao put his finger on the Bluetooth headset and, without any emotion, said this sentence. "Marad, this is Byakuya. I need support on the roof." It was a very simple sentence, but it caused Ayato's face to change. Damn. Ayato looked at Susiao with unwilling eyes, he could only choose to retreat for now. Kaneki-ken was far away from Kirishima Ayato, and Susiao stood between them, so Kirishima Ayato chose to abandon Kaneki-ken and fled with his sister. "Support will be there in 1 minute, Byakuya. Hold on." Susiao suddenly asking for help scared Mariditsuki. The enemy fled. In this dangerous situation, Susiao would not insist on pursuing them. He did not call someone earlier, because he did not need them at all. And he was afraid that if some other investigator killed Kaneki-ken, there wouldn't be a treasure chest dropping. This was not a guess, but a painful lesson. In the underground of the 24th district, because of Yuna and Arima Kisho, Susiao did not see any treasure chests. This made him think of a possibility, that is, if plot characters were to help him in a fight, it would affect the rate of treasure chests dropping. It was not that there won't be any treasure chests at all, but the rate of them dropping was too low. With Susiao's lack of luck, the drop rate was even lower. Susiao just had the opportunity to kill Zero Tuka and Ayato. He could have killed those two if he were to activate the skill roar. But the cotters of Aogiri tree were nearby. And once the skill effect ended, he would become like a fish on a cutting board and be killed easily. Taking the risk of losing his life for their treasure chests was not worth it. Susiao held his lower abdomen with one hand and slowly walked towards Kaneki-ken. "I won't die here." Kaneki-ken supported his body with all the strength he could muster, but he was greeted with a bright sword light. Squish. Blood sprayed, and a head with a shocked expression flew up. Kaneki-ken died, and there were a lot of notifications from the Reincarnation Paradise. "You killed the plot protagonist, Kaneki-ken, 20% growth, ... Kaneki-ken is the protagonist of the plot, 1/3, you gain 10% of the world's source. Total world's source, 24.3%. You get a treasure chest, blue, ... You have activated the achievement mission, Anti-Hero. Achievement mission, Anti-Hero. 10% completed. Difficulty level, LV.4 LV. Mission description, you are the protagonist of the plot. I will reap your soul with my sword, even if you are the favored son of this derivative world. This anti-hero will sever your fate. Mission information, each time you kill a plot protagonist, mission completion will rise. Depending on the comprehensive sum of the protagonist's luck, strength, background, etc. Mission period, none. Mission reward, calculated according to the final completion level, minimum reward, blue quality equipment or items. Highest reward. After killing Kaneki-ken, Susiao discovered that Kaneki-ken was not the protagonist like Luffy's the son of the world the reincarnation paradise had mentioned in the first world he had been to. To be exact, Kaneki-ken was only the nominal protagonist of the plot. Kaneki-ken could not be killed before turning into a ghoul. But after that, Kaneki-ken's life became less important. Kaneki-ken was also a poor person. He was a protagonist, but no one cared whether he was alive or not at the beginning of the plot. Looking at other types of protagonists, like Naruto or Luffy, the difference between real favored children of the derivative worlds and Kaneki became obvious. Susiao looked at Kaneki-ken's body. There was no hatred between the two, they just were on opposing sides. The protagonist of the world was not an important target either. But with Kaneki-ken's emotional situation, if he did not kill him, he would bring endless trouble. Susiao did kill Nishiki, and he still had to stay in the world of Tokyo Ghoul for a while. Susiao would not give Kaneki-ken any opportunity to grow and get his revenge on him. Only dumb people did that. He would kill all of his enemies, lest they turn out like weeds and grow back from their roots. If it had not been too risky, he would have killed Tuka too. As Susiao was preparing to leave the rooftop, another notification from the reincarnation paradise appeared. It has been detected that Kaneki-ken has died. The power of destiny has been redistributed. The power of destiny has been reassigned. Current plot protagonists: Tuka, 1/2, Riz, 1/2. This was a group announcement, the other contractors also received it. Coldfish and the other people who had retreated grimaced, but they quickly recovered. In the reincarnation paradise, it was not uncommon for the protagonists to die. The protagonists usually had good luck, but they often dropped treasure chests which usually contained items that exceeded the level of the protagonist by 2 to 3 levels. In a dark house, crying and slapping sounds echoed. A naked man with a black mask was squatting on a female high school student on a sofa, surrounded by several bodies, looking like the female high school student's family. The masked male's body suddenly stopped. Kaneki-ken died. Damn, I targeted him for a pretty long time, I just wanted to kill him after he grows a bit more. Who was it, who was it? The masked male hysterical roared, his cold eyes showed his killing intent. The masked man suddenly looked at the female high school student with dark eyes under him. Her family was killed and her body and mind were sullied, she had fallen into despair and turned unresponsive. After discovering that the female high school student had become unresponsive, the man with the mask stroked the slender neck of the girl with his withered hands. So smooth, E/N, could also have been an SFX-like crack, indicating he broke her neck. Not sure which was intended. The contractors were too unscrupulous in the derivative worlds. On the rooftop of the Aogiri tree's stronghold in the 11th district, Susiao frowned after receiving a notification. Sure enough, Kaneki-ken was not the protagonist in the true meaning. After his death, someone immediately replaced him. The first team has finished up and has killed all ghouls from the designated area. The second team finished up. There were reports coming from the earphone, the sentences on the public channel only stated the summarized situation, that the fighting ended with their victory. We won. The tone of Mariditsuki was gentle, but Susiao could hear the excitement he was suppressing. In the confrontation with the ghouls, the chance of CCG winning was not that high. After all, compared with ghouls, human bodies were much worse. After Mariditsuki announced the victory, Susiao received the task completion prompt. Faction mission, cover the battle. Completed. Difficulty level, LV.4. Mission description, assist the Special Countermeasures Unit against the Aogiri tree and ensure their victory. Mission information, the CCG camp mission will not be calculated in the mission completion evaluation. Mission period, until the end of the operation in 11th District. Mission reward, 10,000 fact contribution points. Failure penalty, none. Complete the mission, yes/no. After completion you will receive 10,000 faction contribution points. Su Xiao chose to complete it, and his CCG contribution points became, First Class Investigator, contribution points 17723/10,000. Promote to the next rank, yes/no. He, of course, chose to get the promotion. He wanted to exchange the bottle of blue quality medicine, which needed him to be at least at the rank of Associate Special Class Investigator. According to past experience, he would soon be promoted to an Associate Special Class Investigator, but Su Xiao also discovered one thing. Although he was promoted quickly, he had no real power inside the CCG. This was also normal though. The time since he joined the CCG was just too short. The rapid promotions were only possible due to the influence of the reincarnation paradise. Su Xiao didn't care whether he had any real power. He just wanted to go back to the temporary branch of the 24th district, to redeem the bottle of blue quality human genetic enhancement fluid. With his strength increased by 2 points and his vitality increased by 4 points, Su Xiao's combat power would be improved by quite a bit. If he ever fought the manager again after that, the fight wouldn't end the same way. Chapter 97. After mopping up the remaining enemies, CCG personnel gradually withdrew from Aogiri Tree's stronghold. Su Xiao was sitting in an ambulance, his wounds being bandaged. Although the wound in his lower abdomen was bleeding a lot, his internal organs were not hurt. With his tenacity, this kind of injury would heal with bandages and a proper rest. Well, no organs were injured, just remember to take your medicine on time. After the nurse finished bandaging Su Xiao's wounds, she gave him a few pill boxes. Being a ghoul investigator is such a dangerous occupation. You were injured 2 times in less than half a month. The nurse looked at Su Xiao with a smile. Who are you? While she was bandaging his wounds, Su Xiao's face gradually grew full of cold sweat. As the nurse's delicate face felt more and more familiar, he gradually recalled some bad memories. He had had that battle with Takatsuki-sen when he first entered this world, and after that, this nurse had bandaged his wounds. When he thought of the strong pain back then, Su Xiao's cheeks twitched. Su Xiao, who had fought with Takatsuki-sen, was very reluctant to see this nurse again. Under her sweet smile she hid a completely black heart, she was like a devil. The way she dressed his wounds was so cruel that Su Xiao remembered it deeply. It seems that you remember me. Well, my patients usually don't forget me. Su Xiao nodded and left the car in silence. Remember to take the medicine, you mustn't stop taking it. Su Xiao stood stock still. After a long moment, he quietly murmured, "Got it?" The sound of sirens was heard, and a faint smell of blood spread in the air. My arm, where is my arm? Hurry, this patient lost a lot of blood, prepare a blood transfusion. The mourning of the wounded people was endless. Although CCG won, they had still paid a hefty price. Doctor, can I stand up again? Answer me. A ghoul investigator, whose spine was cut through, was grabbing the doctor's arm in panic, as he couldn't feel his lower body. The doctor turned his head and asked the other medical staff to carry the wounded person to the car. The ghoul investigator was desperate, lying on the stretcher and looking up at the starry sky. Compared to the wounded among CCG, the ghouls of Aogiri Tree were obviously much quieter, as they were all packed in body bags. CCG's fleet of cars brought back an endless stream of injured personnel. Su Xiao himself only returned to the division in 20th District at about 1 o'clock, in the middle of the night. He had fought a lot over the night, and losing a lot of blood didn't help against feeling tired either. After arriving at the room Mariditsuki had arranged for him, Su Xiao immediately went to sleep. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. He took a look at the alarm near the bed, it was already 10 a.m. After washing himself, Su Xiao went to Mariditsuki's office. How about resting some more? I noticed you were seriously injured yesterday. Meriditsuki put down the document he was reading. He already guessed Susiao's intention for coming here. After the war with Aogiri Tree ended, Susiao would want to return to the 24th district. He was a member of the Squad Zero after all. The wounds have been treated, and I will be fully recovered in about 3 days. Susiao had eaten the last salted rice ball last night, before fighting Kaneki-ken, so the recovery speed of his injuries was accelerated quite a lot. Normally, his injuries would take at least half a month to recover. That's good. Do you want to go right now? Yes, I want to go now. I will arrange a car for you. Meriditsuki took a phone, called someone and said a few words. A few minutes later, a young lady wearing a suit opened the door. Byakuya-sama, a car has been arranged for you. After saying goodbye to Meriditsuki, Susiao took the vehicle back to the 24th district. Soon, the car arrived in the temporary division of the 24th district, and Susiao got off the car and entered the building. The temporary division still looked the same, some members of the staff were working. Susiao went straight to the logistics department of the temporary division. The thin old man with small round sunglasses was lazily lying behind the window. Susiao knocked on the glass of the window, and the old man who was about to fall asleep looked up. Huh, who? Oh, Byakuya, is there anything you need? I want to exchange something. The thin old man immediately became focused. Let me check, you are an associate special class investigator in the records. Please select the items you need. While the thin old man was talking, the list of redeemable items appeared in front of Susiao. Human Gene Strengthen Liquid. Conditions, 15,000 CCG contribution points. Requirements, Associate Special Class Investigator. Crushing Elf, Boutique. Redemption conditions, 13,000 CCG contribution points. Requirements, Associate Special Class Investigator. Susiao chose the Human Gene Strengthening Liquid. After selecting it, his CCG contribution points began to drop rapidly, until finally, there was only Associate Special Class Investigator, contribution points 4823/130000. The promotion to a Special Class Investigator required a whole 130,000 CCG contribution points. Susiao did not need the position as a Special Class Investigator, so he had chosen to just use the contribution points, to improve his combat strength as soon as possible. Spending CCG contribution points would not cause him to get demoted. He had previously asked the Reincarnation Paradise about this, just in case. After receiving the drug, Susiao held the test tube with green fluid in his hand. He noticed that the outer layer of the glass tube was inlaid with fine metal wires for reinforcement. Susiao couldn't help but smile as he was holding the Human Gene Strengthen Liquid. He went deep into the 24th district and even participated in the battle in the 11th district for this wonder drug. But it was all worth it. After drinking this, his strength would improve a lot. He stowed the strengthening fluid and quickly walked to his room. Byakuya-sama. A staff member just wanted to call for Susiao, but he was too late. The staff member hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided not to bother Susiao. In his room, Susiao locked the door and pulled the curtains shut. Although these actions might seem paranoid, the Human Gene Strengthening Liquid did not indicate anything about the immediate effects of consumption. The only thing described was that it had no side effects and would improve his attributes. As to what would happen after use, nothing was said. Ever cautious, Susiao stashed Dragon Flash nearby. Unplugging the seal of the Human Gene Strengthening Liquid, Susiao sniffed carefully, noticing the fresh scent of plants. Taking a deep breath, Susiao drank all the Human Gene Strengthening Liquid in one go. The liquid tasted horrible, causing him to frown. What a disgusting taste. Susiao sat in bed, waiting for a change, but after a long time, he had yet to feel anything. Checking his attributes, there were indeed no enhancements. Could this item have been fake? As Suxiao was pondering, a sense of warmth spread all over his body. This warmth felt very calm as it spread. In the end, he felt as if his whole body was soaking in warm water. His blood flow increased, and the muscles around his body began to twitch slightly. Suxiao clearly felt his body getting stronger, his heartbeats grow more powerful, his breathing getting smoother and smoother, and his mind seemed to clear. The injuries he got during the battle in the 11th district were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was no wonder that the human gene strengthening liquid was a blue quality medical item. The enhancements were really good, and taking it felt very pleasant too. Chapter 98 R.P. Chapter 98, Incontrollable 24th District. Half an hour later, the warmth in Suxiao's body disappeared, and he immediately checked his status. Contractor number 13013. Name, Suxiao, Hunter. Level, LV.2. First stage. Every 10th level, stage is raised by 1. Raising the stage brings no attribute bonuses. It represents the hunter's authority in the reincarnation paradise, but also the world and task difficulty. Health points, 100%. This attribute cannot be fully digitized and changes depending on the degree of injury. Mana points, 253. Intelligence x 10. Current mana recovery rate, 6 points per hour. Strength, 15, 13 plus 2. Agility, 13. Vitality, 10, 6 plus 4. Intelligence, 12. Charm, 3. Luck, 1. Hunter's talent, devouring. After killing a target, the hunter will permanently gain from 1 to 15 points of mana points. This talent can give up to 100 mana points per derivative world. As predicted, Suxiao's strength increased by 2, and his vitality by 4. Suxiao clenched his hand, feeling his new power. Not only that, the increase in vitality attributes made him feel that the various functions of his body had been significantly enhanced, and the resistance, endurance, and recovery had been significantly improved. At this stage, the vitality having 10 points was already not low, and his 3 main attributes were between 12 to 15 points. Drinking this human gene strengthened liquid may be the biggest gain for him after entering into the ghoul world. Suxiao adapted to the changes in his body, which became stronger. This time, the vitality had increased greatly, so there was no imbalance, he could adapt quickly. When Suxiao was adapting to his new strength, fierce battles were happening in the underground passages in the 24th district. Boom, bang. Kagun collided with Quinqua as a group of ghoul investigators fled along the underground passages of the 24th district. Hurry and confirm our route, I can't hold them off anymore. Yuna wielded her sickle and slashed at a ghoul. She had put on the blood-sucking armor, so her fighting power was currently greatly enhanced. Even if Yuna kept cutting ghouls in front of her, there were too many ghouls, and the underground passages were full of ghouls. These were all ordinary ghouls, most of them were class A or B. I'm trying. A young ghoul investigator was confusedly trying to use a compass to identify the route they had to take, not even attempting to hide his fear. Yuna, will we be able to get back to above ground? Behind Yuna, there were several younger ghoul investigators. The reason why Yuna entered the 24th district was that the headquarters had issued a task, for Yuna to lead some new recruits to experience the outermost layers of the 24th district. The outer layer of the 24th district was not too dangerous. It was a good place to experience new things. As such, once new recruits graduate, they were sent here to gain some experience. Hurry! Yuna shouted and kicked a ghoul that was making a swoop at Yuna. Let's leave, damn CCG. A ghoul suddenly spoke, showing some fear on his face. This confused Yuna somewhat. It was obviously impossible for those ghouls to just leave out of the kindness in their hearts. Those were new recruits behind her. The deep hatred between ghoul investigators and ghouls had the two sides going against each other with all they had. There was no chance that one side would just concede. Bullshit. Just step over my body if you have the ability. Yuna looked at those new recruits behind her and sighed. Her two powerful teammates were not here, otherwise, these ghouls in front of her wouldn't prove any danger. I've determined the route, to the left. The newcomer with a compass shouted in excitement. He found a way out based on the route they came from. You go first, I will be right behind you. The sickle in Yuna's hands span, blood splashed, several ghouls were reaped one after another. But Yuna, you. Shut up and move. Yuna's pretty face was distorted in anger, because of the stupid behavior of the fresh meat. Okay, let's go. Several new recruits were very embarrassed and retreated immediately. After they ran for a distance, Yuna waved the sickle and then turned around to run. There were many ghouls in the channel that followed Yuna. But they didn't attack her, just slowly followed not too far behind. Yuna's slender brows wrinkled, although she could not figure out the reason for the ghouls' strange behavior, she increased her pace just in case. Because they were in the outer layer of the 24th district, Yuna's team quickly arrived in the front of the metal door, which was the entrance and exit of the tunnel system. Yuna pulled the key off of her neck and threw it at the new ghoul investigators. Shortly thereafter the metal door opened, and Yuna hurriedly went behind the metal door, slammed it shut and locked it behind her. Boom, boom, boom. There was constant clamoring sounding from behind the metal door, and the investigators could vaguely hear the ghouls' screams and roars. Blood dripped from Yuna's fingertips as she sank to the ground. Contact the temporary division, tell them there is an abnormality in the underground system in the 24th district. A large number of ghouls were trying to leave the tunnels. Yuna was being supported back to the surface by one of the new recruits, where there were more than a dozen tents standing close to the entrance to the 24th district. There were more than 20 ghoul investigators by the tents, men and women. These people had a shared characteristic, that being youth. There were a lot of new recruits who graduated at the same time. Yuna just had them camp close to the entrance to the 24th district, for convenience. Every day, she brought a few new recruits to enter the 24th district and fought with ghouls, so that the newcomers could adapt and fight against ghouls as soon as possible. As for why she chose the 24th district to train the recruits in, it was because there were many ghouls there. As long as they didn't go too deep into the 24th district, it wasn't too dangerous, and there was almost no risk of getting lost. Suxiao had spent a few hours in the deeper layer of the 24th district the first time he'd been here, while each batch of these newcomers only entered for a few minutes. They just weren't comparable. When the newcomers at the camp saw Yuna, who was covered in blood, they all crowded around her. This was the first time they saw Yuna injured. Yuna was a special class investigator, a position they held in very high esteem. Some newcomer that knew first aid clumsily began to help Yuna deal with her wounds. Hey, what are you doing? Yuna looked at the teenager angrily. The boy was so scared at her expression, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. I just wanted to bandage your wounds. Yuna pointed at a girl and gestured for her to help her treat her injuries. The boy turned back, feeling a bit depressed. Yuna wasn't old, and she was beautiful, so she was akin to a goddess in the youngsters' minds. Yuna, I have contacted the temporary division. A small, fat recruit stood in front of Yuna. What did the temporary division say? Have you told them about what's been going on? After her wounds were bandaged, Yuna stood up, though it took great effort. I have reported the issue, but the division just said that Arima Kisho is absent. Yuna's face fell. Then they said they would tell Byakuya. The little fat boy talked some more, but Yuna didn't really care. That guy is back. Good, that's good. You have to guard the entrance, the door may not last long. Damn those crazy ghouls. Yuna was angry and inadvertently touched her wound, taking a sharp breath at the surprising pain. However, Yuna quickly formed a happy smile. She was already thinking of the miserable appearance those ghouls would have once Byakuya arrived. Chapter 99. In the temporary division in the 24th district. Suxiao went into the bathroom to take a shower, sweaty from exercise. He had wanted to test the changes in his body. In the past, the intensity of his exercises always left him exhausted, but now, he could bear with it more easily. His vitality had been raised from 6 to 10 points. This did more than just increase his endurance by 2/3, it was not a linear improvement, but an exponential one. Suxiao towel dried his hair and left the bathroom, when someone rushedly knocked at the door. After opening the door, he was greeted by an anxious member of the staff. Byakuya-sama, something happened. Yuna-sama just asked for help. She said that there's an abnormal change in the underground. Abnormal change? What happened? Suxiao became serious, as this concerned the 24th district. After all, he got quite the deep impression when he had entered it. There are a lot of ghouls active in the underground passage. Right now, they are attacking the security gate. It would be better for you to see it in person. Suxiao took a shirt from his bed and rushed to the entrance of the 24th district. 10 minutes later, Suxiao arrived, and had to frown at the scene. The entrance was a mess, there were scattered tents everywhere, and there were large patches of blood on the ground. He inspected it, noticing the blood still was warm, indicating that this happened recently. Byakuya, you're E/N, finally awake here. Yuna's weak voice came from one of the collapsed tents, and Suxiao quickly jogged over to her. Has the door been broken? The situation was obvious. The ghouls broke through the gate and escaped from the 24th district, and Yuna had to fight for her life. Yuna's chest was pierced through. I suppose I'm going to die soon. Yuna had become pale, the blood loss was life-threatening at this point. You won't die, I brought medics with me. Suxiao carried Yuna out of the semi-collapsed tent and she was immediately taken by medical staff, who started to treat her wound. Byakuya, those new recruits. Yeah, I got it. Those newcomers had probably all died. After those medics who had come with Suxiao dealt with Yuna's urgent wounds, they immediately took Yuna back to the temporary branch. Yuna's lung was pierced and needed surgery. Before Suxiao came to the underground entrance, he could see some bloody footprints near the door. This was where the battle had been fought. Yuna could have fled, but she did not choose to do so. The young girl knew that being an investigator wasn't just a job, but a responsibility. Suxiao walked into the underground entrance. The huge metal door had been broken open and laid obliquely on the ground, the metal twisted and with large footprints on it. It seemed to have withstood a ton of powerful attacks. Slight footsteps echoed from slightly deeper into the tunnels. Suxiao, always on alert, immediately unsheathed Dragon Flash. As a small figure walked into his view, Suxiao didn't hesitate to rush forward. The person screamed, shocked by Suxiao, raised a pistol and indiscriminately fired a few shots. Bang, bang. The bullet struck the wall of the tunnels and Dragon Flash rested on the neck of the person. A human. Suxiao looked at the gun in his hand, which was one of CCG's unique firearms. Are you Byakuya-sama? The person holding the gun was a young man with a slightly fat body, and a very plump face. His clothes were full of dust and blood, but at a closer look, Suxiao recognized it as a CCG uniform. Tell me what happened. Suxiao did not need to guess the man's identity, he knew that this was a surviving recruit. On the way, the staff of the temporary branch had already explained what happened to Suxiao. Yuna took the newcomers to experience on the outlayer of the 24th district, but they were attacked by a large number of ghouls. Yuna managed to lead them out of the underground passageways and immediately asked for backup. The small, fat man was now sitting on the ground, the pistol had fallen from his hand as he cried. We were attacked. Yuna-sama, she told us to flee. The recruit was somewhat unstable, he must have been seriously frightened. Susiao understood everything, even though the man spoke intermittently. After Yuna withdrew to the ground, she had gathered the new recruits. Yuna knew that even though the metal door at the entrance was sturdy, it would not withstand the uninterrupted attacks by ghouls. Because of that, she had the newcomers withdraw, while she stayed at the entrance to keep the enemy at bay. At that time, Yuna had prepared herself to die here. A large number of ghouls breaking out onto the surface would be devastating for all humans that lived near the 24th district. As an investigator, Yuna's actions were correct. But the newcomers suddenly turned passionate and insisted on dying together with Yuna. This was instigated by the newcomer who wanted to help Yuna tend to her wounds before. The speech of the handsome youth made other new recruits emotional, they believed that if they worked together, they could resist the ghouls. These newcomers were top students in the academy, and they were all confident about themselves. But the actions of these new recruits just made Yuna angry. It would be better if they didn't just add to the chaos. Yuna was sure that they would die as soon as the battle started. Just as Yuna prepared to teach the newcomers a lesson and send them away, the metal door at the entrance burst open. What happened next was simple. Because of the large number of stupid teammates, Yuna almost died. The new recruits had not waited for the battle to start, they just turned and fled. As for the handsome, passionate boy, well, after seeing the rushing ghouls, he was the first person to run. It was precisely because of him fleeing, that the others were overwhelmed by fear and fled too. Look, I'm not the first one to escape. With this kind of mentality, those recruits had turned tail and ran without putting up a fight. The handsome boy was a little slow though, so he was eaten by a ghoul. There were only bones left behind by now, of which the skull was taken by a psychopathic ghoul, who claimed he would turn into an accessory. Yuna was defeated while covering the escape of the stupid teammates against the overwhelming number of ghouls. Bastard, Ito asked us to stay, but we only dragged Yuna-sama down. After that, the little fat man cried even louder. How many recruits have survived? A rough estimate is enough. Susiao's question was not answered, in fact, the little fat man's crying only got worse. Susiao clenched the handle of Dragon Flash, he had the urge to kill this annoyance. Weakness wasn't a sin, but just laying down crying wouldn't help. Byakuya-sama, what should I do now? The little fat man looked up at Susiao, only to see that Susiao was on the phone. The call was quickly connected, and the voice on the other side of the phone was very loud. Arima Kisho, do you know about what happened in the 24th district? BZZZT, aware, BZZZ. The signal from Arima Kisho was very bad. After a while, Arima Kisho finally got better signal, but it was still intermittent. I am not going now, hold the entrance, will be better, I will handle it soon. Susiao understood Arima Kisho's main meaning, he wanted him to hold the entrance of the 24th district, to stop the ghouls from breaking out into the surface. You aren't in the underground, right? In Tokyo, there were not many places with bad signal. Arima Kisho was a special class investigator in the 24th district. It was impossible for him to leave Tokyo. Thinking this way, there is only one place that Arima Kisho could be in now. Yes, I am underground, you are here, the source. Solution. The phone signal was still intermittent, which made Susiao speechless. If he didn't guess wrong, Arima Kisho probably was in the deeper layers of the 24th district. Understood, there is something I want to tell you. Yuna was also underground, she is seriously injured now, but we reached her in time, she has been sent to receive treatment. Arima Kisho was silent. That's it? After that, Susiao hung up the phone. The little fat man looked at Susiao with tears on his face, his eyes full of worship. I. Just as the little man wanted to speak, Susiao raised his hand to signal him to not make a sound, then he pressed his finger on the ground. He could feel subtle vibrations. A large group of unknown enemies ran along the underground passages, approaching them quickly. I will give you a task. Return to the surface and contact the CCG General Administration, have them send additional personnel to the 24th District. Chapter 100. After the fat ghoul investigator left, Susiao was left alone in the tunnels. The rushing footsteps gradually drew closer, and Susiao was preparing himself for battle. In the dim tunnels, it seemed as if there were thousands of ghouls hidden just out of sight. Susiao's forehead was full of cold sweat. Hearing the thunderous sound of the incoming footsteps, 1,000 might still be an underestimation. Although Susiao was a ghoul investigator, he would not sacrifice his life for CCG. He only joined CCG to complete his task. It was undoubtedly foolish to remain faithful to an organization that had bad intentions. Susiao was hesitant. Should he strategically retreat? After a while, the sounds of footsteps gradually lessened as the ghouls seemed to be headed another way. Susiao felt incredibly relieved. Against such a horde of ghouls, he could only retreat. There must have been some great changes inside the 24th District. Otherwise, the ghouls would not be this crazy. Right now, Arimakisho was in the deeper parts of the 24th District, and he had mentioned that he would handle the source. Did he refer to the source of these dramatic changes? It was impossible to tell with the information on hand. Here, be careful, those beasts might still be nearby. Honey, can we still go back to Central City? A conversation between a man and a woman echoed from deeper into the passage. Well, we can't go back for now, we can only try to escape to the surface first. How did those beasts manage to free themselves? They've been always blocked by the walls. Dad, I'm scared. Lixiang, don't be afraid, Dad will lead us to the outside. Susiao frowned as he listened to the conversation, which seemed to originate from a family of 3, the parents and their daughter. Susiao could infer a lot of information from their words. In the deeper area of the 24th District, there may be a large number of ghouls, and the central city the couple mentioned may be located in the deepest part of the 24th District. The two also mentioned beasts. How could there be animals underground? If beast was a metaphor, then Susiao could think of a possibility, that those ghouls with grass skirts could be what they called beasts. The footsteps were drawing closer and closer, the couple walked towards the entrance, their daughter between them. Then they saw a person, wearing a white trench coat, and with a sharp sword in his hand. Because of the sunlight shining in from the entrance behind him, they were unable to make out the face of the figure, they could only see a pair of cold eyes. Zero Squad. The husband spoke, his tone was changed now, his eyes helpless. Honey, it seems that we have to fight now. The couple stood in front of their daughter, she had short hair, a small body and watery eyes, she was extremely adorable. Just you let us go, if we fight here, it won't end well for you as well, member of Squad 0. The male ghoul's Kagun appeared, it was a cow Kaku, and he had at least 2 Kaku Hao, with one in each shoulder. 2 grey-white Kagun formed swords, which wrapped around the man's arms. Kakuja. This ghoul must be a Kakuja, so his strength should be around the SS class. From the way he was standing, it looked like he was professionally trained, not just relying on instinct. As the male ghoul showed his Kagun, the female ghoul's Kagun also appeared. The female ghoul had Yukaku, a pair of huge red wings spread behind her body, they were at least 3 meters in diameter. The larger the Kagun, the higher the concentration of RC cells in the ghoul's body. These 2 ghouls were surprisingly both SS-class ghouls, and they were probably used to cooperating with each other. Couples spent every day with each other, it was not surprising that they could cooperate well. Please, we don't want to hurt you. Our family has never eaten humans. We only eat ghouls that have died. The female ghoul was hopeful. What can I get if I let you go? The couple looked at each other. We just want to leave the 24th district, why do you have to kill us? We never did anything to you. The temper of the male ghoul was not that good, his killing intent was leaking. Oh? So what? Su Xiao's mouth curled up, he grasped his dragon flash tightly, upon which it produced a clear sound. Without knowing why, Su Xiao felt that there was something alive within dragon flash, it became easier to use each time he wielded it. When he was guarding the back entrance of the stronghold of Aojiri Tree in the 11th district, he actually had the feeling that Dragon Flash was cooperating with him. Su Xiao smiled bitterly, then shook his head. How could a sword cooperate with him? It was just an object. Even if blades could really gain consciousness, that was not something that could happen to Dragon Flash. Su Xiao's sinister smile and the sound as he drew Dragon Flash gave the ghoul couple a feeling of numbness. Their little girl was hiding behind her mother, as if Su Xiao was a wild animal. The intuition of ghouls was more accurate than that of beasts. The ghoul couple could feel that the human in front of them had slaughtered their peers, and not just a few, the number of bodies he'd left was likely to be far beyond their imagination. The ghoul couple was a little bit afraid. They were not afraid of fighting, nor afraid of dying, both of them were SS-class ghouls after all. But their daughter was hiding behind them. If they fight with this dangerous enemy, their daughter would be in danger. After all, a sword has no eyes. To the couple, Su Xiao did not radiate a feeling of dangerous, but of super dangerous. You're after the Kakyu Hao, aren't you? If you let my wife and daughter leave, I can give you my Kakyu Hao. This man was a ghoul, but he had the responsibility of a man. Honey. When women just wanted to say something, they were stared at by the man, and the female ghoul was too afraid to speak further. Dad. Little girl grabbed her father's clothes and shook her head, tears springing to her eyes. Su Xiao was speechless. This family in front of him only needed a producer and a camera. What happened in the deeper area of the 24th district? Su Xiao suddenly spoke, which gave the female ghoul a little hope. As long as they could communicate, there was a chance. Nothing. The male ghoul just wanted to deny it, but his wife quickly stopped him. Honey, the king of the previous generation has abandoned us. The king of this generation is not strong enough to lead us. Now, we are free people, we no longer need to be faithful to him. After listening to his wife, the man closed his eyes, unable to hide his emotion. Talk. The female ghoul revealed some guilt in her eyes. Sometimes, women could give up a lot of things for their children. Mr. Investigator, the beasts in the deeper area of the 24th district have been released. I don't know whether you have seen those ghouls that look like primitive people. A group of these beasts has occupied Central City. They are different from us. We're the same as humans, except for our food. Even if the couple agreed to answer Su Xiao's questions, they only gave brief answers. Where did these beasts come from, and who are the two kings you just mentioned? Su Xiao's two questions seemed to make the couple hard to answer. The beasts come from the deepest tunnels, but I don't know the specifics. As for the two kings, that's a long story. The king is the leader of the ghouls, and the king of the previous generation abandoned us. The king of the previous generation was called Yoshimura Kyuzan. Pachik. A loud slap echoed. The man had slapped his wife. You forgot who saved our lives. You forgot who it was that sent us medicine when our daughter got sick. It was him. Without that person, our daughter may have died. If it wasn't for the current king having hostilities with him. The man looked pained. After slapping his wife, he seemed to have lost all his strength. The female ghoul looked at the ground and stopped talking, her face full of guilt. Pucci. Blood splattered, and a bloody kakuhao was thrown at Su Xiao's feet. "This kakuhao is yours, let my wife and daughter go." Su Xiao took the kakuhao, but did not give way. "It seems that you know a lot of secrets. I can let you go and provide you with a safe place, but I need some information. Don't underestimate the world on the surface. SS-class ghouls like you, without being part of a larger group, you will soon be turned into quinqua." Just as the male ghoul wanted to refuse, he noticed that Su Xiao's eyes grew more and more dangerous. "Your daughter is so cute, it would be a pity if she were to die, no." The expression of the male ghoul was distorted, as if he swallowed a bitter pill. After a tense few seconds, the male ghoul sighed and chose to compromise.